Chapter 462. Pei Ziyin, I've been plotting in secret for tens of years. I've beheaded the dragon and supported the dragon, all for the sake of the demon tribe's rise to power. Originally, there were no obstacles in my path, and I succeeded in one fell swoop. But the demon world was destroyed by you. As the blind Taoist spoke, he no longer hesitated. The nebula around his body expanded in an instant as demonic qi gathered around his body, forming an armor and a longsword. Thunder come. With Pei Ziyin in the center, a bolt of lightning flashed. The demonic qi and spiritual qi clashed, and the lightning was attracted to each other. It shot up into the sky and transformed into a lightning serpent, lighting up the entire space as it struck down heavily. The blind Taoist's face changed as he shouted, 10,000 demon formation. In that instant, the nebula began to revolve, and the grayish-black energy began to gather. Following the blind Taoist's movements, the energy slammed into the blind Taoist. In that instant, both of them unleashed their full strength. Boom! The nebula and the lightning python collided heavily, and a bright light exploded in space, tearing open a spatial crack. Spiritual qi and demonic qi flowed out, forming a suction force. The demon general and the statue fought. The demon general bled, and the statue cracked. Emperor's sword. This dimension was different from the outside world. Pei Ziyin was the master of this dimension. With a flick of his finger, a beam of sword light transformed into a long golden sword that descended upon the blind Taoist's head. The blind Taoist's starlight flickered as he formed a constellation. When the sword landed, it landed on the constellation. Instantly, the starlight scattered everywhere, turning into shooting stars. However, it didn't collapse. It's useless. Behind me is the accumulation of the demon clan for millions of years. Although 99% of it has been scattered into the world to escape the wrath of heaven, the remaining bit is not something you can catch up to. Why would you be afraid of this sword? Furthermore, your Emperor's sword is like an arrow at the end of its flight. The blind Taoist spoke as the starlight expanded. Pei Ziyin then commanded, "It's like I'm here. Suppress it." Another command token appeared. Spiritual light surged, and following Pei Ziyin's words, it suppressed everything. What's the use of mere suppression? The blind Taoist laughed coldly as he slowly raised his hand. Indistinctly, the shadow of a three-headed, three-eyed giant appeared, infinite demon king. Boom! In a thousandth of a second, the blood mist in the outside world was extracted and rapidly reduced. It attacked the space with a dense resentment that couldn't be dispelled. There seemed to be the sound of glass shattering in the air. The blood mist gathered into a pure purple color and fell heavily. "You're finished. Die." Pei Ziyin's expression froze as his pupils dilated. "Not good. Looks like I have no choice but to use my trump card." The imperial edict states, "The evildoer has brought chaos to the imperial court. He is specially bestowed with purple to suppress the evildoer and to clean up the disobedient subjects." As Pei Ziyin spoke, a stream of dragon qi flew out from his robes. It had a green body and purple eyes and looked like a miniature dragon. With a heavy sound, the true dragon descended, colliding with the blood-purple energy. Terrifying flames erupted from both of them. Be it the statues or the demon generals, they instinctively scattered. Those who couldn't dodge in time were instantly blown to pieces. The blind Taoist retreated a few steps. His eyes were wide open as blood flowed out of his orifices. He stared at the dragon whose scales had been blown off, and at Pei Ziyin. His face fell. No. How could the Emperor of Su Dynasty believe you? Why would he issue a decree to mobilize the dragon? This is shaking the foundation of the great Su Dynasty, if you have ulterior motives. The blind Taoist was about to speak when he was interrupted by Pei Ziyin. If you hadn't used your demonic qi to do so many strange things, why would the Emperor have no choice but to believe me? Do you think I'm a bold fool? You've plotted against me so many times. How could I not prepare for a rainy day? You've transformed into a demon, hidden in the shadows, You've transformed into a demon. I've known about all of this. I've been waiting patiently for this day, all for you, and to take you down in one fell swoop. This decree was meant to prepare for the worst-case scenario, which was to die. Why didn't you use it right from the start and destroy the Mirage world? This decree is to mobilize the true dragon. How could I be so reckless? Just once was already a blessing from the heavens, but it's more than enough to kill you. Pei Zi Yun then spoke. Blind Taoist, please offer me your primordial spirit and accept your death. At this point, the blind Taoist's mind was filled with thoughts of the past. He finally understood what was wrong. Before he could think further, he heard a shout, "Die!" The true dragon that was floating in midair let out a roar. The blind Taoist then shouted out in anger, "Boundless Demon King!" This time, the tide-like blood-purple aura even turned black. Transparent ripples appeared on it, and a giant with 3 heads and 3 eyes seemed to be slowly appearing in the void. Descend, the true form of the Demon King, descend. Use me as a sacrifice, destroy the enemy, and take over this space. The blind Taoist opened his arms wide as blood flowed out of his mouth. He didn't care at all. As long as he could achieve his goal, it didn't matter if his physical body didn't exist. As the giant with 3 heads and 3 eyes appeared, dark clouds started to gather in the darkness outside. The lightning became denser and denser, as though it was a heavenly tribulation. Do you wish to perish together with me, or take over this space, or simply destroy it? Pei Zi Yun immediately understood the blind Taoist's intentions. He opened his eyes and laughed coldly. You wish. The proud dragon repents. Following Pei Zi Yun's angry roar, the true dragon's roar shook the dark clouds. However, under the control of the true dragon, it had no choice but to descend. This was the beginning of the true dragon's downfall. Boom! The true dragon descended and smashed into the giant with 3 faces and 3 eyes. It exploded into a blinding light, as though it was a miniature sun. Even the space around it collapsed, and a huge crater appeared. Ripples spread out in all directions. The lightning was extinguished, and the entire space was a mess. The giant with 3 eyes and 3 faces had disappeared, and the true dragon was nowhere to be seen. The blind Taoist stood rooted to the ground as he struggled to speak. How dare you make the true dragon self-destruct? Do you know that just this one action caused the Imperial Qi to hate you? As long as I kill you. So what if the Imperial Qi hates me? Pei Zi Yun's expression was calm as he spoke. How much of my success was due to the Imperial Court? I can't say much else, but I understand the Imperial Court too well. The closer I get to a true immortal, the more the Imperial Court tolerates me. That's not all. The heavenly will of this land is the same. Since you know that, the blind Taoist's face was already filled with cracks, like a spider web, as he struggled to speak. Why don't you just let them live? Hey, if that's the case, how can I improve? Pei Zi Yun shook his head and sighed. All right, it's time for you to go, but you can't restrain me. As soon as these words were spoken, the blind Taoist's body crumbled apart. The demon general, who was still struggling, was petrified. Only a ray of blood could be seen, as it transformed into the blind Taoist's primordial spirit. Many faces could be seen within the primordial spirit as they screamed in agony. One of the faces looked extremely ferocious. The Imperial Qi can kill me, but it can't destroy me completely. I will reform myself. As he spoke, the space around him couldn't hold him any longer, and he was about to escape. No, it's gone. At this point, a plum blossom appeared. When this plum blossom first appeared, it was the same size as a real plum blossom. In the blink of an eye, it grew bigger and started glowing brightly. As soon as the light shone on them, many faces started burning. The face in the middle was terrified. Impossible! What is this? What is this? Before he could finish his sentence, the faces around him started disappearing. The biggest face suddenly thought of something. Could it be a treasure that can pierce through the heavens? The face spoke a name, but strangely, as soon as it spoke, there was no more sound. It was as if the name itself had been erased. All that could be heard were the screams of the face. "No, you can't obtain it." It then screamed, "I won't die, I have a backup plan." Before it could finish its sentence, the biggest face turned into a cloud of green smoke. As all the other faces disappeared, a buzzing sound could be heard as a bright light appeared. This light was extremely pure. An altar was slowly operating, and the stars shot out rays of light, connecting with the other stars, forming a constellation that was made up of 10 or so stars. This constellation was actually continuously expanding, and a nebula could be vaguely seen outside. One could see that the rays of light from the stars were connected to each other. In the middle of the constellation, there was a giant with 3 heads and 3 eyes, struggling and roaring. This was the first time the plum blossom had revealed its merciless side. First, the rays of light started to disintegrate. As soon as the rays of light broke apart, the entire constellation disintegrated, leaving behind only 10 stars. "No!" A voice rang out. In the next moment, the giant with 3 heads and 3 eyes was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, as he unleashed all sorts of divine abilities. However, no matter what divine ability he used, before it could be used, it disappeared. The giant is disintegrating. His outer shell, his bones, and his soul were all disintegrating. Soon after, Pei Ziyun felt countless memories surging into his mind. Boom! Pei Ziyun fell into a coma. It seemed like a moment, but it also seemed like a long time. A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes as it grew bigger and bigger. It turned into a translucent information interface, which floated in front of his eyes. Mission: kill the blind Taoist, Demon King, and obtain the authority to control the dragon veins. Obtain more coordinates to the Demon Kingdom. Completed. Pei Ziyun looked at the system and thought to himself, destroying the dragon veins was also part of the demon race's plan. Xie Chengdong, King Lu, they were all pawns. Unbelievable. However, the important information has been erased. The plum blossom, there's no information at all. Just as Pei Ziyun was deep in thought, the plum blossom vibrated, as though it was urging him to complete the mission. He then saw the information interface change. The Void Constellation chart has been completed. The path home has been opened. Reward: mission: kill King Lu and take over the reincarnation platform. Boom! A loud sound could be heard as the plum blossom flashed. The entire space trembled, and the crumbling walls started to repair themselves. Soon after, the plum blossom flashed again, and all the statues started to change. They broke into pieces and turned into stone statues. Demonic chi was sucked out of the statues, and spiritual energy started to surge. Mirage, inner barricade Colonel Chun, led his troops to attack the demonic beasts. The blade in his hand was already chipped several times, as he defended the tent with all his might. "Your Excellency, we can't hold on any longer. Our brothers outside have all died." A bodyguard was covered in blood as he shouted out. Colonel Chun had just killed a demonic beast with a single slash. Blood splattered all over his face as he wiped the blood off his face. He then looked around and saw that there were only about 100 men left. His face fell. "We have to hold on until the true sovereign wakes up. Only then will we have hope." "Your Excellency, Colonel," the bodyguard cried out as he cried out. Li Junyuan then shouted out in anger, "Colonel Chun, there's still a barrel of gunpowder. Kill all the demonic beasts that are surrounding us." "General, I'll go," the bodyguard shouted out as he grabbed the torch and threw himself at the barrel of gunpowder. "Your Excellency, Colonel, you have to retreat." Colonel Chin's face was ashen, and he didn't want to continue fighting. His eyes were bloodshot. "Retreat." "Your Excellency, Colonel, goodbye." The bodyguard closed his eyes as he spoke. He then took out the torch and pointed it at the demonic beasts. Colonel Chun had already retreated 10 meters. Boom! The gunpowder exploded, and dozens of bodyguards and the bodyguard were blasted into pieces. Chapter 463. Commandant Shin saw how loyal he was and retreated to the last hill. He then commanded his soldiers, "Hold your ground, don't retreat. If we're going to die, we're going to die together." At this point, The ground was littered with corpses. Soldiers and demonic beasts lay together as fresh blood flowed like a river. Within a short period of time, more than 10 soldiers had been killed. No, Commandant Chen's face was flushed red as he slashed a soldier to death. However, his arm was sliced open and fresh blood flowed out. Several of his soldiers were injured as well. Li Jingyuan's voice was trembling as he shouted, "Commandant, retreat quickly. The restrictive spell has been activated and should be able to hold on for some time. The enemy is strong, and you can't stop them." Commandant Chen's eyes were filled with tears as he turned around and retreated. Outside, several screams could be heard as they were all killed. A strong wind started to blow, as dark clouds started to gather. The entire hill was covered in a dark and gloomy atmosphere. King Lu looked around and noticed that all the demonic beasts had been killed. Even his own 2,000 soldiers had been killed, and 500 of them had been killed. However, the enemy had lost 3,000 soldiers, and now only 100 remained. King Lu heaved a sigh of relief as he watched from afar. What a good soldier, brave warrior. Give the order for the entire army to press forward. The enemy has no more trump cards. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. To a true soldier and politician, the more loyal, brave, and compassionate the enemy was, the faster they wanted to kill them. As he spoke, his killing intent was overflowing. King Lu's soldiers remained silent as they pressed forward. Their coordination was tight, and they were clad in armor as they slowly approached the enemy's last stronghold. Boom! There were only a dozen Taoists and less than 100 soldiers left. Almost all the bailiffs had been killed. All of a sudden, there was a flash of light as a shield of light appeared. King Lu laughed, continued to attack. How long can a mere restrictive spell hold us back? Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard the rumbling of thunder. Startled, he raised his head to look, only to see the dusky sky suddenly sprinkled with light. Not good. The demonic realm was collapsing. Li Cheng is dead? King Lu was shocked. If the demonic realm had simply dissipated, it wouldn't have mattered. After all, he was still in the capital city of Jin Prefecture. Now that the demonic realm was disappearing, he had to return. Let's end this battle quickly. There's only an hour left before this world collapses. Kill them all. King Lu's face was ashen as he commanded. Whoever dares to retreat shall be killed without mercy. Kill! The demon army pounced forward, their swords and sabers striking the defensive array formation. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. One of the Dao officials could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. The restrictive spell immediately loosened. Not good. We can't hold on any longer. The remaining Daoist officials all spat out a mouthful of blood. With a cracking sound, the barrier shattered, and Li Jinyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Chun Xiaowei raised his blade. My sons, follow me and kill. It's time to die for our country. Kill. The first thing the Devil General did was not to kill the officer, but to stab towards Li Jinyuan. Li Jinyuan felt powerless and could not dodge as the sword Qi was right in front of him. I didn't think I would die here. I tried my best, but I still failed. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Li Jinyuan shouted and wanted to resist, but he suffered a backlash. His body went limp and fell to the ground, unable to move even a finger. Just at this time, an angry shout suddenly rang out. Thunder! Pa! Pei Ziyan opened his eyes. Without saying a word, a crackling sound could be heard as the electricity spread out in all directions. Pu. The guards around him were paralyzed. Following that, Pei Ziyan took a step forward and swung his halberd, cutting the guards in half. Blood sprayed out from their mouths as well. It seems like he's gotten stronger. Li Jinyuan felt this and shouted out loud. Another 10 guards pounced forward, their swords and sabers stabbing towards Pei Ziyan. Your courage is commendable, but it's useless. Pei Ziyan did not even bother to dodge. All he could see was the swords and sabers landing on him. Sparks flew everywhere. His skin was as hard as steel and did not even break his skin. It's my turn. Pei Ziyan did not even need to use any techniques. With a twist of his halberd, a red light flashed past. Pu. Another 10 guards were sliced in half. Pei Ziyin then walked down the hill. Shoot! The guards at the bottom of the hill saw that something was amiss and gave the order. Although it wasn't 100,000 arrows, hundreds of godly archers shot their arrows at the same time. Pu. The arrows hit Pei Ziyin like a porcupine. However, a series of clanging sounds could be heard as the arrows fell to the ground. The steel tips of the arrows seemed to be bent. Impossible. He's not even human. In theory, Li Zhenyuan should have been overjoyed. However, seeing this scene, he felt a chill run down his spine. Even though King Lu's personal guards hadn't transformed into demons, they were still the cream of the crop of the country's crop of elites. Even a godly archer's arrows couldn't penetrate their bodies. Li Zhenyuan was filled with a sense of dread. This was the feeling of his home being destroyed. Kill! Someone didn't believe it, and raised his long spear and pounced forward. His spear transformed into many shadows as it pierced towards Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin didn't give way either. A series of metal clanging sounds could be heard as the shadows of the spear struck his body 7 times. Sparks flew everywhere. Although this person was possessed by a demonic spirit, he couldn't help but feel fear as he retreated quickly. Soon after, the halberd flashed, and in midair, the person was split into 2. A part of the demonic spirit tried to escape, but it flashed and disappeared. Pei Ziyin walked past the corpses and advanced at a steady pace. Everyone who tried to stop him died on the spot. He only had 3 moves. First was his steel body. Although it wasn't completely unscathed, even if it was a demon general, it would only be a few scratches on the skin. Next was his lightning. Compared to before, the power of the lightning was much stronger, and the area of effect was much wider as well. With a single move, everything within a few feet was frozen solid. The halberd was a lethal weapon. No matter who it would slice through the waist. Pei Ziyin's steps weren't fast, but as he walked down the hill, his personal guards fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, 200 to 300 of them had died. At this point, they were still several tens of feet away from King Lu. The soldiers were all prepared for battle. However, looking at their faces, it was clear that even though they had transformed, they were still afraid. How can there be such a monster in this world? King Lu was wise and decisive. He mumbled to himself before turning his horse around. Retreat back to the reincarnation platform. This small space was less than 5 kilometers wide. It was just that it was shrouded by the blood mist and couldn't be seen clearly. At this point, he turned around and led his troops back. It didn't even take him a minute to return. Seeing King Lu's decisiveness, Pei Ziyin couldn't help but be taken aback. He was secretly impressed as he chased after King Lu. The rest of the Imperial Guards didn't care about their own safety as they charged forward. Even though they knew that it was futile, they still used all sorts of weapons to attack King Lu. Seeing that King Lu had retreated, Pei Ziyin didn't hesitate any longer. He grabbed a long spear and pierced it towards King Lu. The long spear pierced through the air and was about to land on King Lu. Several guards rushed out and blocked the spear in midair. A pu sound could be heard as the spear pierced through 3 guards before it fell to the ground. I shall wait for you. King Lu turned around and stepped onto the reincarnation platform. In the next moment, the reincarnation platform disappeared. Following that, a thunderous sound could be heard as everything became clear. True sovereign, this is... Looking around, Pei Ziyin realized that he was still in Dongyuan Mountain. He could clearly see the mountain range that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. At this point, a misty spring rain was falling. On the hillside, all the trees had withered and died. A gust of wind blew past, causing clothes to flutter about. The entire hillside was littered with corpses. There were only the corpses of his soldiers and beasts. The corpses of the personal guards disappeared like a shadow, disappearing without a trace. Qin Shaowei couldn't believe his eyes as he took a step forward. The result was that he fell into the muddy water. No, am I dreaming? But so many of my brothers have died. As he mumbled to himself, he heard a loud slap on his face. Li Jingyuan's official rank was very low. However, since he had received the imperial edict, he was considered half an imperial envoy. At this point, he slapped Pei Ziyan. "What are you crying for? Immediately send someone to inform the county. Ask the county magistrate to mobilize the workers to treat the injured and bury the dead." Li Zhenyuan then bowed to Pei Ziyan. "True sovereign, please give me your instructions." When Pei Ziyan heard this, he didn't speak for some time. He then looked at the mess on the ground before looking at Li Zhenyuan. "You've done a good job. We shall do as you say. However, the rain is still a little chilly. Clear out the tents and food. We have to hide for a while and recuperate." Yes. Originally, it was a huge camp for 3,000 men. There were hundreds of tents. Although many had been lost during the battle, it was easy to find tents that were still intact. Furthermore, there was no shortage of food. Originally, there was enough food for 3,000 men. Even if they were to throw away the bloodied tents, there was still enough food for over 1,000 men. There was no shortage of tents and food. Before long, they had set up camp about 2 kilometers away from the corpses. Regardless of whether they were injured or uninjured, they were able to rest for a while. Although it was raining, there was still some oil left in the camp. This way, they could start a fire. Once the fire was big enough, even the wet wood could be used. Before long, they had started a bonfire. The fire crackled, and the meat that was being cooked in a pot emitted a fragrance that made one drool. Pei Ziyan looked at the rain and sighed. He then spoke to Li Zhenyuan. "Today's incident was a huge loss for us. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, why did King Lu appear after so many years? Also, the matter with the demon race is very important as well. We have to report this to the higher-ups. When the county magistrate arrives, I shall report this to the higher-ups. I shall bear all the responsibilities that I have to bear." When Li Jingyuan heard these words, he thought back to the day when he had led over 100 Dao officials to follow Pei Ziyan. In the end, he had suffered heavy losses and was left with only 10 men. He was on the verge of tears as he forced himself to speak. King Lu was in cahoots with the demons and had destroyed the empire. "True sovereign, you are the one who killed him. This is a great merit. How can I be held accountable? As for dying in battle, that is the duty of a soldier." As he spoke up to this point, he choked and didn't continue speaking. Pei Ziyan nodded his head and didn't speak further. He then took out a bowl of meat soup and drank it. He then muttered under his breath, "System." A plum blossom appeared before his eyes as it grew bigger and bigger. It then turned into a semi-transparent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes as data appeared before his eyes. "Earth Immortal, level 6, 5.9%. It's a pity that once this realm was broken, I fell back to my true strength. I'm only at the 5th or 6th level of the Earth Immortal realm. Now that I've completed the spiritual platform irrigation and the spring thunder baptism, I'm only a step away from the 7th or 8th level. In reality, it's impossible for me to be as strong as the Mirage realm. Furthermore, I can't last for long. Even so, I have a body of steel. What would the imperial court think of me?" Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyan looked at Li Zhenyuan and laughed. Chapter 464. Zhang Yunke took the military report and rushed to the palace to present it to Emperor Qitai. Emperor Qitai received him and gestured, "Open it and read it." Zhang Yunke opened the report and read, "Minister Jinsong Yin reports a great victory for your majesty." He paused for a moment and glanced at the Qitai emperor. Then he began to recite in a clear voice, describing how he arrived in Hu province, transferred troops to the frontline counties, and deployed troops to defeat the enemy. "Your majesty is a saint, and the heavens have blessed me. King Lu has gone against the rules and massacred the entire city. He has lost the hearts of the people, and the counties along the way have surrendered. There's no need to read the rest." As Emperor Qitai spoke, he noticed that Zhang Yun was taken aback. He then laughed. Not only Jinsong Yun, Li Pan from Chu Prefecture and Huang Yuanjin from Northern Plains Prefecture have also reported their victories. Some of them haven't arrived yet, but in a few days, they should be here. AI, King Lu's power has crumbled. I don't know what to do. My father only has 3 sons. Back in the day, we were brothers. At this point, Emperor Chi swallowed his saliva. Let's not talk about this. I summoned you here not for this, but to discuss about true sovereign. Hey, true sovereign? Zhang Yunke hesitated. Emperor Chi looked at Zhang Yunke and said, Men, let the Prime Minister take a seat and hand him the report. Zhang Yunke thanked him and sat down. He then opened the report and saw that it was a report from Pei Ziyan. The gist of the report was that although they had killed the leader of the enemy, only 100 of the original 3,000 remained. They were asking for forgiveness and didn't mention anything about the overall situation. When Zhang Yunke first read it, he was impressed by Pei Ziyan's intelligence. As he continued reading, he felt a chill down his spine. This man's heart is as dangerous as a mountain. Zhang Yunke was the prime minister and understood the situation very well. The fact that they were able to win this battle so quickly was indeed due to Pei Ziyan's merits. However, Pei Ziyan was a Taoist. Even if he were a grand scholar, he would not be rewarded. The process was like this. First, he would be rewarded heavily. Then, according to the emperor's feelings for him, he would be rewarded for his actions. Half of it depended on the reaction of the person involved. Some people might say that this was the time to defile oneself, but this was actually a road to death. If one were to defile oneself, it would have no effect if it was a small one, but if it was a big one, the emperor or the court officials would be overjoyed. If a prince broke the law, he would be punished the same as a commoner. Kill, kill, kill. Hence, it had to be a public scandal. What exactly was a public scandal? It was written on Pei Ziyan's memorial. Firstly, he had to encircle and annihilate the traitors. This was a righteous act, and no one could find fault with it. After that, although the matter was settled and the enemy's leader was killed, the losses were great, and they had to apologize to the imperial court. It was impossible to do things perfectly. If even this was harsh, then all the officials in the world would not do things. Therefore, this memorial had paved the way for the imperial court and him. Even the prime minister had witnessed his ability to play mind games. Another rumble of thunder could be heard. It wasn't loud, but it was very close. Zhang Yunke frowned and thought for a while. He then sighed and said, True sovereign Pei Qian is a loyal ruler. It's just that he pursued the enemy too fiercely, which resulted in him falling into an ambush. The losses were great. Since he's asking for forgiveness, there's no need to punish him. He could be rewarded with land and allowed to return home. Emperor Chi listened attentively as he pondered. He then bit his lips and said, In the past, I felt that my father the emperor was too harsh. But when I reached this position, I understood the difficulties. Sometimes it's hard to satisfy both sides. These words were without rhyme or reason. Zhang Yunke's heart sank, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. He was depressed because he knew that Pei Ziyan had done a great deed. He was overjoyed because the emperor's suspicions were obvious. Zhang Yunke's eyes gleamed. Just as he was about to speak, Emperor Chi slowly stood up and said, Take a look at this memorial. There's a secret memorial from Pei Ziyan and an urgent letter from the Taoist Records Department. Zhang Yunke paused as he picked it up and read it. The minute he saw it, he wanted to curse out loud. Preposterous. However, he managed to control himself. When he took a closer look, his heart sank. After a long time, he finally regained his composure and frowned. This matter is hard for me to believe. King Lu was in Jin Prefecture. Why would he suddenly bring his troops to Dongyuan Mountain? That's a distance of 700 miles. Zhang Yunke paused before he continued. Furthermore, there's a note stating that the corpses have disappeared. This means that there's no evidence. As for the demons, that's even more ridiculous. However, with so many secret memorials, I don't think that they would dare to join forces to deceive the emperor. Besides, the loss of 3,000 men proves that they've met a formidable enemy. This official doesn't dare to confirm the authenticity of this matter. Can we delay this matter for a few days and let the imperial court investigate this matter thoroughly before we make a reply? This is my intention as well. I don't dare to believe it, but I don't dare to not believe it. Emperor Chitai spoke expressionlessly. You're the prime minister. This matter has to be reported to you. Go, on behalf of the imperial court, investigate this matter thoroughly. Yes. Seeing that Zhang Yunke had left, the emperor turned around and looked at someone. How's the matter regarding the Dao sect? Eunuch Huang bowed. Your servant has already sent a letter, using the matter regarding the demons as an excuse to gather everyone. Nobody can refuse. Emperor Chitai nodded his head and didn't speak further. Yingling Temple, the mountain range, was filled with mountains and forests. The temple was built with the back of the mountain and the face of the water. At this point, the peak of the mountain was shrouded in mist. A Taoist was breathing heavily as he inhaled and exhaled. The wind blew past, causing the Taoist's robes to flutter. He looked like he was in his 20s, but had a few strands of white hair. At this point, a Taoist hurried up to the peak of the mountain. He held a letter in his hands and looked at the Taoist cultivating. After some time, he stopped moving. The Taoist then stepped forward and whispered, "Sect leader, there's a secret message from the Tao Records Department. We're Taoists. We shouldn't be so close to the imperial court." The sect leader had a look of disgust on his face as he wiped his hands with a towel and was about to leave. The Taoist hurriedly said, "Sect leader, it's regarding true sovereign pay. It said that it's related to King Lu as well." Hearing these words, the sect leader's face fell as he turned around to look at the Taoist. The Taoist knew that the sect leader was moved and hurriedly handed the letter over. He tore the letter open and read it. After a few glances, he said, "What? Steel body? Demon army? That's unbelievable." After pausing for some time, the Taoist then said, "Looks like I have to make a trip to the capital city. Send 20 disciples to follow me into the capital city." "Yes, sect leader," the Taoist who followed him acknowledged. Similar things had happened in different Taoist sects as well. Some hesitated, some responded to the sect leader's summons, and some even tried to find out what was going on. Fairy Palace. The Fairy Palace had a long history. It was built by the previous dynasty and had been preserved to this day. It was a place of worship and worship. Between the cracks of the green bricks, there were green moss and water droplets that looked like pearls. As they walked in, they saw that the ground was paved with green stones. Grass grew on both sides of the path, and the entire place was filled with life. On the green stone path, 10 Taoists were strolling leisurely as they admired the spring scenery. When the wind blew past, a chill could be felt. However, these Taoists didn't seem to mind. Their faces were flushed red as they chatted. From time to time, laughter could be heard. When the spring thunder booms, the flowers bloom and bear fruit. How wonderful! The Tao is within. A middle-aged man dressed in a white robe said as he shook his head. The sect leader of Level Sky sect was the exact opposite. He laughed coldly as he reached out and plucked a branch off a flower. "Fellow Taoist brothers, let's not waste our time. We don't have time to waste. True Sovereign Pei is extremely talented. He's only 20+ years old and has already become an Earth immortal. He's even passed the tribulations. How terrifying. If we let him be, he'll be the next Tao monarch. What do all of you think?" The sect leader of Xian Fa sect immediately followed up. His tone was icy cold. "Not only that, there's also news that not only did Pei Ziyun pass the tribulations, he's even about to attain the indestructible Vajra body. How envious. We're all young and can't become an Earth immortal. But how can Free Cloud sect raise an Earth immortal? It's unbelievable. What do all of you think?" As the sect leader spoke, his eyes were filled with jealousy. However, his words were like a cat's paw scratching at the hearts of the Taoists. The Taoists who were originally together quieted down. It was extremely difficult to become an Earth immortal. Everyone present was extremely talented. They didn't care about the riches of the world. They only wanted to become an Earth immortal. However, none of them could overcome this hurdle. This had nothing to do with talent. Free Cloud sect has an Earth immortal. How can it still be considered a small sect? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's the #1 sect in the South. Amidst the silence, the sect leader of Donghua sect laughed out before changing the topic. The sect leader of Xian Fa sect's indestructible Vajrabadi is just a rumor. It's not the truth. It's just that it's not true. The Taoist officials of the imperial court are despicable and despicable. They might be intentionally hiding the truth and provoking conflict between us. However, our sect has been passed down for a long time. How could these dogs of the imperial court know of it? Everyone stopped in their tracks and didn't speak for a moment. At this point, they were standing in front of a tree. Spring was coming, and the branches were hanging down. The flowers were emitting a refreshing fragrance. Everyone was admiring it. After a long time, the sect leader of Ping Tian sect spoke. However, the fact that the sect leader of Ping Tian sect has such a performance means that he's very close to becoming an earth immortal. Seeing that everyone was silent, he raised his voice. Back then, when the Tao monarch rose, paradise was upgraded. There were even a handful of earth immortals. Everyone was envious of him. However, after that, the Tao monarch fell into a deep slumber. The heavens and earth treated us Taoists more and more harshly. This person is extremely talented. However, it's not a blessing for Taoist sect. That's right. The Tao monarch fell, and our Taoist sect fell into a deep slump. Now, we really can't afford to have another Tao monarch. The sect leader of Xian Fa sect spoke before repeating, "We can't afford to have another Tao monarch." The sect leader of the Dong Hua sect revealed a look of sarcasm before disappearing in a flash. From afar, a young eunuch led a red-robed eunuch over. All the Taoists stopped talking and didn't speak any further. The fairy palace wasn't very big. However, the corridors were winding and winding. They went around a fake mountain and a pond, as well as a pine forest. The young eunuch supported the red-robed eunuch and spoke in a low voice. "I have something to report." "Speak." Eunuch Huang spoke. The young eunuch retrieved a book from his sleeves and handed it over. "Godfather, 24 sect leaders have arrived. There are more than 100 Taoists gathered." Seeing that Eunuch Huang was reading the book, the young eunuch stepped forward and reported, "Godfather, true Lord Pei isn't a Taoist?" Looking at these sect leaders, some of them seemed to want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. "Why is that?" "Mmph." Eunuch Huang snorted coldly. "If you weren't my nephew and didn't acknowledge me as your father, I wouldn't have given you any guidance. We're both eunuchs. Are you willing to see little Ping Z climb higher than you and climb on top of your head?" "No." The young eunuch seemed to have understood something. Taoists are humans after all. In fact, the Taoists are much better than I expected. Eunuch Huang patted the document in his hands. Only 40% of the Taoists want to kill Pei Ziyun when he's down. Compared to some civil officials, the Taoists are considered to be rather decent. As he spoke, the group of Taoists approached without speaking. More than 20 Taoists knelt down and said, "We pay our respects to Eunuch Huang. Please rise. Everyone here is a true lord. I dare not accept such an honor." Eunuch Huang's face was full of smiles as he spoke in a shrill voice. "Everyone here has accepted the imperial edict to enter the capital city at night. This shows that you are truly loyal to the emperor. I believe that in these few days, all of you will reap some benefits." Chapter 465. Jin Prefecture City. As the rain started to fall, a scream could be heard from within the palace. The wild goose lowered its head and saw soldiers surrounding it. The smell of blood filled the air as it tried to escape. "Ah, that's impossible." An imperial guard rushed to the door and asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Before long, King Lu's voice could be heard. Although the imperial guard was suspicious, he retreated. "Yes, Your Majesty." Within the room, King Lu's upper body was bare, and his hair was disheveled. He looked at the bronze mirror and had a look of fear on his face. He touched his forehead and noticed that there was a horn on his forehead. There were runes on it, and it was glowing. "How did I become like this?" King Lu's face contorted in disbelief. "Li Cheng can maintain his human form, but why can't I? Why am I like this?" King Lu spoke softly, unable to accept what had happened. He opened his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes were filled with ferocity. "I haven't accomplished anything yet. How can I face people like this? Wouldn't that be telling the world that I'm a demon? that I'm despised by the world, that I'm the enemy of the world? Li Cheng, you dare frame me? You want to place me in a dangerous situation? King Lu stood in front of the mirror and mumbled to himself, tried to calm himself down. The world disappeared, and King Lu realized that he had woken up. He wasn't surprised, but was instead elated. Although he had massacred an entire city and his reputation was in tatters, he was now the demon emperor. All sorts of miraculous techniques flowed through his mind, as long as he could turn his army into a demon. So what if his reputation was in tatters? The emperor had to have strong soldiers and horses. But after a nap, he had grown a horn, and there was even a faintly discernible eye between his eyebrows. This was completely different. This was a demon. Who would be willing to be a demon? This would incite the greatest rebellion. Be it the commoners or the officials, they would never accept a demon. As he thought of this, he looked at himself in the mirror and clenched his fists. His fingernails turned sharp and cold. Li Cheng, are you going to force me into a corner? The rain was getting heavier as it hit the window. All of a sudden, a thunderous rumble could be heard. Boom! King Lu's body trembled as he felt a chill run down his spine. He then looked up and saw that the entire sky was covered by dark clouds. The cracks in the clouds were bright, and from time to time, the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. With the wind and thunder around the corner, I should be in awe, but what I fear is not this. King Lu's senses were much sharper now that he was in his demonic form. He could feel the hostility in the air, as though it was like maggots in his bones. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, drenching his entire back. I've been rejected by heaven's will. When I was born, I was blessed with a green aura that hung from the hood of a chariot. I was not destined to be a subject. With this life providence, even if there is heaven's wrath, it won't immediately befall me. However, how much longer can I endure the heart of heaven's hatred? Pei Ziyun, Li Cheng, you can kill them all. King Lu trembled as his face contorted. The image of a three-faced giant appeared within the mirror. King Lu took a step back before he unsheathed his sword and sliced the mirror into two. He then shouted out, Why? Why am I not the crown prince? Why am I like this just because I'm a few days late? Heavens, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Since that's the case, I'll use the human race as a sacrifice to turn all living creatures into demons and bring chaos to this world. Huh! King Lu's maniacal voice rang out in all directions. As his voice echoed out, the eyes of the Imperial Guards started to turn red, as though they were filled with blood. Ping Shou County, the sky was nearing dusk as the boat sailed along the river. However, the rain continued to fall, and the speed of the boat wasn't very fast. Yu Yinjun saw that the county was right in front of her eyes, and that the elders were already prepared. She then retrieved a flask of wine and entered the cabin. She then saw Pei Ziyun dressed in casual clothes and writing under the light of the lantern. She then laughed. We're almost home. What are you writing now? Come, I brought you a flask of wine. Master, I'm writing a down manual. These few years, I've gained quite a lot of knowledge. I want to organize them and create a complete path for Free Cloud Sect. Pei Ziyun was so focused on writing that he didn't notice Yu Yinjun enter. When he heard her question, he put down his brush and smiled before receiving the flask of wine. He then poured himself a cup and smiled. This wine is not bad. Master loves me too much. Hearing Pei Ziyun say this, Yu Yinjun laughed. I know you love good wine, and so I prepared it for you. She then paused for some time before asking, Did something happen to the imperial court? Why does Master ask me this? Pei Ziyun asked. Yu Yinjun nodded her head. King Lu hasn't even been dealt with, and you've returned just like that. I feel uneasy. Did something happen? Master, you're worrying too much. I have two reasons for this. Seeing that Yu Yinjun was confused, Pei Ziyun laughed. Firstly, the entire imperial court thinks that King Lu is finished. They can't wait for me to not interfere. If I wanted to interfere, that would be fine. However, I'm a Taoist. If I were to compete with them, not only would I offend a large number of people, I would also incur the hatred of the imperial court. Furthermore, I'm a true sovereign and have no titles or rewards. Since that's the case, why should I continue to do so? That's why I used the excuse of losing 3,000 men to beg for forgiveness and return home. Indeed, the imperial court approved of my request and rewarded me with gold and silver. When Yu Yanjun heard this, she noticed that Pei Ziyun had a faint smile on his face. She felt that something was amiss and asked, "What you've said makes sense. However, I feel that this isn't the only thing you're thinking about. Would you back down so easily? I don't believe it." "Ha!" Pei Ziyun laughed. "Master, you understand me well. That's right, it's not just this." As he spoke, he stood up and paced around the cabin of his ship. He didn't speak for a long time before sighing. "Have you ever heard of the saying that an ordinary man is innocent, but possessing a jade ring becomes a crime? Possessing a jade ring is a crime. What's more, possessing the power to threaten the imperial court. When I became an earth immortal, it was already difficult for me to tolerate it. Now that I've passed the tribulations, I've exceeded the limits of the imperial court's tolerance. I'm afraid my honeymoon with the imperial court has come to an end." As he spoke, he recalled all those years ago, before the crown prince ascended to the throne. He then sat down once more, his eyes gleaming with melancholy as he stared into the rainy night. He then said, "Strong winds test the strength of the grass, and the strength of the officials is revealed. But on the other hand, if the grass wants to show its strength, it needs strong winds. If the officials want to be put in an important position, the country will fall into chaos." When Yu Yanjun heard this, she hesitated. "Are you saying that the imperial court is going to make a move against us?" Pei Ziyun laughed as he stood up and walked towards the sand table. He then pointed at it and said, "No, I'm going to use the same tactic I used against Count Zhongqin to deal with the imperial court. King Lu is at the end of his rope. If he were immortal, that would indeed be the case. After such a defeat, the morale of his troops would crumble. No matter how capable he is, it would be difficult to turn the situation around. But now, he has become a demon emperor. Although it's not easy for a demon spirit to possess an army, it wouldn't be difficult for him to have a few thousand more soldiers. King Lu is proficient in the art of war and has such a powerful army. How can it be easy to defeat him? Even if it's me, I have to think twice. Now that the imperial court wants to pluck the peaches, the officials want to pluck the peaches, and even the Taoist sects want to pluck the peaches, I'll let them have their way. Let's see if they bite down on the peaches or if they break their teeth." Pei Ziyun gritted his teeth as he laughed. "To put it bluntly, I'm running out of time. What I need isn't to defeat King Lu immediately, but to buy some time. King Lu has cut himself off from the world. He's cut himself off from his ancestors and from the will of the heavens. However, the centipede is still alive and has the strength of the demons. It won't be easy to defeat him in a short period of time." Pei Ziyun spoke slowly and clearly. His tone was icy cold. "I'm not trying to take the peaches. Even if I were to kill King Lu, what rewards would I get? I just want to buy a few years of time so that the imperial court and the Taoist sects can deal with King Lu. Only then will I realize that I'm no longer able to control him. Since you want me to retreat, it's going to be difficult for me to take over again. This time, it won't be like the last time, where I can act as I please." This discussion was extremely enlightening to Yu Yanjun. She didn't expect that these few steps would have such a deep meaning. It's just that if this were to happen, the situation in the north would become chaotic once again. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but stopped herself. She then sighed. "It's a pity for the citizens. There's nothing we can do about it." Pei Ziyun's voice was calm as he looked out the window. "So many heroes and heroes can't bear to leave this country. That's why I'd rather know that it's disadvantageous to myself, and that it's unfair to myself, but I still have to give it my all. As for me, I'm just a cold-hearted Taoist." Yu Yanjun remained silent for a long time before she spoke. "Demon race, what's going on here? It's like this. I'm afraid they're from outside this world." Pei Ziyun thought for some time before explaining everything in detail. When Yu Yanjun heard this, she sighed and looked worried. "It's another chaotic world. How long has it been since the world was peaceful?" "This isn't our fault, Master. I've decided to arrange it this way." Pei Ziyun walked closer and whispered to her. At this point, someone shouted, "We've arrived at the pier." Pei Ziyun laughed. "Let's go ashore." Snail Village when they returned home. The weather was perfect. The rain had stopped and the sky was clear. Smoke could be seen rising from the chimneys of the village. Before long, Fay Mansion was brightly lit. The moonlight shone through the door and illuminated the main hall. The welcoming banquet had ended. Pei Ziyun was in the inner hall, talking to Pei Qianshi. Pei Qianshi held her son's hand and looked at him for a long time without speaking. Your son has traveled 1,000 miles, and your mother worries about you. Your son is unfilial and can't serve you. I'm sorry for making you worry. Pei Ziyun said in shame. My son has grown up, and my ambition is to travel far and wide. Pei Qianshi paused before sighing. When I heard that my son had returned this morning, I was happy and sad at the same time. Why is that? The last time the magistrate came, he was very respectful to me. I know that my life and glory were all earned by my son's hard work. I'm happy and sad at the same time. AI, your mother only wishes for you to be safe and sound. Pei Ziyun looked at Pei Qianshi's silver hair and tightened his grip on her hand. He did not know how to respond and could only sigh. When he returned to the backyard, he saw that the pavilion was lit. There was a pot of tea and a few plates of snacks on the table. There was also a small wine jar. Husband, senior brother, master. The two beauties stood up to greet him. Pei Ziyun nodded his head. Was it convenient to speak just now? Since we're here, let's sit for a while. In the pavilion, they chatted for a while. When they parted ways, Yi Su'er had mentioned that she had a set of clothes made, but had not taken it out yet. Chu Xia then asked about the situation. Liao Qingyi opened her eyes wide and was very interested. She pestered Pei Ziyun. Teacher. All right then, let's talk. Just now Yi Su'er and Chu Xia had talked a lot, while Liao Qingyi had talked a little less. Thinking about it, it was a form of compensation. When Pei Ziyun was telling the story to them, he noticed that they were very concerned about his safety. He could not help but be taken aback. He then blurted out, it was said that when the Thief King waved his hand, demonic energy would surge within the army. Liao Qingyi was mesmerized by the story, while Chu Xia was racking her brains on how to make the demonic energy surge within the army. Husband, Yi Su'er reminded him. She was the only calm and clear-headed listener. Pei Ziyun would occasionally stop to drink some tea to moisten his throat. He turned around and saw that Yi Su'er was listening attentively. It seemed like she was worried too. Unknowingly, the moon was high up in the sky. It was late at night, and the banquet was almost over. Chu Xia was actually very intelligent. She saw Pei Ziyun and Yi Su'er looking at each other and stretched lazily. She then walked out of the pavilion, picked up her own lamp, and led Liao Qingyi away. After walking a few steps, she turned into the shade of a tree and hid herself from the sight of the two of them. Tears welled up in her eyes. No matter what, the moon was full, and she was full. Chu Xia, you must be happy. Liao Qingyi looked up at her. In the pavilion, Pei Ziyun helped Yi Su'er with her lamp. Chu Xia did not stop him, but watched as he did so. The two of them returned to the master bedroom. Just as Pei Ziyun was about to extinguish the lamp, she took it and hung it on the window. Your husband has been away for too long and has forgotten the customs of my hometown. When the moon is full, the lamp will not be extinguished, and 1,000 lanterns will shine upon you. Husband, don't you have anything else to say to your wife? Pei Ziyun brushed aside a strand of her hair and looked at her familiar and elegant face. I have troubled you at home. Yes, I heard mother's words just now. When husband is not home, your wife will be filial to you. Yi Su'er raised her head and looked at him. Her voice became soft and almost inaudible, but your wife misses you too. Her small hands wrapped around his waist, and he held her hands. He could not speak and could only sigh heavily. Chapter 466. Haisu County, the houses were tall and sturdy, with flags fluttering in the wind. The roads were paved with blue stone, and the city walls were even taller. It was a safe place to live. No, don't kill me. Ah. At this point, a scream broke the silence. A young lady was running down the street. Her hair was disheveled, as though she had seen a ghost. A cavalryman was chasing after her on horseback, holding a blade in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the cavalryman had sharp teeth and claws. He was no longer a human, but a demon. Very quickly, the cavalryman caught up to the young lady. The cavalryman didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. With a single slash, the young lady fell to the ground. The cavalryman seemed to be hungry as he leapt down from his horse and pounced on the corpse. He then dug out the heart, which was still beating, and started biting into it. Fresh blood flowed down the bluestone tiles as it started to gather. Kill. Not good, it's a demon. This wasn't the first time this happened. Smoke rose up from several places in the county as the flames danced. The people were panicking as the soldiers chased after them. From time to time, they would chop someone down as their faces were covered in fresh blood. Bastard! At this point, someone shouted out in anger. In a blink of an eye, he charged forward and elbowed the unprepared soldier. Pah! The sound of bones breaking could be heard as the soldier groaned and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. However, he didn't die. His eyes flashed red as he reached out with his hand. Let go. This soldier was an expert in martial arts and thought that he would be able to kill the soldier. He didn't expect that he wouldn't die and instead got caught. He struggled with all his might. In the blink of an eye, another soldier was pushed forward, and a pu sound could be heard as the blade pierced through him. The soldier groaned and died instantly. The soldier whose ribs had been broken laughed out as he reached out with his hand and pulled out another heart. He then screamed out in pain. Kill, kill, kill. Within the county, King Lu's army transformed into demons and started massacring the entire city. Blood started to gather in the air as the people in the city tried to escape. The soldiers stood guard at the gates and killed anyone who tried to escape. At this point, blood flowed like a river. The crows in the sky smelled the blood and flew around, cawing loudly. Occasionally, a few black crows would dive down and peck at the corpses before flying back up to the branches. Their red eyes were filled with vigilance as they looked around. Sir, it's not good. The Emperor's army has turned into monsters and is massacring the city. Haisu County Yamen was located in the west of the city. On the screen wall, there was a silent retreat sign. There were 2 locust trees in front of the gate. Now that spring had arrived, there was a patch of shade. At this moment, a constable rushed in with several bailiffs, their faces filled with terror. The magistrate was deep in thought about how to supply the Lu army with rations when he woke up from his stupor. When he saw the constable in front of him, he frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" "My lord, the Emperor's army has turned into demons and is massacring the city." "Audacious! How dare you say that His Majesty's army has become monsters? You deserve to die." When a magistrate heard this, he jumped in fright and shouted angrily, "Men, arrest this traitor." The magistrate had heard of this rumor before, but thought that it was just a rumor. He was a commoner and was only promoted by King Lu to be an official. He had always been loyal to the king, and even if the situation wasn't favorable, he would still be loyal. How could he believe such a rumor? Even before the magistrate could finish speaking, he heard screams of agony, as well as the roars of wild beasts. His body trembled as his face turned pale. He then looked around the building. All he could see was a raging inferno, and the sounds of killing filled the air. Tens of feet away, he could see a soldier covered in scales chopping down a man, before burying his head in food. "We're finished." The magistrate's legs turned to jelly as he fell to the ground. A pungent smell of blood assaulted his nostrils, causing his pants to be wet. When the constable and bailiffs saw the magistrate in such a state, they gritted their teeth. "Let's go, let's fight to the death with these demons." These people rushed out, and within moments, screams could be heard. They were either killed or torn to shreds by the demon soldiers. They didn't stop there and rushed towards the yamen. At this point, footsteps could be heard. A serving maid seemed to have heard the news and went out to investigate. The magistrate recognized her, as she had just been bought not too long ago. She had a pretty face and wanted to shout out but couldn't. A demon soldier had already pounced on her. The serving maid screamed as she fell to the ground. The demon soldier didn't care about her as he pounced on her and bit down on her neck, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. The rest of the demon soldiers rushed in, and no matter who it was, they killed and ate them. The magistrate could even hear the familiar screams of his wife and daughter. His legs trembled as he shouted, "I am a sinner. I am a sinner. How could I allow demons to enter the city?" The screams weren't much, but after a while, there was no more sound. The magistrate's face was pale, and he didn't even have the courage to look at his wife and daughter. His face was filled with despair as he mumbled, "I am a sinner. I am a sinner. How could I allow demons to enter the city?" He paced back and forth for several steps. His eyes were blank. He then used a rope to tie himself to the top of the stairs and placed it around his neck. He then kicked off the stool, and his body started twitching violently. After a while, there was no more sound, and he floated along with the wind. Blood chi and resentment swirled around him, as they transformed into blood chi, which flowed towards King Lu's army. One intoxicating smell. King Lu, who had just entered the city, spoke out softly as he stepped into the pool of blood. Eunuch Liao was by his side and could hear King Lu mumbling, "I've only obtained half of the Demon King's authority. I'm half human and not a demon, neither human nor ghost. Furthermore, I can't force demons to possess my body. I can only feed on blood like this to attract the demons to form an army. Compared to humans, I'm getting more and more sinful by the day." Eunuch Liao lowered his eyes, as though he didn't see the tragedy that was unfolding before him. He then spoke, "But your majesty is already the demon king. Since you're not human, how can you talk about sin? Humans eat all kinds of beasts and plants. How can there be plants and beasts that come and take revenge? What kind of world is this?" Seeing King Lu's bitter smile, he then continued, "The last time we massacred the entire city, there were only 4,000 demons left. After this incident, I reckon that at least another 3,000 demons will possess their bodies. That's a total of 7,000 demons. That should be enough for us to fight." At this point, a lieutenant from a scout battalion urged his horse forward and dismounted. He then knelt down on one knee and bowed. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Army has arrived. They are led by the Imperial Envoy Ji Tsungyan. They have a total of 40,000 soldiers, and it's possible that they have more reinforcements." The lieutenant from a scout battalion was still conscious, but his face was now covered with fur, as though he didn't see the massacre around him. Good timing. King Lu raised his head and revealed a cold smile. He then spoke to Eunuch Liao. "Officials are useless. I didn't believe it at first, but now I'm convinced. No matter what, I still have 20,000 soldiers. If I really wanted to attack, I would have surrounded them and killed them all in one fell swoop. But this Ji Tsung Yin only has 40,000 soldiers, and yet he's urging them to march forward. Not to mention the demon soldiers, just the fact that they're marching so far away is a huge taboo. It's been said that even the Taoists didn't have time to gather. They're really rushing to their deaths. Your Majesty, that's how the Imperial Army and the officials are. Previously, Pei Ziyun had surrounded us to the point where we couldn't even breathe. But now that the peaches have ripened, they started to push Pei Ziyun aside. Furthermore, they started to fight amongst themselves for credit and didn't cooperate at all. All of them wanted to be the first to claim credit for themselves. Even without the demon soldiers, your Majesty can still defeat them. You're right. Just look at how fast they've advanced. Even without the demon soldiers, I can still defeat them." King Lu spoke before shaking his head. "However, my army is at the end of the road. Even if we can defeat one of them, we won't be able to defend against the other two. Taking turns to wear them down is also effective. Without the demon soldiers, I can only defeat 2 of them before I'm exhausted. After that, I'll be defeated by the 3rd. That's how these officials became famous. Who knows, in 1,000 years, I might even be able to become a general." As King Lu spoke up to this point, he couldn't help but laugh. He then raised his head and saw that the blood sacrifice was almost complete. In midair, a demonic dragon floated in midair, surrounded by a mist of blood. It swam back and forth, its eyes glowed red. "My sons, follow me out of the city to hunt." As King Lu spoke, his voice traveled into the ears of every single demon soldier. The soldiers who had been slaughtering their way out of the city gathered around. At first, they were in small groups, but when they reached the city gates, there were more than 10,000 of them. At this point, the entire county was filled with rivers of blood. Limbs and corpses were strewn all over the place. Some wild dogs were sneakily tearing at the corpses, their eyes glowing red as they followed behind the demon soldiers. King Lu looked over and saw that at first there was some confusion, but soon after, they regrouped and regrouped. Their horses and foot soldiers were in perfect formation. Flags were flying everywhere as they gathered about a kilometer away from the city. The demon race has a strict hierarchy, but when used in an army, there are rules. The flags fluttered in the wind as the stench of blood permeated the air. King Lu laughed out, "Good sons, follow me into battle." As he spoke, he whipped his horse and led his army out. At the same time, the flags on the plains fluttered in the wind. The army was lined up in a formation of 40,000 soldiers. The imperial envoy, King Songyun, followed by several generals. When he saw that King Lu's army only numbered 10,000, a look of ridicule appeared on his face. If King Lu had stayed in the city and fought, he might have been able to hold on for some time. But now that he's fighting to the death, he's really digging his own grave. King Songyun laughed coldly, as though he was overjoyed. "Your Excellency is blessed. That's why I've been bewitched by Your Excellency's actions. That's why I'm digging my own grave." Someone tried to flatter him. King Songyun couldn't help but laugh as he corrected, "This isn't my good fortune. It's the Emperor's good fortune." As he spoke, he even clasped his hands towards the heavens. The people around him were all in awe as they thought to themselves, "Even to this extent, he doesn't forget the Emperor's good fortune. This man has become an official." "Your Excellency, there's a message from the imperial court. It says that King Lu might be a demon, and we have to guard against him," a Taoist hurriedly reported. "Nonsense." When King Songyun heard this, his face fell as he shouted out angrily. He then stared at the Taoist and laughed coldly. "How can there be demons in this world? Are you colluding with the enemy and trying to disrupt the morale of my troops?" These words were laced with a cold intent. The Taoist wanted to argue further, but was so cold that his face turned green. He then retreated and didn't dare to try to persuade him any further. "Your Excellency, why are you so angry? This Taoist is just a messenger. He's scared out of his wits. If the rumors are true, would King Lu really be defeated?" "Ha!" A general watched as the Taoist left and laughed. At this point, everyone around him burst out into laughter. King Songyun laughed out as his eyes burned with passion. This time, King Lu had been defeated. It was only a matter of time before he was able to reclaim his lands. Since he had defeated King Lu and captured him as a captive, it wasn't a matter of being promoted anymore. It was a matter of being conferred a title. At this point, he laughed coldly and spoke to the general. "There's no need to speak further. Listen to my orders. I don't believe in demons. Even if he's a demon, with tens of thousands of troops around, all demons and ghosts will be crushed. Raise the drums." Following the order, the drums rang out as the entire army marched forward. Chapter 467. Dong, dong, dong. Following a loud battle cry, the troops advanced step by step. 40,000 troops, 7,000 troops. Every step they took was like the beating of a drum, causing dust to fly up. As soon as they got closer, the troops of the imperial army were shocked. They couldn't see clearly from afar, but when they were about 200 steps away, they could see King Lu's troops in formation. After the blood sacrifice, the demon soldiers were at their peak. Many of them had transformed into their demon forms. Each of them had the appearance of a wolf, tiger, or leopard. Their fangs were sharp, and they held long blades in their hands. Demons, they're really demons. At this point, the vanguard troops of the imperial army were in an uproar. However, it had only been 12 years since the imperial army had won the war. Their morale was still high, and their generals were still present. At this point, an officer shouted out, Whoever dares to move shall be killed without mercy. This is just a smokescreen to deceive us. Everyone, don't be afraid. Kill them all. The vanguard troops roared out in anger as King Lu's troops pressed forward as well. Both sides were so close that they could clearly see each other's faces. Half of King Lu's troops were in their demon forms. Kill! The vanguard troops shouted out the order. At this point, a demon general dressed in black armor stepped out. This person had a strong aura around him. Even though he was in his demon form, he was still resolute. He led 100 cavalrymen and charged forward. 100 cavalrymen in a battle between two armies was an insignificant number. However, there was a sound of break as a long spear swept across the battlefield. Several soldiers screamed out in agony as blood rained down from the sky, following which the soldiers and their horses charged forward like the wind. At this point, a group of people surrounded them. Although they didn't have horses, their spears pierced through the air. Another spear pierced through the necks of the horses. Their coordination was well practiced. Kill! With a single point of the spear shot out in all directions. Every time the spear shot out, blood would splatter everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the spear had reached the vanguard troops. So it's Xielin. You went missing in the army because you followed the rebel king? The vanguard troops recognized him and shouted out. If your brother knew about this, he would die of anger. My brother, who is so loyal and accomplished in battle, is dead. He was beheaded by military law. The demon general swung his whip, and another 2 men fell to the ground. If I don't join the rebellion, am I supposed to be a corporal for the rest of my life? Furthermore, I'm a cripple. I'm the happiest about the emperor transforming into a demon. The tendons in my hand have finally recovered. The demon general snorted coldly. I'm going to kill. I'm going to kill all of you. Clang, clang, clang. The spear's shadow stabbed out continuously, already connected with fire. Just after receiving 2 attacks, the vanguard's expression changed. This power was really too great, and each attack contained a strange power. Everforest mantra. On the 3rd strike, vanguard spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed like a lot, but it happened in an instant. On the 4th strike, vanguard's face turned pale. No, die. The demon general didn't say anything else and stabbed out. Blood splattered everywhere as the vanguard fell to the ground. Kill the enemy's vanguard. Kill the enemy's vanguard. The demon general led the demon soldiers and immediately broke through, transforming into a sharp sword, directly breaking into the slaughter. Each and every one of the demon soldiers were ferocious, using long blades, sharp fangs, and sharp claws. As they charged forward, the vanguard battalion immediately suffered heavy losses. Block it, block it! One of the demon generals shouted out, his voice filled with fear. The fear from the previous defeat resurfaced in his mind. King Lu was just as ferocious back then. Xielin, you deserve to die. I should have killed you long ago. This demon general's personal guard rushed forward, wanting to block this unstoppable attack. His long blade gleamed with a cold light as he stepped off the horse's back and leaped into the air, slashing down towards the demon general. Kill! Demon General Xielin was even more ferocious. He raised his spear to block the attack, and sparks flew everywhere. Xielin smiled, revealing his sharp teeth. He didn't look like a human at all. The demon general was taken aback, and yet another slash came from a tricky angle. Xielin's figure moved and suddenly disappeared. What? An afterimage? Just as the demon general was about to succeed, his vision blurred, and he disappeared without a trace. He couldn't help but be startled. Just as he turned around, a spear had already landed on his waist. Boom! The sound of metal shattering rang out as the demon general's armor caved in. Pieces of metal, along with pieces of flesh and blood, flew into the air. Amidst the screams of agony, Demon General Xielin dodged the blade that the demon general threw at him before he died, and pierced his spear into the demon general's body. Pooh! The demon general spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His entire body was sent flying, and when he landed on the ground, he was trampled into meat paste by the horse's hooves. Haha, how refreshing. Brother, I'm not like you. Which temple doesn't have ghosts who died wrongly? If that's the case, I shall kill everyone in the temple. After killing so many of his old comrades, Demon General Cielin felt extremely satisfied. A faint ripple spread out, as though his martial arts had improved tremendously. He had entered a state of madness, and wherever he went, no one could survive. His body gradually turned into a beast, and fresh blood, hatred, and resentful spirits were constantly being sacrificed, becoming a delicacy that nourished him. In an instant, the vanguard formation was thrown into chaos. Mighty, invincible. Following the shouts of the army, the Imperial army was split apart, and Demon General Cielin charged towards Kinsongyan. He howled loudly, and his horns and scales could be seen clearly. The enemy is coming, don't panic. A general shouted out. Although he was startled, he didn't panic. At this point, someone mumbled, "Demon? Is it really a demon?" The general felt that something was amiss. He turned around and saw Kinsongyan's legs turning to jelly. His face was filled with fear, and his entire body was trembling. He then cried out to his personal guards, "Retreat, retreat." His personal guards then escorted Kinsongyan as he fled. The general was on the verge of vomiting blood. "Imperial envoy, we haven't lost yet. Stop." However, Kinsongyan ignored him and continued to retreat. When the general in charge of the army started to flee, he saw a scene of chaos. Not good. The Imperial envoy has escaped. The Imperial envoy has escaped. Your Majesty? Across from them, Eunuch Liao looked at the flabbergasted King Lu and spoke softly. Kinsongyan has escaped. The Imperial army has been defeated. I've only heard of such a thing in the history books and in dramas. This is the first time I've seen it in person. King Lu snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Attack!" The drums of war rang out as the entire army pounced forward to attack. It's a pity that I've fallen for Li Cheng's ploy. My body is no longer in human form. If not, I would have been able to keep them as captives. Although I can keep them as captives, it's hard for them to submit to me. The only way is to become part of the demon race, or to become nutrients for the demons. King Lu spoke out plainly. Your Majesty, it looks like that's the only way. Eunuch Liao replied. King Lu raised his sword. His fingernails were sharp and long, and there were even some scales on them. Looking at the fleeing army, King Lu's eyes were filled with greed. Enjoy your feast, my children. King Lu's voice rang out in the ears of the demons. Following this, the soldiers of King Lu charged forward. One of the soldiers was too slow and was grabbed by another demon soldier. Blood and organs splattered everywhere. The demon soldier's teeth were sharp as he bit down on the soldier's thigh, making a loud crunching sound. Run, run quickly. Kinsongyan was riding his horse as he shouted out to his personal guards. Your Excellency, the demons have caught up to us. The personal guard shouted out in fear. Behind him, a troop of demon soldiers chased after him. Their mouths were full of blood, and the stench of blood could be smelled. Kinsongyan's face was contorted in anger as the veins on his neck bulged out. He then shouted out to his personal guard, block them, block them. If not, I will kill all of you and your entire family. The personal guard had no choice but to turn around and try to stop the demon soldiers. As the two armies crossed paths, the 10 personal guards were torn apart. Kinsongyan screamed out in fear. His pants were now stained with the stench of blood, and he was terrified to the point of peeing in his pants. He whipped his horse viciously. At this point, he tripped over something and fell off his horse. He had already fallen quite heavily when he felt the stench of blood on his back. When he turned around, he was frightened out of his wits. No, I surrender. I surrender. I am the Imperial envoy and am different from the others. It was just that the demon soldiers were formed from the blood sacrifice and were still conscious even though they were bound. However, King Lu didn't hold back at all. He grabbed onto Kinsongyan and tore him apart. The Imperial envoy was torn into 2 halves. All that was left was the last scream of the Imperial envoy. The Taoist official who was running away turned around to look at the Imperial envoy. He saw that the demon soldiers around him had died as well, as blood flowed out of all their orifices. He laughed coldly. What a worthy death. Pingshuo County, Pei Mansion Pei Ziyun had been home for a few days now. Both husband and wife were living in harmony. Today, Pei Ziyun was reading a book, fanning the stove, and brewing tea. All of a sudden, someone laughed. The Imperial Court has been defeated, and yet you're so carefree. It was Yu Yunjun, Master. Please come in. Pei Ziyun laughed as he saw Yu Yunjun holding a letter in her hands. He took it and read it several times before throwing it onto the table. You've come at the right time. I've obtained some 6 plums spring tea. It's said to be a tribute. Let's have a taste. Yu Yunjun watched as Pei Ziyun poured some of the tea into her cup. He then picked up the pot and poured some water into the cup. He then sat down and smiled. This is snow water. It's not bad. Try it. Yu Yunjun tasted the tea and felt the aroma in her mouth. She then asked, the Imperial Court has been defeated and was defeated by the demon soldiers. Out of the 40,000-strong army, half of them died in battle. The demon soldiers numbered less than 7,000. What do you think of this? Pei Ziyun laughed helplessly. I've expected this. Master, we're free now. All we need to do is to watch out for them. When Yu Yunjun heard this, she hesitated before asking, is this not important? King Lu is so aggressive. I'm afraid the world will be in chaos. Don't let the demons take over the world. Master, it's not a problem. King Lu was able to succeed because he was a human. Now that he's a demon, he's a bandit. He can only destroy and not build. Besides, even if he's a bandit, he won't live for long. King Lu disregarded everything and sacrificed himself. The demon soldiers will become stronger and stronger. However, the stronger the demon soldiers, the more sins they have. Once they've surpassed his destiny, the heavens will punish them and they won't be able to live for long. That's true. Yu Yunjun listened. Her face was solemn. Oh yes, speaking of this, there's been a lot of breakthroughs in our sect recently. Does this have something to do with the demons? Oh, there's such a thing? Pei Ziyun paused and was somewhat surprised. He then retracted his smile and pinched his fingers together. After some time, he turned around. Master, the heavens are confusing. Perhaps it's because of the demon's rampage that the heavens have loosened the restrictions on Taoists. If I'm not wrong, our Taoist spring has arrived. My cultivation level is a little high. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed it. Pei Ziyun laughed bitterly. Even though he had become an earth immortal, he still wasn't strong enough. If that's the case, that's a good thing. But what about the Imperial Court? Yu Yunjun asked. Pei Ziyun laughed. Don't worry. I'm already at the 6th level of the earth immortal stage. I've been reincarnated 3 times, and I'm not confused. Besides, with the demons wreaking havoc, it won't be easy for the Imperial Court to deal with Free Cloud Sect. I understand now. Yu Yunjun revealed a look of joy. Just as she was speaking, Yisur shouted from afar, Husband, I've broken through. Pei Ziyun and Yu Yunjun turned to look at her. Yisur was speaking when she saw Yu Yunjun looking at her. She blushed. Yu Yunjun laughed. Su I've finished my discussion with the sect leader. You haven't seen each other for a long time, and should be affectionate towards each other. But why are you so impatient? Are you missing me? This was teasing, and Yisur was embarrassed. Senior. Huh. Seeing Yisur blushing, Yu Yunjun laughed and walked out. Yisur bit her lips, feeling shy. Pei Ziyun stood up and hugged her. What's the matter? Husband, my cultivation has improved again. I'm now at the 3rd level of the Een Master level, and I feel that I've improved very quickly. A strong gust of wind tests out the strong grass. A strong ruler tests out the sincerity of his subjects. Pei Ziyun seemed to have understood something as he spoke. Chapter 468. Prosperous land of Su Dynasty, the sky was dotted with twinkling silver stars. It was mostly plains with occasional gorges, waterfalls, and rushing brooks. Meanwhile, dozens of carriages, all of them blazing with light, came from far away. In the blink of an eye, they appeared here, right next to a lake. At this point, a loud boom could be heard. The lush trees fell to the side, and the water in the lake dried up. There were a few koi fish swimming in the lake. The ground seemed to have experienced an earthquake as cracks started to form. In the blink of an eye, spots of yellow light fell down and the ground was restored. As soon as they entered prosperous land of Su dynasty, they saw a commotion. The people on the carriages were all shocked. What's going on? The dynasty is at its peak. Who dares to harm them? It's all because of King Lu's rebellion, causing the imperial qi to tremble. The envoys on the carriages started discussing amongst themselves. A middle-aged man opened the curtains and looked. That's not all. I'm afraid something must have happened to the country. Qin Wang? So you were sent here by the Qin dynasty. A king exited the carriage as he spoke. Chen Wang. The middle-aged man looked at him, his eyes gleaming. Following the appearance of the two kings, the envoys appeared as well. They were all dressed in imperial robes and were surrounded by imperial qi. The highest quality imperial qi was yellow, while the rest were red and yellow. After hesitating for some time, a middle-aged man spoke out. Using the true dragon would result in a great loss. Could it be that it's related to the demons? Just as he spoke, heavenly music could be heard as flowers fell from the sky. An envoy came out to welcome them. Esteemed kings, you've come from afar. The emperor has been waiting for you. Please follow me in. Of course. From the carriages, the various kings dismounted. They were all descendants of the emperor, but there were differences in their statuses. From left to right, it was clear to see. The various kings followed behind as they entered. There were many doors that were decorated with red paint and bronze nails. 2 rows of officials lined up in an orderly manner. Even the officials were radiating light as they welcomed the various kings. In front of the main hall, there was a bronze cauldron that burned incense. The various kings were no strangers to this. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Back in the day, this scene was similar. It's a pity that things have changed. After entering the main hall, the music began to play loudly. The important ministers were spread out on both sides, and the various kings lined up to pay their respects to the great Su dynasty's founding ancestor. However, the emperors of the dynasties could not casually go out, so they sent envoys, all of whom were famous and virtuous kings. Great Su's founding ancestor returned to his position, sitting upright on the dragon throne. Faint purple energy surrounded him, and his aged illness was gone. He had regained his youthful health. He was in his 20s, and his handsome appearance carried with it a baleful aura. Long live the Emperor of Great Su. Long live the Emperor. Actually, the one who presided over the court was the one with the draconic qi. However, the etiquette was different. The messengers all bowed to show their respect. The founding ancestor of the Su glanced at the messengers and saw that the draconic qi of the messengers was thin but bright. He sighed in his heart. These were all virtuous kings of past dynasties, recorded in the annals of history. Even so, as time passed, they gradually faded away. As for the draconic energy on their bodies, it actually didn't belong to them, but rather to the dynasty's energy. Even a dynasty did not have 1,000 years of luck. However, the dynasty had just been established, and it was like the sun had just risen. There was no need for him to feel this way. He then smiled. Everyone here is a wise king. Please rise. Thank you, Emperor. The various kings bowed and looked up at the Emperor of the Su. They saw that his draconic qi was purplish-green, and his draconic qi was like a heavenly pillar. My fellow virtuous kings, I've read about your lives in the annals of history. Now that I've met you, I'm impressed. Men, give us some spiritual wine. The founding ancestor of the Su spoke, and immediately, someone came forward to offer it. Thank you, Emperor. The various kings smiled. The spiritual wine was formed from spiritual energy and could nourish one's body. Seeing that everyone had finished drinking, the founding ancestor's smile disappeared. He then spoke with a serious tone. All the dragons have gathered here for an important event. However, this time there are 2 main issues. The founding ancestor of the Su pointed a finger at the center of the hall, and a ring of light appeared. Within the light was a young man. It was Pei Ziyun. The various kings looked at Pei Ziyun and saw many scenes flashing by. They had no idea when they were being monitored. You may not know this, but this person is Pei Ziyun. He's only 23 or 24 years old, but he's already passed the tribulations and reached the 5th level of the Earth immortal realm. What? The expressions of the various kings changed. After losing the draconic chi of the country, they didn't communicate much. They were still aware of important matters, but they weren't sensitive to such matters. When they heard this, they couldn't believe it. Qin Yin Wang looked on and said, when the Tao monarch passed his tribulation, he was 28 years old. When the emperor of Desu heard this, he caressed his ring. Furthermore, this person has only been cultivating Tao for 4 to 5 years. To have such achievements, I'm afraid even the Tao monarch can't match up to him. This person passed his tribulation, and his draconic chi became uncontrollable. This is a terrifying thing. After hesitating for some time, Qin Zhenwang stepped forward and bowed. Our dragon veins are blessed by the heavens. We cannot allow a second Tao monarch to appear. Yes, the first generation is still being suppressed. If a second one were to appear, the world would be turned upside down. Qin Yin Wang immediately replied, when the Tao monarch appears, his power belongs to himself. If the Tao monarch is weak, not only our draconic chi, but the entire human race, what need is there for them to exist? This person must be killed. We cannot allow a second one to appear. We agree. Since the Su is in charge of the world, we shall pray for the emperor to make a decision. As he spoke, all the kings present knelt down together. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared, causing the entire hall to tremble. The first ancestor of the Su wasn't surprised as he nodded his head. Agreed. As soon as he spoke, the draconic chi congregated and formed a scroll in mid-air before landing on the table. Boom! At this point, a thunderous sound could be heard. The first ancestor of the Su raised his head and looked up into the sky. Son of Heaven, what happened? Seeing that the first ancestor's face was pale, Qin Yin Wang stood up and asked. The first ancestor pointed, and the light around him transformed into a battlefield. On the battlefield, the imperial army was defeated, and the imperial envoy had died. Fresh blood was everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. Some of the demons were even eating humans. The scene changed as it landed on King Lu. King Lu had a dragon's horn and a demonic eye. He was surrounded by a mist of blood and resentment. At this point, the demonic dragon above King Lu seemed to have sensed that someone was spying on it. With a loud roar, the scene shattered. The demon race has reached such a stage? The envoy's expressions changed. Such a demonic dragon. Although it's still a flood dragon, it's extraordinary. The first ancestor's heart skipped a beat as he retracted his smile. His voice was sonorous. All of you are wise kings, and have left your names in the annals of history. It wasn't easy for you to leave paradise with draconic chi. I'm not lying. I have something important to discuss with all of you. All of you have been living in paradise for a long time, and don't know that the demonic chi is growing day by day. This unfilial son of mine has already joined the demonic chi. Pei Ziyun is the greatest enemy of the human race, and the demonic chi is the greatest enemy of the entire world. Now that the demonic chi is being suppressed by Pei Ziyun, it's time for him to die. Hence, we have to remove the blessings that the heavens have for him. What do all of you think? The first ancestor's voice reverberated throughout the hall, and he spoke calmly. When the kings heard this, they knew that it was time to ask for a plan. They looked at each other, and their expressions were solemn. Regarding the demonic chi, I've heard of it before. However, this demonic race has sinned against the heavens and will not be tolerated by the heavens. They will definitely be punished by the heavens. The Son of Heaven can take the lead, and the rest of the dynasties will follow suit and pray to the heavens. This will speed up the process, and the demonic chi will not be able to survive. It's just that the Son of Heaven is separated by yin and yang. The draconic chi of our dynasties does not enter the world of the living and does not interfere with it. This is the rule of the heavens, and although we have the intention, we are powerless to interfere. The king of Chunjung spoke as he looked at the first ancestor emperor. He saw that the first ancestor of the Desu dynasty was expressionless and was holding onto his chair. Just as he was deep in thought, the first ancestor suddenly spoke up. It makes sense for all of you to consider this. However, I do have an idea and would like to hear it out. I've heard that there was once a Tao monarch who was suppressed in the deepest parts of paradise. The draconic chi was used to seal him, and he was unable to escape. We can borrow his strength. What do all of you think? As soon as these words were spoken, all the kings were shocked as they looked at the first ancestor of the Desu dynasty. Son of Heaven, the rise of the Tao monarch has always been successful. Luckily, he was bewitched by the heavens and lost his heavenly timing. That's why he was suppressed by us. If we reactivate the restrictive spells, it will be difficult to control him. Although this person has lost his fleshly body and lost his heavenly timing, he still has a Taoist meridian. Once he rises up, I'm afraid it will be difficult to control him. A look of fear appeared on the king of Chunjung's face. Son of Heaven, please reconsider. As soon as these words were spoken, a commotion broke out. Someone turned around and said, Qin Yin Wang, you were the one who suppressed the Tao monarch all those years ago. You understand the situation the best. What do you think? That's right, Qin Yin Wang. Back then, you and the Tao monarch were brothers. It's all thanks to you that the dynasty has a future. Now that we're facing a crisis, please don't hide anything. Another king spoke up. As he spoke, everyone stared at Qin Yin Wang. Qin Yin Wang's face turned red as he gritted his teeth. My opinion is that the Tao monarch cannot appear. If he does, there will be a great calamity. Chapter 469. Seeing that the kings were panicking, the ancestor gestured for one of them to stand up. Your subject Fan, too, has something to say. The kings paused. The ancestor then said, What do you have to say? Speak. Yes, your subject was a Han Lin and was in charge of many secrets. After that, I followed the ancestor and died 3 years ago due to illness. I was bestowed the title by the emperor. Fan Tu's voice was clear and bright. His eyes flashed as he stood up and bowed. Your subject has read the relevant information and understands the situation. I feel that the kings need not worry too much. A Tao monarch has to have both form and spirit. Now that the Tao monarch has lost his physical body, his Tao foundation has been eroded. It will be difficult for him to regain his powers as a Tao monarch, much less improve. To put it bluntly, the Tao monarch is now just a deity. Besides, the era of the Tao monarch is over. We are afraid of Pei Ziyun, but is the Tao monarch not afraid? The one who wants to kill Pei Ziyun the most is the Tao monarch. Hearing this, all the kings looked at each other. King Ji Xian, who was also the Ji's dynasty's King Xian, smiled and said, This does make some sense. If a Tao lord loses his physical body, his Tao foundation will be damaged. Someone said, Although he has lost his Tao foundation, his status is still there. Who knows? He might be able to reincarnate. Your Highness, if he were to reincarnate, he would have to start all over again. His status would be gone. Fan Tu said, Becoming a Tao monarch is extremely difficult, and he would lose his luck. Would the Tao monarch dare to take the risk? The kings present were not people who were easily angered. They fell silent. King Qin did not speak. He thought for a long time before saying, If that's the case, the threat of the Tao monarch has been greatly reduced. But Emperor, do you mean to release the Tao monarch immediately after this meeting? No, we will sign a contract and release a small portion of him in exchange for his services. As the ancestor spoke, he straightened his back and his eyes flashed. He is already a deity. A human body cannot be separated, but a deity can. We just need to release a small portion of him. With this person as the vanguard, Pei Ziyun and the demons can be dealt with. The kings looked at each other, and then at Desu's founding ancestor. Their expressions were solemn. Everyone knew that he had already made up his mind. Thinking about it again, the Sioux's founding ancestor was the one who had instigated it, so it was his responsibility. They nodded. The Son of Heaven is right. Tao Monarch is old and no longer a threat. Furthermore, with the demon race around, the Tao arts have no choice but to revive. This is truly the will of the heavens. Even if we are the descendants of dragons, we can only obey. However, the will of the heavens merely revives the Tao Lord. It doesn't care who the Tao Lord is. Thus, our only choice is to release the old Tao Lords and kill the new ones. But we still have to communicate with the Emperor. As he spoke, the kings in the main hall closed their eyes, and the dragon chi flickered slightly. It was obvious that they were communicating with the Emperor in the dragon chi field. Great Sioux's founding ancestor looked on and smiled, not worried at all. This subject agrees. Sure enough, a king's draconic aura flashed, and he stood out to second the motion. This subject agrees as well. As time passed, the other kings all stepped forward to second the motion. This was the decision of the dragon chi field. In the blink of an eye, only Qin Yun Wang was left. His face was ashen, and his draconic aura flickered as if he was urging the others to act. After a long time, he sighed. This subject agrees as well. Qin Yun Wang was the last person. As he seconded the motion was formed. Numerous draconic auras intertwined and formed a scroll that landed on the table. Good. Great Sioux's founding ancestor clapped his hands and laughed. I am very satisfied with your decision. For the sake of the human race, this is how it should be. The various kings were very straightforward. King Ji Xian laughed. This is a good plan. It's better to take the old path than the new one. Your Majesty, you can use the imperial seal to form the final decision. Of course. As he spoke, the founding ancestor pressed his hand against the scroll. Strangely enough, although it was only a hand, it was actually the imperial seal. Instantly, a true dragon appeared. It had golden scales and a green horn. More importantly, it was surrounded by clouds. This was the heavenly cloud, and it was extremely majestic. The various kings pressed their hands against the scroll one by one. 20 dragons appeared on the scroll, with the great Sioux true dragon in the center. The other dragons were very small, and some of them were only shadows. As the last king pressed his hand against the scroll, the entire human Tao dragon pillar seemed to have a response. The entire scroll turned into a decree that was magnificent and majestic. Qin Yun Wang, you are acquainted with the Tao monarch. You can go and announce the decree. Qin Yun Wang's expression changed. Emperor, although I'm acquainted with him, I'm afraid that he will hate me for plotting against him. There's no need to worry. Just announce the decree. Great Sioux's founding ancestor laughed as he stared at Qin Yun Wang. The draconic aura above Qin Yun Wang's head flickered, urging him to act. Qin Yun Wang's face alternated between red and green. 1,000 years of habit had already seeped deep into his soul. In the end, he still agreed. Yes, Emperor. Qin Yun Wang knelt down and accepted the decree. As soon as the imperial decree landed in his hands, he flew downwards. There was a jade staircase with fine dragon patterns on it. Qin Yun Wang walked downwards. The heavenly pillar connected heaven and earth. The draconic aura continued to spin. The draconic aura blessed the land, layer after layer, continued downwards until it reached the deepest darkness. At the bottom of the draconic aura blessed land, a thick darkness surged up. The coldness didn't dissipate, and the deeper one went, the thicker it became. Roar! Some of the soul fragments were howling in the darkness. Following Qin Yun Wang's footsteps, they were attracted over. The deeper one went, the quieter it became. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. The imperial decree gave off a faint light. It looked weak, but no one dared to get close. Occasionally, there would be those who lost their minds and tried to get close, but they would quickly turn to dust to protect the king. After walking for an unknown period of time, they reached the deepest part of the tunnel. In the deepest part, there was a faint barrier. Inside, there was a dilapidated palace. Frost and ice had formed above the palace, and it was unknown how long it had been here. Broken god statues, broken swords, armor, and artifacts could be seen everywhere. The signboard was slanted and hung outside the palace. There were traces of sabers and swords on it. There was a couplet on the signboard in pillar, and the words could still be seen clearly. In the mortal world, the great Tao is supreme. Come and go, there is only one heart. The ground was paved with limestone. When Qin Wang looked down, he could see sword marks. There was an arrowhead sealed in ice with traces of blood on it. Was it 1,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago? Qin Wang asked in a low voice. His memory was a bit hazy, and he couldn't remember it clearly. There were traces of him coming here to find his friend. The two of them drank tea, discussed the Tao, and talked about scriptures. King Yin, what's the point of being a king? Cultivating the Tao to become a celestial, roaming the universe, and breathing in the world to seek longevity. Isn't it wonderful to be free and unfettered in the mortal world? I'm a king of Great Qin. After I die, I will be conferred a title. My blessed land will not be destroyed, and my soul will exist forever. Cultivating is too boring. If I don't cultivate, I'll just drink. How can I care about the world collapsing in the future? Ah, you. His good friend, who wasn't a Tao lord, seemed to be shaking his head and laughing. These beautiful scenes flashed by in the blink of an eye. Qin Wang's heart sank, and a sour and hot feeling surged up. His memory returned to the most painful scene that he didn't dare to face. King Yin, you lied to me. I treated you as a good friend and took on the role of imperial preceptor to suppress discontent. But in the end, you betrayed me? His good friend, who had become a Tao lord, stood in front of the palace and looked at the dozens of imperial soldiers and hundreds of godly spirits. You are the celestial Tao, and I am the dragon Tao. Our Taos are different. Back then, he said decisively. After being stunned for a long time, Qin Wang suddenly came to his senses. He was startled, and his godly spirits were in a daze. This was an ominous sign. He hugged the imperial edict tightly and felt at ease. This wasn't an ordinary imperial edict. It was signed by all the dynasties. Even a Tao lord wouldn't be able to harm him. Qin Wang took in a deep breath and looked at the palace. The Tao lord's aura was still there, and it was surrounded by green energy. It had already weakened by 2/3 compared to the past. Dragon energy suppressed and condensed into ice. Back then, the Grand Ancestor worked together with many godly spirits to seal the Tao Lord. This was his betrayal. I'm affected by dragon energy. Our Taos are different. A hint of guilt and nostalgia flashed across Qin Wang's face. However, there was more hatred. He said in a low voice and got closer. He could clearly see the dragon energy seal. It was formed by the agreement between the emperor and the dynasties. Just by getting closer, he felt a pressure. Ooh! Qin Wang reached out and wiped away his sweat. He held the imperial edict in his hand and moved forward. The imperial edict responded. There was a flash of light, and he passed through the barrier without any obstacles. Qin Wang easily entered. With a wave of his hand, he saw a garden that was in ruins. Several tea trees had withered and a pond had dried up. Only the pavilion was intact. The words on it were blurred by the passage of time, and only 3 words could be seen: Pavilion of Time. With just one look, memories surged. Back then, he loved to drink tea here. The garden was beautiful, and he would often forget to leave. However, when he looked again, the trees were withered, the pond was dried up, and the strange stones were cracked. The only place that was still alive was peach blossoms. The peach blossoms withered and fell to the ground. A person was sitting in the pavilion, his body leaning against the wall. His complexion was rosy, and he held a wine pot in his hand. He seemed to have just fallen asleep. Qin Wang stepped forward. The aura of the imperial edict startled the person who was sleeping. This person raised his head. He seemed to be in a daze. So, it's Mao Yun. Qin Wang smiled at the Tao Lord and said, Jingji, you are really elegant. You appreciate the peaches and sleep peacefully. I wonder what poem you wrote this time. The Tao Lord stood up and smiled. I haven't been in the mood for a long time. It's just admiring the flowers and smelling the fragrance. It seemed like time had not changed at all. The two of them sat opposite each other. Qin Yunwang waved his fan and smiled. He said, "My friend, do you know that after 1,000 years, there is another person with amazing talent who might not be inferior to you?" He then recited one of Pei Ziyun's words. "When will the moon be clear?" Holding a cup of wine, I asked the clear sky. He did not know what year it was in the heavenly palace. "I want to ride the wind to return home, but I fear the jade mansions will be too high to bear the cold." Dancing with a clear shadow. How is it like being in the mortal world? Turning to the vermilion pavilion, lowering the beautiful house, illuminating the sleepless nights. There should be no hatred. How can things be perfect after parting? Humans have joys and sorrows. The moon waxes and wanes. This is something that has been difficult since ancient times. Let's hope that we can be together for a long time, 1,000 miles apart. Listen, what kind of poem is this? When the Tao Lord heard this, he raised his head and clapped. What great talent! I can't compare to you. Who would have thought that after 1,000 years, such a talent would appear? Qin Yunwang looked on and saw that the Tao Lord was expressionless and calm. His heart sank. After 1,000 years of being sealed, he could no longer see through this person. He originally wanted to make use of Pei Ziyun's feelings, but now he was disheartened. After a long time, he sighed, "I know you hate me, but this is the will of the heavens. I have no choice. Is it also the will of the heavens that you are here now?" The Tao Lord's eyes flashed as he smiled and asked, "Our brotherhood has been severed long ago. Why are you here today? To strengthen the seal? Or what do you want me to do? Is that why I'm describing our relationship as sworn brothers, just like in the past?" As he spoke, he revealed a smile and raised his wine cup to take a sip. "When you became a Tao Lord, you were blessed by the will of the heavens. After that, you lost the time and the favor of the heavens shifted, but some of it remained. My friend, although you were sealed, you should have sensed that the world has changed. The demon race has invaded. This is a huge change that hasn't happened in 3,000 years." Qin Yunwang stared at the Tao Lord as he spoke, taking in every change in the Tao Lord. "Ha!" The Tao Lord laughed. "What does that have to do with me? I am just a pitiful person sealed in the abyss. Do you think that sinners are responsible for the rise and fall of the world?" These words were filled with endless sarcasm. Qin Yunwang was speechless, and there was a hint of anger on his face. The invasion of the demon race isn't just a personal matter. It is a matter of billions of lives. This is the big picture. Seeing that the Tao Lord was still indifferent, he continued, "Even if you don't consider the big picture, you have to consider yourself. Under the background of the demon race's invasion, the will of the heavens favors the Tao sect. There is hope for the revival of the Tao sect as a balance. However, the ruler of the Tao sect might not be you. Whoever can resist the demon race will be the new ruler. You should feel that the favor of the heavens is shifting to you. This is the rise of a new person in the Tao sect. If the will of the heavens favors a new person, you should know what will happen to you without me saying anything. If you didn't keep your position as the Tao Lord, how could you endure being tortured day and night? Without the favor of the heavens and your status, how many days do you have left? Whether it is for the big picture or for yourself, you have to cooperate with us." Ha ha! When the Tao Lord heard this, he laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. This laughter seemed to be mocking himself, but it also seemed to be mocking Qin Yunwang. After a long time, he stopped and said calmly, "You are still the same as 1,000 years ago. You are eloquent and incisive, but you do not have good intentions. Are you encouraging me to go out and fight with a new person? But the new Tao Lord is even more dangerous to your dragon Qi. I can no longer shake the dragon Qi, but will the new Tao Lord do the same as me and be bound by the cord and family? Once the Tao Lord becomes a Tao Lord, the dragon Qi will be destroyed. Let me guess, he has already passed the thunder tribulation, so you are panicking and afraid? You are afraid, so you want me to make a move. You want me to be a knife to kill you. It is best if you die together with me. Do you think I will do as you wish?" After the Tao Lord finished laughing, he leaned his body and lay down, resting in a lazy posture. You. Qin Yin Wang was speechless, and his face turned red. My friend, you are known for your wisdom, but it is only because I trusted you back then. Now, do you still want to use these dirty tricks? The Tao Lord raised his head, and his eyes were cold. It has been 1,000 years, and you still want to use unsubstantial righteousness, feelings, and recognition to drive me around for free. Are you looking down on me, or are you really stupid? Qin Yin Wang's face turned red. I came from my heart. I feel that if we cooperate, we will both benefit, and if we separate, we will both suffer. So, I ignored the grudges between us and came to discuss. But you think of me like this? Fine. I only have one question. Are you willing to go out? If you are, you have a chance now. If not, I will leave immediately. Qin Yin Wang stared at the Tao Lord as he spoke. The Tao Lord's expression didn't change at all. Seeing this, he didn't say a word and just turned around to leave. However, his steps were a little slow. When he reached the seal, he heard the Tao Lord say, "Stop pretending. You came here on imperial orders, and you have no choice. Do you really dare to leave without anything? But I don't think you can release all of me." When the Tao Lord said this, his eyes were gentle. He just said lightly, "But don't talk to me about righteousness." I'm sick of hearing these words 1,000 years ago. If you want me to attack, I can, but I can't just make empty promises. Tell me, what can you give me? What are you willing to give me? Don't try to use me twice. These words were soft and cold. In this quiet space, although Qin Yin Wang knew that the Tao Lord and he were afraid of both sides, he didn't know why, but his heart turned cold and his hair stood on end. Chapter 470. Qin Yin Wang's expression changed, and a look of hatred appeared in his eyes. He turned around and passed through the seal. When he was outside the seal, he turned around to look again. The Tao monarch continued to drink before going back to sleep. After a long time, Qin Yin Wang looked at the stone pillar and took a deep breath. He punched the stone pillar and said, "Damn it." He didn't know if he was feeling uneasy or happy. He looked at the place that had been silent for thousands of years, and a chill ran down his spine. He took out the imperial edict. The imperial edict floated in midair. Qin Yin Wang's face was filled with respect as he knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. The imperial edict lit up and slowly formed. Many faces could be seen on it. "Emperor, your majesties, I am useless. I am unable to make the Tao monarch submit. It seems like I would rather die than watch the heavens change their direction and wait for Pei Ziyun to become the new Tao monarch." As soon as he said this, the imperial edict paused and quietened down. The monster race was a calamity, and the new Tao monarch was the enemy of the dragon energy. What do you think we should do? The figures on the imperial edict discussed among themselves. After some time, the great Su ancestor appeared. "Humph. The Tao monarch can't be so stubborn. If he was, wouldn't he have destroyed the dragon veins? We wouldn't even have the chance to establish a new dynasty. Right now, this is nothing more than a bargaining." As he said this, a faint yellow energy appeared on the imperial edict. "This is our condition. If he doesn't agree, you can turn around and leave. If the Tao monarch agrees, but doesn't listen to us, what will happen?" Actually, with Qin Yin Wang's status, he shouldn't have said this. However, when he heard this, he felt uneasy and felt that something was wrong. When the great Su ancestor heard this, he looked at it and nodded. "Don't worry, we have our own methods." As he said this, the imperial edict moved and a faint yellow energy entered. Qin Yin Wang's heart turned cold. After some time, the yellow energy returned and entered the imperial edict. "It's done. Just do your job." This was the only sentence on the imperial edict. Qin Yin Wang hesitated for a long time, but couldn't disobey. He held the imperial edict and pointed it at the seal. Pooh! A hole appeared on the seal. The Tao Lord was in the pavilion. With a thought, ice and snow floated in from outside the seal, bringing with it a chill. Peach blossoms fell and snowflakes drifted down. "All right." The Tao Lord smiled. He opened his hand and looked up into the sky. In an instant, a wave of qi surged out of his body, transforming into a green mist that flew towards the gap in the seal. As soon as he emerged, the azure smoke transformed into a Tao Lord. I'm finally out. The Tao Lord was dressed in green robes as he stepped on the blue clouds. His complexion was like jade, and his eyebrows were curved. His eyes gradually opened, and he didn't look at the imperial edict or Qin Yin Wang. He looked around and saw that the surrounding palaces were in ruins. Some of them had collapsed, and only half of them were left. There were saber marks, sword marks, and broken weapons on the ground. His eyes turned red. The tragedy of that year is still here, but all of you have been destroyed. My disciple, my wife and son, I've let you down. If it weren't for my stupidity, you wouldn't have died. The Tao Lord muttered to himself. When Qin Yin Wang heard this, his heart turned cold. Just now, he had some fantasies. The Tao Lord had always been magnanimous and had a gentle personality. Perhaps after 1,000 years, he had already gotten over it. When he heard what the Tao Lord said, he felt an endless wave of hatred that couldn't be washed away. His hair stood on end. If he could make the decision, he wouldn't have opened the seal. When I return, I have to tell the Emperor and Father in detail. Qin Yin Wang thought to himself. At this moment, he suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky in surprise. The moment the Tao Lord came out, heaven and earth sensed it. A wave of spiritual qi descended. What is this? Why does heaven and earth give me spiritual qi? Could it be the Tao Lord's status? In an instant, Qin Yin Wang was envious and hateful. He carefully examined it and heaved a sigh of relief. There isn't much spiritual qi. After all, the status has been greatly reduced. The Tao Lord didn't care about his thoughts. He absorbed the spiritual qi deeply. Not only was there spiritual qi, but there were also all sorts of senses. In an instant, an unknown amount of information appeared in his mind. The Tao Lord's status is related to this. Unless it is deliberately shielded, I can sense it. Originally, I couldn't see clearly through the seal. I didn't expect heaven and earth to be so harsh to me. The Tao Lord opened his eyes after a long time. He looked around and tears fell. All sorts of changes happened. Other than 1 or 2 places, the traces he left behind were all gone. Fortunately, the Dragon Mai is understanding and left this person to me. I can comfort him a little. After an unknown period of time, the Tao Lord shifted his gaze to Qin Yin Wang. His voice became hoarse. My friend, you're good at figuring things out. In the past, you were always trying to please His Majesty. At this point, the Tao Lord looked at the stunned Qin Yin Wang and smiled. However, when you came today, did you figure out the Emperor's intentions? As the Tao Lord spoke, he grabbed out with his hand. A huge hand about 3 meters in size appeared in the air and grabbed at Qin Yin Wang. Qin Yin Wang was shocked. How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? You guessed it, right? It's just that you didn't dare to believe it and lied to yourself. Before Qin Yin Wang finished speaking, the huge hand appeared in front of him and grabbed. Qin Yin Wang's expression changed drastically. The dragon energy around his body circled around him as he clashed with the huge hand. The pale yellow dragon energy collided with the giant palm. The giant palm shook, and the dragon energy was dispersed. Qin Yin Wang was shocked, but he was still shouting, "The monarchs will not let you kill me. Son of Heaven, please help me." Qin Yin Wang shouted. The dragon energy around his body fluctuated as he raised the imperial edict above his head. This imperial edict was signed by the emperor and the various kings on behalf of the dynasties. It could communicate with the previous dynasties. Not to mention the Tao Lord's clone, even the entire body could be suppressed. The Tao Lord laughed coldly. I told you, you loyal subjects are like this. Even when you are at death's door, you still don't dare to think further. The huge hand continued to descend, but there was no reaction from the imperial edict. Qin Yin Wang's entire body was grasped in the huge hand. He couldn't shout anymore. Even now, he still held the imperial edict tightly and wasn't willing to let go. Maoyan, how many years has it been? You are finally in my hands. Woo-woo. Qin Yin Wang was still struggling, and he could faintly make some sounds. The Tao Lord laughed with pity and said, Back then, you represented heaven's will and were valued. Now that things have changed, you're just a king. For the sake of the big picture, it is natural for you to help me vent my anger. The Imperial Edict has the dragon energy of 20 dynasties. Who will save you? Do you understand? Now, it is time for you, a loyal subject and a virtuous king, to sacrifice yourself for the big picture. Virtuous King Zhonglie will die with a smile. If you are loyal and love your country, then please show me your spirit. I can give you some time to tidy up your clothes and die calmly. As the Tao Lord spoke, he loosened his hand and revealed a disheveled Qin Yinhuang. His face was filled with panic and disbelief as he shouted, "Great ancestor, save me! Father, save me! I have contributed to the dynasty and contributed to the human race." His voice was tragic, but the Imperial Edict didn't reply. There was only a long sigh. Qin Yinhuang finally understood that he was already being sacrificed. He was like a young Tao Lord, and his heart was instantly torn apart. Is it painful? This pain isn't even a tenth of the pain I felt back then. As the Tao Lord spoke, he looked at Qin Yinhuang's face filled with disbelief. He even begged for help again and again. He laughed. What did you say to me back then? Thunder, rain, and dew are the benevolence of the ruler. Even if you give me death, I have to welcome it with a smile. If I hold hatred in my heart, it is disgraceful and crazy. Now that it is your turn, you are so unbearable. If it wasn't for the fact that you are a god, you would have already pissed yourself, right? As he spoke, he clenched his fist. Qin Yinhuang felt like his body was about to shatter. His voice was hoarse as he cried out in pain. He knelt down and begged for mercy. Jingji, Jingji, we are brothers. Have you forgotten that we became sworn brothers? Do you still remember the poem you wrote? When the morning clouds gather, green rocks face each other. This was the poem the young Tao Lord had given him. The two of them were extremely close. When the voice entered his ears, the Tao Lord's expression darkened. However, when these memories appeared, the hatred he felt increased by several times. I haven't forgotten. I can't forget what happened to me, my friends, and my disciples after I was sealed. Every time I think about it, I want to dig my eyes out. How could I believe a shameless person like you? The destruction of the Tao Palace's 3,000 disciples was all because of you. I sealed them, killed them all, and turned my women into playthings. You hunted down my descendants. Even my youngest son, who wasn't even 6 years old, was beheaded. How could I forget all of this? As he spoke, his giant palm crushed down. Qin Yinhuang couldn't hold on any longer, and his body shattered. No, I can't die here. A remnant soul cried out and flew out like smoke, escaping along the passage. The Tao Lord laughed coldly and reached out to crush it again. Boom! The Imperial Edict fluctuated for a moment, but there were no more movements. The remnant souls scattered like fireworks, turning into fine sand that couldn't be seen. It was Gray's soul. In front of the hall, everything was the same as before. It was still sealed in ice, and in the distance was the battlefield from back then. The Tao Lord's lips moved as if he was saying something. His eyes were filled with reminiscence, and tears flowed out. Qin Yinhuang was gray, and the Imperial Edict floated in the air. The figure of the great Su dynasty's founding ancestor appeared on the edict. Tao Lord, since you've killed your enemy, I'm sure you've calmed down. Thank you, Emperor. The Tao Lord bowed, and his expression returned to normal. He had been imprisoned for 1,000 years, and the painful memories and conclusions had long matured. The great Su dynasty's founding ancestor looked at the Tao Lord, and his heart trembled. Dragon Chi circled around him, and he said, "What about the agreement?" The Tao Lord was silent for a moment, and then nodded. "I accept. Tao Lord, since you've admitted it, you can't go against the agreement." The Tao Lord bowed slightly. Of course, if His Majesty didn't believe in the validity of the agreement, he wouldn't have let me sign it. As he said this, he walked to the Imperial Edict and reached out to press it down. However, the hand that pressed down turned into a seal. It was a Tao pattern, and it occupied a corner. Good. The great Su dynasty's founding ancestor applauded. Tao Lord, you are indeed an outstanding person. You're able to recognize the heavens. Please, Tao Lord, for the sake of the world, for the sake of the human race, we will wait for your good news in the underworld." As he said this, the imperial edict flew into the air and disappeared. However, the contract had already passed through the clone, and he couldn't help but sigh. The main body might be able to stop it, but the clone won't be able to. After a long time, the Tao Lord looked into the distance, and his eyes were deep. "I've always thought of myself as a genius. I didn't think that after 1,000 years, there would still be someone who could surpass me. My heart is both gratified and filled with hatred." As he said this, he turned into a wisp of green smoke. He no longer looked at the seal and disappeared into the ice field. Chapter 471. Pingshuo County, Snail Village. About 10 miles from the river, there were roads and stone bridges along the way. There was a small dock where a fishing boat, a cargo boat, and a large boat were anchored. The large boat bobbed up and down with the waves, rocking gently. On the shore, Yi Su came to send him off. The two of them had been inseparable for the past week, yet they never felt that it was enough. The two of them spoke softly as the wind blew past, ruffling Yi Su's hair. She looked at Pei Ziyun and reached out to tidy his clothes. "Husband, please come back as soon as you can." Pei Ziyun reached out and held Yi Su's hand. Yi Su's hand was white and tender, and as he held in his hand, he felt as though it was piercing into his heart. Pei Ziyun laughed. "Come with me to Golden Island. My roots are overseas. Let's have a child, and we can live a carefree life overseas." Hearing this, Yi Su was a little tired. "Husband, I'll go again next time. I'm not feeling well. I'm afraid I can't take the boat." When Pei Ziyun heard this, he knew that it was an excuse. After all, there was no such thing as an illness. It was just someone he did not want to see. Pei Ziyun sighed and nodded. "Su-er, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my mother." As he said this, he ran his fingers through her hair and pulled her into his embrace. Yi Su leaned in his chest, feeling warm and comfortable. The thought of someone sharing her made her heart ache. She bit her lips and stood up, forcing a smile. "Husband, taking care of my mother is my responsibility. I know that I need you to shield me from the wind and rain. Don't worry, the family will not be a burden to you." Pei Ziyun looked at Yi Su and felt a little guilty. He did not know what to say and turned to Pei Qianshi. "Mother, take care of your body." Then he boarded the boat. With a shout from a boatman, the anchor was pulled, the sail was raised, and the boat sailed forward, breaking through the layers of water. Yi Su watched quietly as the ship sailed away. She bit her lips lightly, her eyes filled with reluctance. She touched her belly as Pei Qianshi stepped forward and grabbed Yi Su's hands, her heart aching as she said, "Yun'er is going to Golden Island. You should follow her. You are the daughter-in-law of the Pei family." "Mother, the Canton princess is from the royal family and would be of great help to you. I just do not wish to see her." As she said this, the boat sailed further and further away, disappearing into the distance. Ship Shout Juanju's dowry was accompanied by 10 personal guards. Among them, 5 of them were standing straight with sabers in their hands. They looked somewhat dignified, and the ships along the way made way for them. Pei Ziyun sat in his study and sipped on a cup of tea as he listened quietly to Ren Wei's report. "True sovereign, there's news from the capital city. The front lines have been defeated, and the imperial envoy has died in battle. The imperial court has lost 30,000 soldiers. It's been said that King Lu has long since been eaten by a demon. Actually, it's the demons who are causing trouble. The imperial court has summoned all the Taoist sects to the capital city, and half of them have already gone." As he spoke, Ren Wei bowed slightly as he handed the report over. Pei Ziyun looked at the report and pondered for some time before laughing. "King Lu is dead? This is all a lie. King Lu himself is already a demon. This is something that the imperial court made up to save face. Of course, from another perspective, it could be said that King Lu is already dead. After all, to the imperial court, King Lu, who was a human and a prince, no longer exists." As he finished speaking, he laughed. With demons around, the commoners would be attracted to it. Novels are selling like hotcakes, right? Hearing this, Renwei couldn't help but laugh. My lord, that's indeed the case. It's been said that in the capital city, novels involving you are selling like hotcakes. There's even a rumor that King Lu was eaten by a demon. When true sovereign appeared, the demon retreated in defeat and revealed his true form. True sovereign was then summoned back by the imperial court. When the demon saw that true sovereign wasn't with the army, he immediately defeated the imperial army and ate a few thousand of them. Pei Ziyan laughed out when he heard this. His recent rise in popularity was because of this rumor. He then asked, "Our men didn't interfere, right?" "No, they didn't. It's just a rumor among the commoners." As long as they didn't. Pei Ziyan looked at the documents before tossing them onto the table. An imperial envoy died, and 30,000 soldiers were lost. It's not a big deal. Renwei was shocked as he looked at Pei Ziyan. He saw that Pei Ziyan was relaxed. He then thought about the rumors and lowered his voice. My lord, King Lu was originally a descendant of Tianhuan. Now that he's become a demon, we don't know how much power he has. If the demon race continues to attack, the world will be in trouble. We can't avoid it either. It's not that exaggerated. Pei Ziyan stood up and waved his hands. This world isn't as simple as you think it is. If the demon race can easily take over the world, why would they need to borrow King Lu's hands? The demon race has been hiding and spreading their influence. Perhaps they can succeed. But now that the Yin's error Yang's mistake has been exposed, and heavens is watching over them, this is the reason why the demon race won't last long. Besides, the demon race can only destroy and can't build. They can't succeed. When Renwei heard this, he was enlightened. That's right. His lord was an earth immortal and wasn't immortal. Although he thought this way, Pei Ziyan could tell that Renwei couldn't bear to see this happen. He then asked, "Do you think I'm cold-blooded?" Renwei's body trembled. Indeed, he had such thoughts just now. He then hurriedly replied, "My lord, I wouldn't dare. I'm a Taoist. My duty is to sail a boat across the lake." Pei Ziyan smiled. "Besides, you know that this retreat was the intention of the imperial court. I'm just pushing the boat along with the current. The affairs of the world, the affairs of the imperial court, can't be resolved with just passion. Besides, I'm not the only Taoist under the heavens. The Taoist sects came to the capital city partly because of me and partly because of official matters. It's not that easy to take advantage of the imperial court. What happened to King Lu, they can't escape responsibility. You're my retainer, and I have to make this clear to you. Yes, my lord is right. I'm your lord's retainer, and I only think for you." Renwei spoke out. Pei Ziyan nodded his head and looked out the window. Not far away, ducks were paddling in the water. Even further away, a farmer was washing her clothes. Seeing that Pei Ziyan was so calm, Renwei couldn't help but sigh. His lord was getting more and more serious. Seeing that Pei Ziyan had nothing else to say, he then retreated. Pei Ziyan and Renwei retreated and heaved a long sigh. He didn't think about it any further and stood before the window. He was in a dark void, and his primordial spirit descended into the void. It was originally pitch black, but now that he looked at it, it was different from the darkness. It was like dusk, and there was a glimmer of light. When he looked closely, he realized that the glimmer was coming from the void. The door was much bigger than before. As he neared, the door automatically opened. The door was filled with golden nails, and the walls were much taller. The space inside was much bigger as well. The floor is made of green stone. Pei Ziyan looked around and saw that the battle had been repaired. There were statues everywhere, and a three-faced giant statue was in the middle of the void. It was the largest statue in the void. Chung Yuanzi has been reduced to ashes. Looking at it, it was originally the largest statue, but now it was the second largest statue. It was struggling in pain, filled with unwillingness and despair. Time seemed to have frozen here. As for the largest statue, it had 3 faces, 3 eyes, and sharp teeth. It was different from the other statues. Although it was dim, it was made of brass. Its head was almost touching the ceiling of the void, and its hands were clenched into fists. It was filled with killing intent, as if it could turn into a killing machine at any time. Every once in a while, a cold light would flash, and a crack would appear on the brass statue. Large amounts of blood would spurt out, and the moment it reached the air, it became a thick demonic aura. So that's how it is. The statue of the Demon Emperor is too strong. I can't extract it normally and can only injure it from time to time. Every time the brass statue was injured, it would twitch in pain. Its entire body was struggling, and even the space around it was shaking. However, its huge body was still tightly bound by invisible chains. The demonic aura that it spat out was slowly converted into spiritual energy. Among the spiritual energy, there was a dim golden light. What is this? Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. He saw that apart from a pavilion, there were no other structures. Now that the golden light had dispersed, a palace hall appeared. Although the palace hall wasn't huge, it was extremely majestic. Pillars were growing out of the palace hall, and every single pillar had a beast on it. The pillars were emitting a faint glow, and occasionally, a strong beam of light would shine through, illuminating the entire space. Is this the power of the Demon Emperor? What's the use of this? Pei Ziyun frowned. Feeling Pei Ziyun's aura, the statue opened its third eye and sighed. Pei Ziyun, your life is about to end. The Demon Emperor can change into many forms. Even if you die, you can still revive. But how long can you last? Pei Ziyun was taken aback when he heard the statue's words. He then laughed. What are you trying to say? Do you really think that King Lu can overturn the heavens? No, the one who will end your life is not King Lu. The statue's voice reverberated in the air. It was cold and majestic. Pei Ziyun wasn't moved by its words and laughed coldly. Firstly, you won't be able to see the heavens. How many times can you revive? Your flesh and blood, your spiritual energy, your power, all of these will become materials for me to grow stronger. Secondly, I know that it's not King Lu. If the Demon Emperor were to be exposed, it would be a huge problem. King Lu doesn't have the ability to do so. Is it the imperial court, or is it the will of the heavens? I've become an earth immortal and passed the tribulations. I've offended the imperial chi. Back then, even the Tao monarchs couldn't compare to me. If the imperial court doesn't kill me, they won't be able to sleep at night. It's not just the imperial court. Who knows, the imperial chi of the past generations is already discussing how to deal with this. As soon as these words were spoken, the bronze statue shut its third eye and stopped talking. Pei Ziyun then laughed. Or maybe there's more. Maybe there's a Tao monarch? Pei Ziyun threw his head back and laughed. The people of the world are foolish. They always think that it's only natural for people of the same race to protect each other. But they don't know that when it comes to power and authority, even a father and a son would kill each other, much less a fellow Taoist. There are internal and external factors. Killing the enemy first is a naive person. Killing oneself first is the golden rule. There's only one Tao monarch in this world. How can there be two or three? You might want to ask me, how can I guess that? Actually, it's very simple. If it's a normal person, there are countless factors that can harm him or herself. They wouldn't be able to guess it. However, the higher one's status is, the lesser the number of enemies that can harm him or herself. My powers belong to myself. At my current level, the only ones who can harm me are the Imperial Court, the Dragon Veins, the Tao Monarchs, and the Demon Emperor. Since I don't know who they are, I might as well treat them all as my enemies. As long as I'm prepared, even if all four of them are my enemies, how much of a threat would I have? How can there be so many unknown variables in this world? It's just these few. As Pei Ziyun laughed out loud, the statue didn't move an inch. Chapter 472. Pei Ziyun saw that the bronze statue was not moving at all and gave a cold hum. Ha! A cold light flashed, and a crack appeared on the statue. Demonic blood spurted out, which then transformed into demonic chi and golden light. Buzz! This time he was more attentive. He could feel the space expanding as more pillars appeared in the hall. Gradually, it became more complete. Pei Ziyin looked at it in satisfaction before turning around and disappearing from sight. The entire hall seemed to darken slightly. After an unknown amount of time, the bronze statue started to tremble. Although it had turned back into a statue, it still had a sinister smile on its face. How could you possibly know the abilities of a demonic emperor? I've already prepared a trap for you. Come on. The voice reverberated throughout the entire hall before it died down. King Lu's paradise boom. Demonic chi surged out as the entire paradise underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Following the massacre and blood sacrifice, the ground was dyed red and the entire palace was transformed. Strange and mysterious carvings could be seen on the pillars of the palace. Many huge pillars were erected high up, with all sorts of ferocious beasts resting on them. In the middle of the pillar, a demonic dragon could be seen crawling along the pillar. It had a third eye and a horn. Boom! Paradise shook once more as a blood-red tree started to grow. Many faces could be seen growing on the tree, looking down at the world with their blood-red eyes. This seemed to be a signal. As the tree grew, more trees started to appear around paradise. Apart from the faces in the middle, there were also skulls that floated along with the wind. The Imperial army had already invaded paradise. As the trees grew, it was as though a spell had been cast on them. Every step they took was difficult. That wasn't all. The rocks on the ground started to grow as well. King Lu's paradise had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The entire paradise was becoming closer and closer to the demonic realm, and the number of demonic soldiers increased as well. Roar! A tiger demon was shrouded in demonic chi and was fighting a lieutenant. They were originally evenly matched, but at that moment, with a tremor, a sharp stone suddenly shot out from the ground. The lieutenant cried out in pain as his leg was pierced through. Next, the tiger demon bit down on him. Kacha! The officer's neck was bitten as blood splattered everywhere. Another captain chopped down with his saber, killing a small demon. With a pu sound, the branches and leaves of the trees wrapped around the demon. The snake demon twisted its tail, and in the blink of an eye, it pounced in front of the captain and bit him. Clang! The commander of the heroic spirit army looked to be in his 30s. He had a fair face and was filled with killing intent and dignity. At this moment, he did not make a sound. He pulled out his saber and slashed at the tree. Sparks flew everywhere as the tree was slashed apart. However, the branches and leaves did not die and continued to wrap around the tree. Great General, this is the power of the blood sacrifice. The dragon chi is transforming into the demon realm. A civil official scanned the surroundings with a look of wisdom in his eyes. He bowed slightly and said, "This place is already demonized and is rejecting us. This is no longer the draconic energy of the human race." The Grand General's body glowed with a faint yellow light. The demonic chi in the surroundings surged up and was immediately purified by this light. He frowned as he watched, feeling vaguely uneasy. It was as though an even greater terror was brewing within the paradise. Without any hesitation, he sighed and took out an imperial edict from his bosom. Seeing that the imperial edict had a faint green aura, he solemnly bowed down and said, "I have a memorial." When a young world's imperial emissary went out, he had to act according to his authority. However, in the underworld Earth, the deities could sense him, and he could travel tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. The great general kowtowed and spoke. The imperial edict moved like ripples, and a person gradually appeared. It was the great Su dynasty's founding ancestor. What's the matter? The great Su dynasty's founding ancestor appeared, as he sat upright within the draconic chi. The Grand General had a look of respect on his face as he replied, "Your Majesty, King Lu's paradise has been demonized for some unknown reason. My army has already advanced and was waiting for the draconic chi to purify this place. However, the blood mist has spread and the demonic trees have sprouted. This place doesn't look like the mortal realm, but more like the demonic realm." The Grand General was making his report when he heard screams from afar. He then kowtowed, "Son of Heaven, please take a look." As soon as he said this, the image of King Lu's paradise appeared before the eyes of the founding ancestor. It was filled with forests, and bloodstains had formed a swamp. The heroic spirits were slowly retreating. Along the way, the branches of the trees swayed as they tried to entangle the heroic spirits. The skeletons that hung from the trees opened their mouths and bit at them. One of the heroic spirits was retreating when he was bitten. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. As the demonic chi flowed into him, the heroic spirit struggled and was being demonized. When the founding ancestor saw this, his face sank. You're right. After the blood sacrifice, this place has been demonized. There's no point in staying here any longer. Retreat. As for these entanglements, let me handle them. Your subject obeys the imperial edict. I thank you for your kindness. The Grand General kowtowed and raised the imperial edict. May the Son of Heaven show his might. As these words were spoken, the imperial edict transformed into a beam of light that swept across paradise. The demonic soldiers and demonic trees chased after the retreating heroic spirits. When the beam of light swept across, the malevolent face of the demonic tree revealed a look of fear. It raised the skeletons in front of it, as though it wanted to escape. However, it couldn't move. Without hesitation, the beam of light swept across the entire area. The soldiers of the demonic tree were stunned for a moment before they turned into dust. The heroic spirits were unharmed. Just as they were about to charge forward, they heard the command, "Retreat." Following the command, the troops retreated swiftly. The blood mist around them burned intensely, as the demonic trees within paradise seemed to be connected to each other. The dragon pillar in the center of paradise felt threatened as well. It raised its head and roared, as the blood mist dissipated, emitting a sizzling sound. Boom! The two forces clashed against each other, causing an earth-shattering sound to ring out. A huge crater appeared in paradise as the palace collapsed. The Grand General watched from afar and sighed. This is useless. As long as King Lu's army is here, paradise won't be completely destroyed. With the blood sacrifice, it will recover. If only there was a chance to turn things around. It's just that it's not worth it now. The Grand General's eyes gleamed as he led the retreating heroic spirits away. They transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. Void, a reincarnation platform, floated in midair, emitting an undisguised stench. If a human were to smell it, they would find it extremely stinky. All sorts of statues stood guard over the reincarnation platform. Their mouths were filled with sharp teeth as they stared hungrily into the distance. However, this time it wasn't food. It was a beam of light, formed from countless faces. The broken pieces transformed into a column of smoke, as though they were being sucked into the reincarnation platform. This is the imperial chi that destroyed souls. The scholar stood on the reincarnation platform and could clearly feel the changes in paradise. The blood mist, the demonic transformation, the demonic pillars, and the imperial chi. I didn't expect King Lu to be so generous, to kill so many people and transform the entire paradise into a demon. His Majesty's arrangements are beginning to take effect. The scholar spoke as he revealed a smile, revealing his fangs. With a single thought, the reincarnation platform flew towards paradise. Demonic chi revolved around the platform, and the evil spirits in the darkness tried to evade it. An evil spirit that didn't have a mind of its own pounced towards the platform. With a wave of demonic chi, the evil spirit was smashed into pieces and disappeared. The reincarnation platform transformed into a beam of light as it descended. At this point, there was no resistance, and the entire paradise began to tremble. What a mess! The scholar looked around and sighed. Without hesitation, he used his authority and activated the reincarnation platform. The blood mist in the air was rapidly absorbed by the reincarnation platform, and a new wave of energy was generated. This energy extended to every corner of paradise, causing the paradise to recover. The surface area of the paradise was shrinking, but it was still in the process of transforming. Dong dong, dong dong. The reincarnation platform was like a beating heart within paradise. Gradually, blood started to flow, forming a pool of blood around the platform. When the scholar saw this, his face fell as he muttered, "Not enough. It's still not enough." Before he could finish speaking, the blood mist started to descend from the skies once more. Feeling the blood mist descend, the reincarnation platform seemed to emit a joyous sound. Boom! As the reincarnation platform continued to expand, the pool of blood on the ground started to expand. A pool of blood that was tens of meters long became a pool that was hundreds of meters wide. As the pool of blood expanded, the reincarnation platform glowed brightly as it cheered in joy. It's done. The scholar was overjoyed as he continued to activate the reincarnation platform. The blood lake started to revolve as demonic characters started to appear within the lake. With the blood of the human race as a sacrifice, and with the name of the demon race, we summon our emperor. The scholar's voice started to spread outwards and turned into a gravitational force that caused the palace within paradise to tremble. Ground, big tent. It was the 3rd month of spring, and yet there was no sign of spring in sight. All he could see was the gray walls of the city. King Lu looked at the city, deep in thought as he listened to the reports being made. "Your Majesty, there's an army of 40,000 soldiers gathered in this city. There are even Taoist officials gathered here as well. I've heard that even the Taoist sect has sent their men here. It's going to be difficult to break through." "I understand," King Lu replied as he looked at the towering palace and laughed coldly. "Even the Taoist sect has come. They really think highly of me. But what's so difficult about that? As long as there's a blood sacrifice, the demonic race will be able to possess a body. The palace has blocked our way out, and we can send more troops to break through. As long as we can break through one of them, we will be able to reap the fruits of our labor. At the very least, we will be able to restrain the enemy's troops. But what about the Taoist officials and Taoists? There aren't many of them. Even the demonic race wasn't brainless." Hearing this, King Lu spoke calmly as he sighed. "Xie Chengdong's return is indeed different." Although Xie Chengdong was dead, and deities couldn't interfere with the mortal world, the demonic race was still a force to be reckoned with. Just as he was about to give the order, he paused and waved his hands. "All of you, go and make the arrangements." The demonic general retreated as King Lu's eyes gleamed. He then extended his horn. "HM, the reincarnation platform has returned to paradise? I'm no longer immortal. Everything is under my control. Li Cheng, your officials wish for you to return. I wish for you to return as well. You still lack half of my authority as a demonic emperor. I shall lend you a helping hand. Return quickly." As King Lu spoke, he stretched out his hand. The entire demonic emperor's authority was activated as it gathered on the reincarnation platform, forming a strong gravitational force. Void, space, a strong gravitational force descended, causing the entire space to tremble as cracks appeared on the walls. Dong, dong, dong. The bronze statue's heart started beating as demonic energy coursed through its entire body. Just as it was about to open its eyes, there was a pew sound as another ray of light appeared. This ray of light was different from the one before. It was thick and was several times sharper than before. No, the bronze statue was enraged. With a pu sound, the ray of light pierced through its heart. However, it only pierced 3 inches before the statue's body started to stiffen. The ray of light continued piercing through its heart, causing it to turn into bronze. Chapter 473. The bronze statue's body trembled as copper dust fell from its body. As its heart gradually turned bronze, its anger turned cold. "Fine, as long as the imprint is sent out, I can still be revived. I can only give up on this demon king body, especially that plum blossom. This is the most important piece of information, and I have to send it out." Thinking about it, the bronze statue glanced at the space around it. All of a sudden, its skull lit up and a crack appeared. Following that, a beam of light shot out, carrying the shadow of the three-faced giant. This time, the three-faced giant's appearance was even more unique. It had a nebula protecting its body, and its appearance was like a budding flower, delicate and beautiful. As soon as it shot out, there was the sound of thunder, and the plum blossom appeared. "No, you are a treasure that pierces through the heavens. Why are you helping it?" The three-faced giant spoke a name, but just like the last time, there was no sound. It was as though the name itself could not be spoken. Before he could finish his words, there was a pung sound as the plum blossom slammed into the ground. A green smoke rose, and the imprint shattered into pieces. A third of the main body spoke out. "Even if I am completely destroyed, I will not allow you to obtain the core secret of the Demon King." Explode. The main imprint exploded, turning into a ball of light. The entire space shook, and another crack appeared. The plum blossom trembled, and with a sweep of the light, hundreds of tiny imprints were frozen in place and turned into green smoke. Strangely enough, as the green smoke flowed down, it caused the space around it to darken. The statue that had not been destroyed started to twist and distort. The plum blossom did not interfere and quickly disappeared. A wind started to blow within the space. The green smoke transformed into a gust of wind that swept past, but could not escape from the space. It could only swirl around, and the broken space started to repair itself. The palace hall became even more magnificent and majestic. Reincarnation platform, the scholar spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale. The suction force from the reincarnation platform gradually disappeared. "The Demon King has disappeared?" The scholar could not believe it, and mumbled, "How is this possible? The Demon King's imprint did not return? Is His Majesty really finished?" On the ground, fresh blood flowed, as though in mourning. Mountain, broken temple, the bonfire burned brightly, illuminating the broken temple. The temple was still standing, but the walls had collapsed. The courtyard was filled with weeds and traces of animals. There was a shrine, but it had not received any incense for a long time. Gui did not care much about it, so she tore down the small fence and set it on fire. The fox was a little annoyed and ran around the broken temple. From time to time, it would grin and make a fierce expression. Gui ignored it and threw a piece of wood into the bonfire. She hugged her legs and fell in a deep thought. "King Lu has become a demon, and I can't help him anymore." Gui thought to herself. "Then what should I do? How can I take revenge?" Squeak, squeak. At this time, the fox came back with a large snake in its mouth. It was about 2 meters long and had beautiful patterns on it. It had already been bitten to death by the fox and weighed about 1 kilogram. It walked in front of Gui and placed the snake down, rubbing its head against Gui's leg. Gui looked at the fox. Seeing the fox's concern and flattery, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She hugged the fox and kissed him. "I'm glad I still have you." After roasting the snake, she shared it with the fox. Gui hugged the white fox and fell asleep. She could not fall asleep as she listened to the soft sound of the wind outside. Actually, as she grew older, she understood that Pei Ziyun was not in cahoots with the pirates. As for her father killing Pei Ziyun all those years ago, he had been bewitched and made a mistake. However, this was her father and uncles. Ever since her mother had died, her father had carried her on his back and fed her. When her uncles saw that she had nothing to eat, they would save their own rations for her. In a trance, she felt as though she had returned to the past. At that time, her left hand held onto her mother, and her right hand held onto her father. They were playing in front of the temple in the west of the city. Unknowingly, she fell into a deep sleep as a single tear rolled down her cheek. After an unknown amount of time, a gust of wind blew past, and a bright light floated past. It hovered anxiously in the air. As it neared, she struggled uneasily. Suddenly, the space between her eyebrows lit up, and there seemed to be a small piece of stone. The light found its target, and hurriedly pounced on it. Boom! The space between her eyebrows started to change. The originally irregular piece of stone suddenly transformed into a star, as though it was an eye. The night grew darker. Southern Cloud County, it was noon, and the sun was rising. Although it was spring, the weather was getting warmer. Several soldiers were standing guard at the city gates. They looked rather relaxed as they surveyed the citizens who were entering the city. One of them said, "I heard that a demon ate King Lu and is now leading demons to hunt humans. It's been said that one of them has appeared nearby. It's really scary. I heard that the county has sent out 1,000 armored soldiers. I wonder if they'll be able to kill the demon." It's hard to say. One of the soldiers held a blade of grass in his mouth as he listened. As long as the demon soldiers don't attack our Southern Cloud County, we'll be fine. But our Southern Cloud County isn't that important anyway. I don't think the demon soldiers will come. If they really come, I'll kill them in one strike. As the soldier spoke, he unsheathed his blade and waved it around, causing the surrounding soldiers to laugh out. One of them laughed out loud. "You're so skinny, and you dare to kill a demon? You're more like a duck." A woo. At this point, a wolf's howl could be heard. Several soldiers' faces fell. What's that sound? Why is there a wolf howl in the daytime? As they spoke, several masked men tore off their clothes. Their faces were ferocious and were covered with scales. Some of them even had fangs protruding from their mouths. They were demons. The soldiers were shocked, but the demon soldiers pounced on them. No. The few soldiers were bitten to death by the demon soldiers. The commoners who were entering the city saw this scene and trembled in fear. Demons! Demons! Run! The demon soldiers had already gone berserk and pounced on the commoners. One of the commoners was too slow and was caught up by the demon soldiers. The demon soldiers bit his neck, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. County Hall, backyard, the county magistrate was entertaining a Taoist official. The Taoist official was dressed in a Taoist robe, and his eyes were bright and piercing. The county magistrate sat in front of him and poured a cup of hot tea for the Taoist official. "Taoist leader, I've already made the necessary preparations. Constables, bailiffs, and more than half of them have been sent out. I've also gathered all the villagers and formed a militia. As long as the demon soldiers appear, we can capture them all. You've done well. When His Excellency Li returns, I'll report your contributions to the county magistrate." The Taoist official took a sip of tea and felt a warmth in his heart. Originally, Taoists were uncouth, and even Taoist officials were not valued, and the county magistrate could order them around. However, the fake emperor had turned into a demon and ordered the county magistrate to exterminate the demon race. Things were different now, and all the officials had to curry favor with him. "Thank you, Taoist official. Lunch has been prepared. Although it's not delicacies, it's very local. However, is it safe for His Excellency Li to exterminate the demon soldiers? Li Daosi is a genius in our Dao record department. Exterminating these demon soldiers is a piece of cake." As they spoke, an official rushed in. "Your Excellency, bad news. Why are you panicking? You're too rash and impatient." Seeing the official barging in, the county magistrate's face changed. He scolded him. "Your Excellency, the demon soldiers have entered the city." "What?" The county magistrate's face turned pale, and his legs trembled. Didn't the demon soldiers head towards the East Mountain? Why would His Excellency Li suddenly attack the city? "Your Excellency, I don't know either. The demon soldiers were killing indiscriminately." Constable Li brought a few of his brothers, and they all died. "Taoist Gung, what do you think we should do?" The county magistrate turned to look at the Taoist official. The Taoist official's face turned pale. "I'll report to Li Daosi immediately." He took out a talisman and entered the room, activating it. The mountains were tall, and the trees were lush. However, the sounds of battle could be heard from within the forest. Dozens of demon soldiers were fighting against the armored soldiers. "Shoot!" Li Jingyuan ordered as the archers charged forward. Arrows rained down from the sky, and dozens of demon soldiers fell to the ground. The rest of the demon soldiers were agile and hid behind the trees. Their eyes were glowing red, and no one dared to look at them directly. "Use your spells," Li Jingyuan ordered. The Taoist official moved and pointed his finger. The vines on the trees were like snakes and wrapped around the demon soldiers. A few demon soldiers were caught off guard and were wrapped around by the vines. "Kill!" The armored soldiers charged forward and killed a few of them. The rest of the demon soldiers managed to break free from the vines and engaged in a fierce battle with the armored soldiers. However, they were outnumbered. Screams could be heard as they were slashed to the ground and nailed to the trees. "Clean up the battlefield and burn the corpses of the demon soldiers," Li Jingyuan ordered. At this point, a Taoist official stepped forward and whispered, "Your Excellency, something has happened." Li Jingyuan looked at the official and said, "We've just received news that a group of demon soldiers are attacking southern Cloud County. They've already broken into the city and are killing without restraint. They're asking for help. There's obviously only one group of demon soldiers. This is bad. They're trying to lure us away from our territory." Li Jingyuan spoke as his face turned ashen. "Follow me back to the city immediately, and we shall exterminate the demon soldiers." He then muttered to himself, "The demon soldiers are ignorant. How could they have a plan? They must be under the command of a demon general. Damn it, we must kill them and tear them to shreds as a sacrifice to the people." The county magistrate paced back and forth. His face was pale. The Taoist official turned around, and the county magistrate welcomed him. "Your Excellency, what did His Excellency Li say?" "His Excellency has exterminated the demon soldiers in the mountains." When he heard the news, he had already returned to the city. He would be back in 2 hours. He ordered us to defend as best we can. 2 hours? I'm afraid we won't make it. The county magistrate spoke. At this point, he calmed himself down. His frail face was filled with determination. "I am the county magistrate, and I have a duty to defend my territory. Gather the soldiers and constables. Follow me and kill our way out." "Yes, Your Excellency." No matter what, such a person was worthy of respect. Besides, his family was still in the city. Several constables agreed and were about to attack. "Your Excellency, please wait," the Taoist official shouted. When the county magistrate heard this, he stopped in his tracks and asked, "Your Excellency Gong, do you have any instructions for me?" The Taoist official hesitated before he stepped forward and whispered, "Your Excellency Gao, I have a concealing talisman that can conceal my presence. As long as I can find a place to hide, the demon soldiers won't be able to find me. We can just wait for the army to arrive." "Your Excellency, why do you want to die?" When the county magistrate heard this, he sighed. He then stretched out his hand and straightened his black hat, as well as his robes. He then spoke out, "I, Gao Ping, passed the imperial examinations in the 7th year of the dynasty. I was appointed by the previous emperor to be the county magistrate. This is the emperor's favor. I wanted to achieve some results to repay his kindness. When King Lu rebelled, I was afraid of death and surrendered. I've already betrayed my integrity. Now that the fake emperor has been defeated and the demon soldiers are here, although I'm just a scholar, how can I do the same thing twice? There's no reason for me to surrender to the demon soldiers. I shall live and die with the citizens of this city." As he spoke, he clasped his hands and left. When Taoist official Geng saw this, he couldn't help but be moved. When he first saw this person, he thought that he was just trying to climb up the social ladder. He didn't expect to see the true colors of this person. He then sighed and disappeared into the backyard. Chapter 474. Outside the city, the armored soldiers marched quickly. It had rained the day before, and the ground was filled with mud. If they were not careful, they would fall into the mud. Li Jingyuan was still urging them, "Hurry, hurry." The armored soldiers did not complain, as there was smoke rising from within the city. From afar, they could see it. The Taoist officials could see blood splashing up into the sky, and their faces were dark. The armored soldiers walked on foot, while the Taoist officials rode their horses. The city was right in front of them. All of a sudden, A horse galloped towards them. He was covered in mud as he dismounted and reported, "Your Excellency, there are hundreds of demon soldiers inside. They have already started killing the citizens." What about Gaoji County? Gaoji County personally led the bailiffs and soldiers to kill them. There were many casualties. Li Jingyuan paused. The bailiffs and soldiers were fighting against the demon soldiers. This meant that they were going to die for their country. He then said coldly, "Good, you're a man. Lead the way." He then ordered Lieutenant Ge, "Take a few Taoist officials and seal the city gates. Do not let a single demon soldier escape." "Yes." Lieutenant Ge paused before replying, "Yes." Following the order, he headed towards the city gates. The main force followed Li Jingyuan and charged into the city. Demons run? The moment they entered the city, they could see smoke billowing out from the wooden houses. The demon soldiers could be seen lighting fires. The citizens were chased away by the fire and had no choice but to escape from their houses. However, the demon soldiers caught up to them and killed them. Screams of agony could be heard as people fled in panic. The streets were littered with corpses. "I'll fight you to the death." Despite being forced into a corner, there were still men who charged forward with machetes. However, the demon soldiers only needed a single slash to kill them. "Kill, kill, kill." The demon general in the middle laughed as he played with the head in his hands. It was the head of Gaoji County. He seemed to have gotten bored of playing with it and used a rope to tie it around his neck. Li Jingyuan had just turned a corner when he saw the demon soldiers chasing after a group of citizens. A woman was covered in blood and was carrying a child. She was running with the crowd and tripped and fell to the ground. "No!" The woman's face was filled with fear. Just as she was about to get up, the demon soldiers were already behind her. The woman held the child tightly in her arms and saw the flash of a blade. "Bind!" A shout was heard, and the demon soldiers stopped. "Shoot!" Numerous arrows rained down as the demon soldier brandished his blade to block them. The sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard, as the demon soldier did not die. He swung his blade at the woman, and blood splattered everywhere. The woman used her body to protect the child and was killed instantly. Li Jingyuan's face turned ashen. The demon soldier's ferocious nature made one's hair stand on end. He drew his sword. "Kill all these demon soldiers. Kill!" The armored soldier had long been enraged by the demon soldier's cruelty. Shouting loudly, he pounced forward and hacked the demon soldier to death. As for the fleeing commoners, when they saw the soldiers of the imperial court coming, they felt their bodies lighten. They sat on the ground and wailed loudly. "Why aren't you all retreating yet? Are you all just waiting for death here?" An officer shouted. Only then did the commoners wake up from their stupor and continue to flee. The armored soldiers surrounded them while the Taoist priests cast spells from aside. The archers shot arrows and separated the demon soldiers. Blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. The battle was extremely cruel. The monsters were very powerful, but the armored soldiers were all wearing armor. They were all elites and were not much inferior. Furthermore, they had great teamwork. For a time, there were casualties on both sides. Li Jingyuan looked at the battlefield calmly. His personal guards stood around him quietly, waiting for the next order. Although the demon soldiers are strong, they are still weaker than the demons in the demon realm. Generally speaking, the demon soldiers are stronger than the non-demon soldiers, but not by much. A scream rang out. It turned out that a demon with the appearance of a bear was pouncing on one of the armored soldiers. Around him, the other armored soldiers had already gathered. "Pierce!" A 10-man commander gave the order, as the soldier raised his spear and pierced forward. "Kill!" 3 long spears pierced deep into the demon soldier's body. The sound of flesh being pierced caused everyone's heart to tremble. Even the demons screamed out in pain. However, the demon soldier's life force was strong. Although he had been pierced several times, he didn't die immediately. He then slashed out with his long blade. One of the soldiers did not manage to dodge in time. "Kill!" The 10-man commander raised his spear and pierced the demon soldier's heart. This time, The demon soldier could no longer withstand the pain. He knelt down and twitched as he died. The sounds of killing grew louder and louder as the number of demon soldiers decreased. All of a sudden, a troop of demon soldiers saw that the situation wasn't looking good. They broke out of the formation and ran towards the city gates. Li Jingyuan calmly called out, "Officer Fan, I'm here. Coordinate with Officer Ge and annihilate them." "Yes," Officer Fan replied as he led his soldiers away. From afar, the sounds of killing could be heard. Li Jingyuan looked around and saw that the streets were filled with corpses. Blood was everywhere. Many of the corpses had their eyes wide open, as though they had died with grievances. Li Jingyuan saw a female corpse. She looked extremely beautiful and was hugging a baby. Her eyes were wide open, and he sighed. He stretched out his hand to cover her eyes. However, in the blink of an eye, her eyes opened once again. Li Jingyuan sighed as he stood up. The sounds of killing gradually died down. Before long, an official came to report the demon soldiers that had charged into the city have been annihilated. Li Jingyuan looked at the scene and exhaled heavily. These demon soldiers weren't strong. It's obvious that they were newly formed. Hence, it wasn't too difficult to suppress them. However, even if they weren't strong, the commoners wouldn't be able to resist them. From the looks of it, thousands of commoners have been killed. Without demonic qi, no matter how many corpses there are, it would be difficult for them to turn into zombies. However, with so many demonic corpses lying around, the corpses might even turn into zombies. All of you, prepare to burn the corpses. Once they've lost their physical bodies, no matter how much resentment they have, there's nothing they can do. As he spoke, Li Jingyuan's muscles twitched. If it were any other time, he could use his Dao arts to resolve the problem. However, the only thing he could do now was to burn the corpses. The Taoist acknowledged his orders, and soon after, the corpses started to burn. "Your Excellency, the woman's child is still alive." The squad leader spoke as Li Jingyuan looked over. The child was covered in blood, and his body was trembling. "Mother, mother, don't kill mother." The squad leader's lips were chapped as he listened to the child's cries. "I pity this child. Carry him up and take care of him properly." "No." Li Jingyuan thought of something and said coldly, "The demon soldiers had split up and attacked the city. There must be a demon general among them. Did anyone see the demon general?" A Taoist official hurried over. "Your Excellency, His Excellency Gao has died in battle. His head has been chopped off. I'm afraid this was the doing of the demon general." "Damn it, the demon general has escaped." Li Jingyuan hammered down on his armor. His heart was filled with rage. "I don't care who you are. I shall chop off your head and offer it to the dead." Ah! At this point, someone walked over. "Your Excellency, Master Tidian is here. He wants to see you immediately." Li Jingyuan paused as he reined in his anger. His face, which had been through countless battles, had started to show signs of age. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Bring me there immediately." Li Jingyuan followed the Taoist official to a room. He lifted the curtains and entered, only to see Feng Tidian inside. He hurriedly bowed, "Master Tidian." He then saw a young Taoist sitting upright. He was unfamiliar with him and had an air of superiority about him. Pei Ziyin was secretly surprised. Who is this person? He has an extraordinary aura, and I've never seen him before. His status is even higher than Tidian? Could it be that the imperial court has a hidden organization? Seeing Li Jingyuan's suspicions, Feng Min didn't bother to explain. What was the result of this operation? When Li Jingyuan heard this, he reported, "Tidian, I'll give you some rough numbers. During this operation, we lost 300 soldiers and 230 demon soldiers. We lost 2 Taoist officials, and 2 to 3,000 commoners were killed. The demon general escaped. I am guilty. Please punish me, Your Excellency." As soon as Li Jingyuan finished speaking, he knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Feng Tidian listened to the report and was lost in thought. When he saw Li Jingyuan kowtowing, he then said, "I understand. You shall complete your mission and return to the capital." "What? Li Jinyuan was shocked. So many of our comrades died in battle, and the commoners were slaughtered. The main culprit hasn't even surrendered yet. How can I return? I hope your excellency will allow me to carry out the mission. Feng Tidian was moved when he heard this. He then scolded, "This is an order from the imperial court. Do you wish to disobey?" Chapter 475. Li Jinyuan stood up, the corners of his eyes still wet. Feng Min could not help but sigh. The more she looked at him, the more she admired him. He was intelligent, passionate, proficient in Tao techniques, good at using people, and quick-witted. Such a person was a blessing for the records department. After a pause, Feng Min said, "Li Jinyuan, it's good that you have such an idea. However, the Department of Records needs to have some seeds. What if they're wiped out?" He then continued, "It's not just you. A group of important people have to return as well. You've listened to my teachings before, and I know your abilities. When you return, prepare well. You have the ability. Only by going to a higher position will you be able to perform better. For the Imperial Court, for the Department of Records, and for yourself, go back. Furthermore, the Emperor already knows about this and has given his approval. Don't hesitate and prepare to return to the capital." Yes, although Li Jinyuan was unwilling, he did not say anything else. Watching Li Jinyuan leave, Feng Min sighed and asked the young Taoist, "Taoist Lord, is the matter with the demons really not important?" As she spoke, she handed over a document. The Taoist Lord glanced at it and smiled. "The demons are not strong. They only rely on blood sacrifices to allow their souls to reincarnate into their bodies. That's why they seem to be getting stronger. But the more they do this, the more it irritates the heavens' will." Feng Min said, "I know that the heavens will hate them. However, there's still some time before they fall. When they die, they are especially vicious." Before she finished her sentence, the Taoist Lord laughed. "You're still too small. A massacre is a small matter to erase. It's only the heavens' will that compresses the situation. Once you're too small, you'll wear them down day and night. You can't even see your blade when you're at your wit's end." As he spoke, the Taoist Lord saw that Feng Min still did not understand and smiled. "Besides, there are other solutions. Haven't you heard of the relocation order?" As he spoke, he laughed. "The army relies on the city and is like an iron bucket. The refugees are all migrating to other counties. This is only the first step. In the future, only the army will be left along the iron bucket. If that's the case, who will the demons find for the blood sacrifice? If they can't find reinforcements, will the demons survive?" When Feng Min heard this, she immediately came to a realization and was sincerely convinced. Tao Monarch's stratagem is truly unparalleled. You've hit the demon's weakness this time. This isn't my own ability. The Tao Lord's face darkened as he spoke. "I came up with this idea after researching Pei Ziyun's case. Pei Ziyun is an outstanding person. His cultivation, literary skills, and military strategies are all top-notch. His only flaw is that he came from a lowly background and thus attacked too many people. No matter how profound the art of war is, the more you use it, the easier it is for you to figure out the key points. I dare say that if Pei Ziyun was still in power, he would have only used the most basic of tactics. Just by trapping and trapping them, the demon race would have been wiped out." Feng Min listened and stared at the Taoist Lord. After a while, she said, "Then why is there a disaster?" The Tao Lord looked at Feng Min and said, "Why is it that even with this policy, there are still counties that are affected? The rope will gradually tighten. If it's too fast, the demons will be forced into a life and death struggle. However, that's still a small matter." When the Tao Lord said that, he suddenly laughed out loud. "What's more important is acting." "Acting?" Feng Min was dumbfounded. "I couldn't think of that myself." The Tao Lord said plainly, "It's just that I suffered from this in the past. That's why I'm especially sensitive to it. Once bitten, twice shy. That's why when I smelled it, I smelled it. It's like a frog being boiled in warm water. It's to confuse King Lu and Pei Ziyun. It's to make Pei Ziyun feel that the imperial court still needs him. That way, he will let down his guard. When that happens, it's like a thunderbolt. At this point, the Tao Lord laughed sarcastically. This will not change even after thousands of years. The inescapable net has been laid, and the only thing left is to reveal the dagger. The Tao Lord dared to speak, but Feng Min didn't dare to question him. Although there was no one else in the room, he didn't even dare to listen. After some time, he asked, Tao Lord, you are a Taoist as well. Why did you participate in this? When the Tao Lord heard this, he didn't speak at first. He paced around slowly. After some time, his voice was hollow and sinister. What the heavens have given me, I shall bear the consequences. The heavens do not love one person for long. I made a mistake in the past. I couldn't follow the will of the heavens. Since the will of the heavens has changed, I have nothing to say. However, as a failure, I cannot allow the newcomer to follow the will of the heavens. If Pei Ziyin were to follow the will of the heavens, how would I be able to survive? The Tao Lord shook his head and sighed. The people of the world think that we are immortals, floating above the mortal world. It's just that we have to fight for this place as well. As he spoke, he patted Feng Min on the shoulder. If there's anyone in the world who wants Pei Ziyin dead, I might not be the first, but I'm at least in the top 3. After 1,000 years of contemplation, he was enlightened and no longer had any doubts. The people of the world might have thought that he was being black-hearted, but he was no longer pretentious or hesitant. Even the Tao Lord himself felt that it was strange. His actions gave him a feeling of purity that he had never done before. Free Cloud said faintly. Some people could be seen in the forest. Some birds were alarmed and flew up from the trees. Be careful of your movements, a Taoist reprimanded. He was extremely displeased with the commotion he had caused. The Taoist who had been reprimanded was equally displeased. You and I are only working together. We are not subordinates. Are you trying to order me around? When the Taoist from Peaceful Sky Temple heard this, he was enraged. Our mission is to survey the terrain and ensure that nothing goes wrong during the execution of our plan. If you continue to behave like this, I shall report your appearance to my superiors. I want to see how the elders of your sect will deal with you. Hearing this, the Taoist from Mysterious Techniques sect's face turned cold. Humph. However, he didn't say anything else. Golden Island, Pier the Golden Island had been under construction for 2 years. By now, the docks had already been set up. Although there weren't 1,000 ships sailing at the same time, there were at least 20 to 30 ships docking at the same time. The streets of the pier were lined with shops and shops. The place was bustling with activity. At this point, a man disembarked from a ship and entered an inn on the island. The inn wasn't very big. There were only 4 tables on the ground floor and 4 guest rooms upstairs. When the waiter saw the man, he welcomed him. Dear guest, are you staying here, or? I want a special room with peach, plum, and pear blossoms. Hearing this, the waiter's eyes gleamed. Dear guest, please follow me. Since the space wasn't very big, the guest rooms upstairs were very close to each other. 2 of the rooms were already occupied and were currently gambling. The man looked around and noticed that the room was rather clean. Before long, the innkeeper pushed the door open and bowed. Your Excellency. Imperial Palacine, Liu walked along the corridor. The tiles on the floor were bright and shiny. There were eunuchs standing guard in front of every door. Inside, there were 8 eunuchs standing on both sides of the door. On both sides of the screen, there were eunuchs of different ranks. Liu stepped forward and kowtowed. He saw that Emperor Chi Tai had just finished reading a report. However, he didn't place it down. He was frowning and deep in thought. The entire hall was silent. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. Emperor Chi Tai's expression was solemn. He seemed to have made up his mind as he opened his eyes and asked, Han Yuan Wu, how are the arrangements for Dao sect coming along? Following Emperor Chi Tai's question, someone stepped forward. Your Majesty, Ping Tian sect and Xianfa sect are the main forces who are willing to listen to our orders. Once we make our move, we will be able to control Free Cloud sect, especially their mother and Yi Su'er. In Liu, you went to Pingshuo County to relay the order. How are the arrangements for Ping Shou County and Golden Island coming along? The emperor then looked at Yin Lu. Yin Lu bowed and replied, Your Majesty, Ping Shou County belongs to the imperial court. I only needed to give them some instructions, and everything has been arranged. Golden Island was originally the base of the pirates, and not the imperial court. Fortunately, due to the small population, we've managed to recruit many men and refugees. We've managed to infiltrate many of them, and we can make our move at any time. As for the men we planted around the princess, they were originally our men and could control the princess at any time. When the emperor heard this, his face was expressionless as he asked, How are the preparations in the imperial city? At this point, Eunuch Huang bowed down personally. The core members of the Dao Record Department have already gathered in the capital city. Everything has bin prepared. The moment Pei Ziyun steps into the imperial city, the palace gates shall be shut. 7,000 imperial guards shall join forces with the Dao Records Department and 11 other sects to kill Pei Ziyun. Another member of the Dao Records Department bowed down. Kill Pei Ziyun's primordial spirit. The dragon veins and the Taoists have set up a trap for him. If he dies outside, there's nothing we can do. However, if he dies within the imperial city, no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to turn the situation around. Seeing that the emperor was still hesitating, Yin Lu stepped forward and spoke in a serious tone. Your Majesty, according to the records of the Dao Record Department, as well as the description of the Dao Monarch's doppelganger, we can still subdue Pei Ziyun now. However, once he has a body of steel, even the imperial city might not be able to contain him. This step will be crucial for the empire's future. Your Majesty, if you manage to accomplish this, even after thousands of generations have passed, the dragon veins will still benefit. As for King Lu, now that the demon tribe has been exposed, the heavenly will has been suppressing him. Even the effects of the blood sacrifice have been reduced, and he's not the first to be sacrificed. Besides, when the time comes, even the Dao monarch will be present. There won't be any slip-ups. Hearing these words, the emperor pondered for some time before he stood up and started walking. After some time, he regained his composure and spoke out. Thinking back to those years I was trapped within the crown prince's palace and was at the end of my rope. Now that I think about it, it was all thanks to Pei Ziyun. The true sovereign and I have both contributed greatly. Every time I think about it, I can't sleep well at night. Hearing these words, Yin Lu's face flushed red. He was about to speak when he saw Eunuch Huang giving him a look to stop him. Yin Lu paused as he heard the emperor's sigh. But I'm not carrying a single person on my shoulders. I'm carrying the entire empire. I have to face the heavens, the millions upon millions of people, and the ancestors of the empire. How would I dare to use my personal merits to take advantage of the greater good? I've made up my mind. I shall pull out the nail that is Pei Ziyun. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a clap of thunder. Everyone relaxed as they knelt down and said, Your Majesty is wise. Eunuch Gao Guang then asked, How should we deal with Prince Chengshun and the Grand Princess? The emperor looked at Gao Guang and said, I had no choice but to deal with Pei Ziyun. As long as Prince Chengshun and the Grand Princess are obedient subjects, how can I bear to punish them? Even if it's the Canton Princess, Yi Su or Pei Ziyun's mother, as long as Pei Ziyun dies, I won't punish him. Instead, I'll compensate them heavily. Just say that Pei Ziyun died in battle. Everyone was filled with admiration as they shouted out, Your Majesty is truly a benevolent ruler. At this point, a report arrived. Eunuch Huang looked at it and was elated. Your Majesty, good news, good news. The Canton Princess and Yi Su are both pregnant. If that's the case, we can capture them and force Pei Ziyun to commit suicide. The heavens are on your Majesty's side. The emperor revealed a look of joy as well as he instructed. Then do it. Don't be careless. Now, make use of King Lu's urgent matter and use the golden token to urge Pei Ziyun to enter the capital. If one isn't enough, send out 3 or 5. We must ensure that the true sovereign sees me. Chapter 476. Prince Qingshuan's Palace. Prince Qingshuan's palace was originally the prince's palace of the previous dynasty. After several renovations, there were pavilions and terraces. Every step they took was a different scenery. At this point in time, it was spring, and the garden was filled with water pavilions, winding corridors, and trees. The maids and eunuchs were in a hurry and looked uneasy. A few of them spoke softly. Have you noticed? There are many guards outside the palace. Which yeomen? Who sent them? Why are they guarding the door? A eunuch asked. I went out to do business and saw that there were sentries every 3 steps and guards every 5. It was very strict. I've asked around. It was said that the 9 gates admiral's yeomen were ordered by the emperor to guard the place. I cannot find out anything else. Someone replied. Everyone could not help but shiver. One of them asked softly, do you have any way to leave the palace? We were sent here, and this has nothing to do with us. AI, don't talk about it. We were sent here and are bound together with the palace. How can we be sent out so easily? Say, do you think that person is afraid of His Highness? Someone had a suspicious look on his face as he spoke. Everyone was shocked. The eunuch who spoke first quickly shushed them. Do you want to die? Why are you talking about this? But if there is a way, we should leave quickly. If not, when His Highness locks us up, it will be difficult for us to change places. That's right. At this point, a housekeeper rushed in. His face was cold and filled with anger. Greetings, eunuch. Godfather. The eunuch was terrified and was afraid that this eunuch would know what they were discussing and hurriedly bowed. The eunuch glanced at them. What are you waiting for? Get to work. Yes. The eunuch heaved a sigh of relief, and everyone dispersed. Study room, the window was slightly opened. Outside was a garden where peach blossoms were in full bloom. Prince Qingshuan was anxious and paced back and forth. According to the dynasty's rules, one can be conferred the title of prince at the age of 15. Some officials have already sent a report. What will my brother say? Prince Qingshuan thought to himself and could not help but recall how his brother received him last year. When he returned to the capital, his brother's words were still fresh in his mind. Gulp. Not far away, tea was being brewed. It was boiling and emitting a rich aroma. Prince Qingshuan did not notice it at all. He only paced back and forth, deep in thought. At this moment, the voice of a eunuch came from outside the study. Your Highness, this servant has returned. Royal Prince Qingshuan was overjoyed. Come in. As soon as he entered, Royal Prince Qingshuan put down the scroll in his hands and asked anxiously, Is it done? Hearing the prince's question, the head eunuch's face darkened. Your Highness, this matter cannot be settled. What? Jun Wang Qingshuan's heart sank, and his body went limp as he slumped into the chair. His face was filled with pain as he muttered in a low voice. Suddenly, he remembered something and raised his head. Gritting his teeth, he asked, What happened? Who stopped me? Zhang Shuang submitted a petition, saying that Prince is already 15 years old and has made great contributions, so he can be promoted to Prince Shun. However, Li Chuanjin and Xiao Wei, those 2 traitorous imperial censors, stopped him. He said that although the prince must be conferred the title of king, according to the rules of the previous dynasty, it is better to confer a lower title for the first time and then move on to the next. He should first be conferred the title of duke, then move on to a prefecture prince, and finally be conferred the title of king. He also said that to be conferred the title of king at such a young age, it is not appropriate for him to be conferred the title of King Lu. Now that the world is not at peace, how can he be conferred the title of king so easily? Once the world is at peace, he will be conferred the title of king. Those 2 bastards. Royal Prince Qingshuan's face turned red as he slammed the table. Those 2 ignorant fools. One day I will skin them alive. Although he was only 15 years old, the moment he slammed the table, it was enough to shock everyone. The eunuch's head eunuch took a step back. Royal Prince Qingshuan paced back and forth as he growled. Ever since I came back last year, I've been confined within the palace. I can't go out easily. I can still see my good friends, but they've all disappeared. That's all. I'm merely trying to confer the title of king. I didn't expect them to stop me. What do they want? Could it be that they want to confine me for the rest of my life? As Royal Prince Chung Shun spoke, he waved his hand, causing the teacup to fall to the ground. Your Highness, you must not speak nonsense. The head eunuch was shocked as he hurriedly spoke. His face was pale as he looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he heaved a sigh of relief. Royal Prince Ching Shun felt that his words were inappropriate as well. His face turned pale before he regained his composure. I was just speaking out of anger. They're too much. That's right. The head eunuch sighed and fell silent for some time before speaking. Your Highness, they're suspecting that you're too close to that person. HM. Royal Prince Chang Shun gritted his teeth as his veins twitched. Years ago, they wanted me to be the army supervisor. Now, they're suspecting that I'm too close to true sovereign pay. They've already said everything black and white. What else can I say? His words were filled with resentment. Although Royal Prince Chang Shun was precocious, he was only 15 years old. How could he tolerate being imprisoned and treated so harshly? As soon as these words were spoken, the two people in the room didn't speak. The head eunuch looked as if he wanted to speak. He looked out the window and saw that there was no one around. He then spoke in a low voice. Your Highness, there's something strange going on in the capital. I'm afraid it's not just you. What's going on? Royal Prince Chung Shun was shocked as he looked at the head eunuch. The head eunuch saw that there was no one around and spoke softly. It's not just you. Even the Grand Princess has been treated coldly. It's been said that the Imperial Censor has already reported to the court that the Grand Princess is greedy and has collected a large amount of wealth. She has behaved improperly and should be punished accordingly. Hearing this, Royal Prince Ching Shun took a deep breath. He stood up and paced a few steps. I thought that my royal brother was kind and generous. I didn't expect my royal brother to be so unfathomable. You're burning the bridge after crossing the river. As Royal Prince Chung Shun spoke, he stood up and walked to the window. He looked at the green pond not far away and fell in a deep thought. He then rolled his eyes and said, I already know. The head eunuch hurriedly asked, What did your Royal Highness think of? Royal Prince Chang Shun laughed coldly and said, My royal brother is about to make a move against Pei Ziyun. I've seen too much in the Imperial Palace. When you make a move against someone, the first step is to isolate them and then kill them all. I only have a good impression of true sovereign Pei. He was once a statue in a temple. If he was imprisoned like that, how cruel can others be? Or perhaps, your Royal Highness is just guessing. The head eunuch fell silent for a moment. Royal Prince Chung Shun laughed coldly. Guessing? If I don't make a move, who would dare to offend true sovereign Pei? He's someone who has survived 3 lifetimes. As the royal prince spoke, he closed his eyes and pushed open the window. Outside, a few birds were flying around, chirping loudly. Seeing the birds flying freely, the royal prince's eyes were clouded and he hesitated. Gusu, you've followed me for 10 years and watched me grow up. You've also seen my brother for so many years. How do you think my royal brother will treat me? The head eunuch hesitated. Your Royal Highness, I dare not say. You are innocent. Royal Prince Chung Shun waved a hand. Others could leave, but the head eunuch had long been branded as a royal prince. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to. The head eunuch thought for some time. When the emperor was the crown prince, he was famous for his generosity. Although he had no other choice, I can tell from his temperament that he wouldn't do anything to you. It's just that with King Lu as an example, and the fact that you've done so twice, no one knows about it. Everyone praises you as a king. If that's the case, there will naturally be people who will try to get close to you. Truth be told, there have been many people who have tried to get close to you. This is proof of that. The most important thing is that you're too close to true sovereign Pei. Hence, the officials are even more suspicious of you. I'm afraid that there will always be some hindrance. I'm afraid. As the head eunuch spoke up to this point, he couldn't say anything else. Royal Prince Chung Shun gritted his teeth. A lifetime of seclusion? Only when I'm old. Your Royal Highness, this old servant doesn't dare. The head eunuch hurriedly knelt down and apologized. Royal Prince Chengshun waved a hand. Get up. What has this got to do with you? As he spoke, he took several steps back and forth. The more he paced, the more anxious he became. All of a sudden, he stopped and spoke to the head eunuch. The net isn't tight yet. Can the spies you arranged for me in the past still spread any news? Your Royal Highness, could it be that you wish to? The head eunuch asked uneasily. I wish to pass a message to Pei Ziyan. Your Royal Highness, no matter what the message is at this point in time, it would be a huge disaster. The eunuch was shocked and panicked. His eyes gleamed. I was born at the wrong time and was dragged into a whirlpool of chaos. Now that I've been labeled as such, how can I have a good life? I don't wish to be under house arrest for more than 10 years. Royal Prince Chengshun spoke. I don't wish to live the rest of my life in fear and trepidation. As soon as these words were spoken, the head eunuch fell silent. After some time, he spoke. But your Royal Highness, the moment this news is leaked, we're finished. Heaven has given us a gift, and we shall bear the consequences. I cannot hesitate. Royal Prince Chengshun paced back and forth slowly. All of a sudden, he turned around and stared at the head eunuch. His eyes were bright and full of energy. The head eunuch was taken aback and didn't speak for some time. The head eunuch was no stranger to this demeanor. Many years ago, the first emperor was like this as well. Although he was surrounded by many enemies, he was calm and collected. He paced back and forth with the determination to win. At first, the head eunuch's heart was filled with confusion and confusion. Then, he felt a sense of divinity. The royal prince was only 15 years old and was full of vigor and vigor. However, this decision wasn't necessarily made out of courage. The dragon's descendants are indeed worthy of their name. Actually, in terms of similarities, the crown prince is the least similar to the first emperor. Whether it's King Lu or Royal Prince Chengshun, they both seem to have inherited some of the first emperor's charm. Perhaps it's because of this that the crown prince intercepted the crown prince today. Just as the head eunuch was deep in thought, Royal Prince Chengshun cleared his throat. You may say that I don't know the details, but it doesn't matter. After all, there are very few ways to kill Pei Ziyan. I only have these few ways. You just have to spread the word, set up a net to catch him. Pei Ziyan will definitely know. Royal Prince Chengshun noticed that the head eunuch was hesitating and laughed. Do you really think that Pei Ziyan didn't take any precautions? I don't believe you. Back when I was with Pei Ziyan, I learned a lot from him. I know what he's capable of. I'm just adding flowers to a brocade. Politics is about creating something out of nothing. Even if my message was wrong, it doesn't matter. You may go. Royal Prince Chengshun spoke as the head eunuch bowed and replied, Yes, Your Highness. Rest assured, the few spies that I've arranged can be used. This servant will choose the most suitable person. Seeing that he had nothing else to say, the head eunuch retreated. Chapter 477. Golden Island, City Leader's Mansion. The garden was built according to the style of the dynasty. Pei Ziyan's understanding of the garden was very precise. There were many strange rocks in the garden, and there were many lotus leaves in the pond. The sounds of frogs croaking could be heard. Pei Ziyan and the Canton Princess strolled around the garden. Just as they walked past the west corridor, the Canton Princess said, Husband, I've been working on a new song. The name sounds good. I didn't expect Xinya to be so busy these few days. Pei Ziyan laughed as he ran his fingers through her hair. When the Canton Princess heard this, she couldn't help but laugh as well. It's all thanks to the conversation I had with you that I was enlightened. There's a pavilion in front. I've already ordered my men to prepare a zither for you to play. As the Canton Princess spoke, the two of them were about to enter the pavilion. At this point, a serving maid rushed over. Her face was filled with anxiety. She then said, Master, Canton Princess, the imperial court has sent an imperial envoy for you to receive the imperial edict. The imperial envoy will be here soon. The Canton Princess was shocked. She was somewhat disappointed and nervous. Could it be that there's something good for you? The Canton princess asked suspiciously. Let's go. Let's go see the imperial envoy. We can't avoid this. Pei Ziyun said as his eyes flashed coldly. The island wasn't big, and they arrived at the pier in no time. Pei Ziyun and the Canton princess welcomed them. Incense sticks were placed on the table as the imperial envoy's boat sailed towards them. There was a dragon flag on the boat as it neared the shore. Soldiers stood guard on both sides of the boat. The imperial envoy's boat. Before the boat had even neared them, they could hear people shouting from the watchtower. Gao Guang stood on the boat and could see the crowd. At this point, a eunuch approached Gao Guang and whispered, "Eunuch, if true sovereign follows us into the capital city, you will have done a great deed. You will be greatly rewarded." Huh! When Gao Guang heard this, he caressed his ring and laughed coldly. Don't speak nonsense when you go out. If not, His words were filled with coldness. When the eunuch heard this, his face fell as he hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't dare. We've arrived." A moment later, the boat arrived at the pier. Someone shouted, "The imperial envoy has arrived. Jinjuan, please receive the imperial edict." The imperial envoy disembarked from a ship. Pei Ziyun gave some instructions as the drums started to play. He then led his men to welcome him. Your subject Pei Ziyun respectfully greets the emperor. Greetings, your majesty. Gao Guang disembarked from the boat and stepped forward. King Lu has urgent matters to attend to. True sovereign, please return to the capital as soon as possible. His majesty has summoned you. True monarch, this is an urgent matter. Please follow me back to the capital. Gao Guang tried to pull Pei Ziyun away. Pei Ziyun moved slightly and managed to free himself from Gao Guang's grip. He suddenly felt uneasy and scolded, "Gao Guang, as the imperial envoy, how can you be so impatient? This is a great disrespect to the imperial court. Why don't you quickly tidy up your clothes and prepare to announce the decree?" Gao Guang was thrown into a daze. According to the plan, he had to catch Pei Ziyun off guard. As long as he was on the boat, how could he refuse to enter the capital? Pei Ziyun didn't accept the decree and instead reprimanded him. After some time, he finally calmed down and forced a smile. "Then I shall announce the decree. True sovereign, you should know that the war ahead is urgent. You can announce the decree." Pei Ziyun looked at him and gently brushed the dust off his clothes before smiling. "True sovereign Pei, princess, please receive the decree. The emperor has decreed." It was an urgent summon for Pei Ziyun to return to the capital, following which he handed out gifts to the Canton princess. He then spoke in a low voice, "True sovereign, princess, this time there are many gifts from the grand princess. However, his majesty has summoned." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Pei Ziyun. "You took a boat and rushed all the way here. It must have been tough on you." "Not all. The imperial court. I've been in charge of the front lines before and know that generals like to exaggerate matters. When it's not urgent, they make it sound like they're in a hurry. In fact, even if they wait for a few months, nothing will happen. Don't be anxious. Men, bring the imperial envoy to rest." Pei Ziyun waved his hands, and someone came forward to serve him. Seeing that Pei Ziyun didn't respond, Gao Guang felt helpless. He thought to himself, trying to persuade Pei Ziyun again. His heart was filled with worry. Did Pei Ziyun find out about something? The assistant butler introduced the grand princess gifts to the Canton princess. The Canton princess was overjoyed when she heard this. Her eyes turned red. The butler then walked up and handed him a list. "True sovereign, the gifts are all inside. Take a look." Pei Ziyun was about to receive the list when he saw the butler pass him a piece of paper. The assistant butler then said, "The Canton princess sends her regards to true sovereign." As he finished speaking, he pretended that nothing had happened and waited by the side. Pei Ziyun paused before smiling. "All right, you may leave." "Yes, true sovereign." The butler then retreated respectfully. Pei Ziyun looked at the Canton princess, who was overjoyed. "Husband, mother still misses us. My brother also misses us." Seeing how happy the Canton princess was, Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and placed it on the tip of her nose. Of course. You're my mother-in-law's precious darling. Of course she misses you. Seeing how happy the Canton princess was, Pei Ziyun's expression turned gloomy. He didn't say anything and just accompanied the Canton princess back to her room. He then opened up the piece of paper and read it. There were only 4 words written on it: cast a net to catch fish. Pei Ziyun's heart sank when he saw this. Prefecture Prince Qingshun had sent him a message. Coupled with the fact that Gao Guang was in a hurry, the fog in his heart was lifted. Could it be that he wants to make a move? Pei Ziyun's heart turned cold as he silently calculated. His fingertips glowed brightly as spots of light started to swirl around him. Within moments, he saw a green qi descending from the sky. An Earth immortal projection is considered a good sign. However, if I were to target an Earth immortal projection, I'm afraid I might be able to deceive him. Pei Ziyun muttered to himself as he frowned and stretched out his hand. The plum blossom moved as a spot of light appeared. Within moments, the plum blossom stopped. Pei Ziyun took a look and saw that it was an ominous sign. Oof. Pei Ziyun snorted coldly and said, "No wonder they want me to enter the capital. I'm afraid the imperial court and the dragon veins are about to make their move. If not for the plum blossom, I would have been deceived by the imperial court. I would have lost track of the heavenly fate and would have thought that the imperial court was looking out for me. Who knows, I might have entered the capital and paid my respects to the emperor. I'm not strong enough yet. I still need to level up. At the very least, I need to have an indestructible body. That way, it will be difficult to kill them." As he spoke, he calmed himself down and scanned the area with his divine sense. Within the space, he could see that the spiritual qi was thick and it had expanded significantly. A part of the palace was revealed, and it had a dignified aura. There were even shadows of beasts floating above the palace, shining brightly. Could it be that the palace has its own secrets? With a thought, Pei Ziyun tried to open the palace. Seeing that it was locked, he laughed. "I can't open it. It's only a matter of time before I open it. I have a feeling that this palace will be of great use in the future." Without looking any further, Pei Ziyun looked elsewhere. In the center of the palace, the demonic emperor statue was constantly being slashed by the spiritual wind. Every time a knife slashed across the statue, a wound would appear on it. Demonic blood and demonic qi would spurt out and be absorbed by the space. Chapter 478. Demon Emperor? Pei Ziyun shouted. The bronze statue did not make a sound. Pei Ziyun shook his head. Has it lost its spirituality? The speed of extraction is too fast. As the demonic aura was extracted, the statue started to turn into bronze, and no longer had the aura of life it had before. As for the other statues, due to their low grade, they turned into stone statues. Only Cheng Yuanzi looked like he was petrified, but his insides were made of iron. Pei Ziyun looked around and saw that there were tens of statues in the courtyard. It was a majestic sight. He smiled system. A plum blossom appeared before his eyes and grew bigger, turning into a semi-transparent information interface. It floated in front of him, and numbers appeared before his eyes. Earth Immortal, 6th level, 89. 3%. Earth Immortal's 1st and 2nd levels of Wind and Thunder. 3rd and 4th levels of Primordial Spirit Transformation. 5th and 6th levels of Spring Thunder Baptism. 7th and 8th levels of Iron Cast Bronze. And 9th level of Youth Rejuvenation. Each level requires a lot of energy. Just the Demon Emperor statue alone would allow me to reach the 7th level. It seems like I only need another week. But since the Imperial Court is interested, I have to prepare more. I only want to pursue the Immortal Tao. Although I won't be greedy to the point where I need to eat and drink, but if I want to be rich and powerful, the Golden Island and the title of true sovereign are more than enough. But even if I say this, the Imperial Court will not believe me. Crown Prince, Emperor Chitai, we were once allies. Who would have thought that we would end up like this? Pei Ziyun sighed as he woke up and looked outside. The flowers were blooming, and the temperature on the Golden Island wasn't that high. The garden was lush, and the scenery was beautiful. Pei Ziyun's gaze turned cold. He looked up and saw the jade flute that the emperor had given him. He waved his hand, and it flew up to him. The Canton princess was still outside, looking at the list of gifts. 8 ounces of longevity tea, 20 kilograms of spring tea, 20 ginseng sticks, 10 sandalwood fans, 20 pieces of rice paper, 20 exquisite feather brushes, 30 boxes of ink, and 5 squares of red ink. There was also a jade scepter, jade bracelets, agate beads, silk, satin, and silk. There were even baby and women's products. The Canton princess smiled. Mother is too thoughtful. An old maid smiled and said, Princess Royal is very happy to know that the commandery princess is pregnant. In addition to these, here is a letter from home. As he spoke, he took out a letter from his bosom and handed it over. The Canton princess glanced at it and saw that it was nothing more than a casual conversation. Just as she was about to speak, the sound of a flute could be heard from afar. For a moment, everyone in the mansion couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen. At first, the sound of the flute sounded as thin as a strand of hair. It seemed to be there and not there, curling up in spirals. But gradually, it gave rise to a cheerful feeling, as if they had met, as if they knew each other, as if they knew each other. Xiao Junju had heard a lot of music. She herself was an expert. Right now, she slowly stopped her movements and could not help but be lost in thought. In the past, her husband's flute music had a perfect rhythm, but it always felt like it was lacking a little. Now, it wasn't just the so-called feelings that were put into the music. Every note, every turn, seemed to have its own life and rhythm. Just by listening to the flute music, it was as if everyone could see the process of meeting, getting to know each other, and understanding each other. The way of music was based on the basics. Many people looked down on the basics of musical notes, thinking that emotions were the best. But without the basics, how could emotions be expressed naturally and deeply rooted in people's hearts? To become a master, it wasn't just about rhythm and emotions. It was about being natural. The Canton princess listened to the melody as it flowed out of her mind. She then recalled the stories that she had read before. A bosom friend in the sea is like a neighbor in the distance. No, the rolling waters of the Yangtze River flow east. The waves wash away all heroes. Whether it's success or failure, it's all in a blink of an eye. This line from my husband's poem seems to be very appropriate. The flute music did not change its tune, and did not turn into the White Emperor is still pressing his sword, and the Vermilion Emperor is the first to reach the top. It was just that the Canton princess felt as if she had lost something. She felt that the rhythm was a little lost, as if it was all just a dream. No matter how close one was to one's bosom friend, the fate of a ruler and his subjects, it was all just like the flowing waters of the east. The garden was beautiful. From afar, it looked misty, but from a closer look, it was clear. The Canton princess stood in the middle of the garden and did not speak. After some time, she said, "My husband's skills have improved." Quiet Rumaz, soon as the song was completed, a plum blossom appeared before his eyes. It grew bigger and bigger, turning into a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes, and a string of numbers appeared before his eyes. Xiao Yi, Grandmaster, 10, 1%. Unknowingly, Xiao Yi had entered the room. Pei Ziyun ignored her and sighed. What a good flute. It's just that our relationship is over. If a ruler treats his subjects like his own hands and feet, then his subjects will treat him like a trusted confidant. If a ruler treats his subjects like dirt, then his subjects will treat him like a bandit. Furthermore, a ruler treats his subjects like a bandit. Since ancient times, this has been the case. What's the use of the flute? As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ziyun pinched the jade flute, and it shattered into dust. Call He Qing over. Pei Ziyun instructed. Immediately, a Taoist outside the door responded and left. After some time, Liao Qing rushed over. She had a stern look on her face. As she gained power, she looked even more dignified. At this point, She lowered her head and stood there, listening to orders. How many ships do we have now? Pei Ziyin took a few steps forward and asked. He Ching paused before replying. Master, we have 30 ships now and control 5 trade routes. We also have 2 ships in secret. I ordered you to open up the sea route. What's the situation now? Master, it's been opened up. We can sail for 2 months to reach Baoyuo Island. He Ching paused for some time before smiling. I've seen this island before. It's roughly 10 times bigger than Golden Island. 10 times bigger? Pei Ziyin was just asking. When he heard this, he paused. That's 2,000 square kilometers. Yes, I've walked around, and there's definitely more than 10 times bigger. The island is filled with wild bananas, and there's not much wind. Many merchant ships stop here to avoid typhoons. I've taken a closer look, and there are many wild spices. The most expensive one is probably the bird's nest. However, the ships we've sent out can only set up camp on Baoyuo Island. If we go any further, we won't be able to do anything. That's right, there's still a few thousand natives on the island. 2 months? That's enough. Pei Ziyin said coldly. I'll give you a mission. I will secretly ask my master to bring my mother and Yi Su'er here, along with the Canton princess. All of you shall take care of them. Head out to Baoyuo Island and await my orders. Golden Island is too close and would be easily influenced by the imperial court. Baoyuo Island is too far away. In the future, the center of operations will be Baoyuo Island. Send people to conquer the island, and all the natives will become slaves. We'll start building the infrastructure. Once we have a base of operations, we'll migrate our people. When He Ching heard this, she nodded. Yes, master. Don't worry. We're already used to this at Golden Island. Going to Baoyuo Island will just be a repeat. When she left, Pei Ziyin cleared his throat and played with the golden token. He noticed that the golden token was glowing with a golden light and was imbued with imperial qi. Although he had passed the tribulations and turned from yin to yang, he still felt a sharp pain. He then shook his head. This golden token can destroy one's life, right? He then tossed it onto the table and didn't look at it anymore. 5th day, city leader's mansion. The mansion wasn't considered high in quality, but it was rather large. At this point, a banquet had been prepared. There were dozens of years-old sea cucumbers, half a caddy of abalones, shark fins, whale meat, and prawns that were half a meter long. Pei Ziyin sat at the head of the table and said, Eunuch Gao, these are rare delicacies in the capital city. You should eat more. Everyone nodded in agreement. AI. Only Gao Guang sighed as she picked up her chopsticks and placed them down. She then laughed bitterly. This servant was on a mission and didn't invite true sovereign back. How would I be able to taste these delicacies? At this point, everyone at the banquet looked at each other and quieted down. At this point, someone hurried over and said, True sovereign, another eunuch is here. He stopped at the pier and is walking towards the mansion. Just as he spoke, a shrill voice could be heard from outside the hall. King Lu is in a hurry. The emperor misses true sovereign very much and wishes for true sovereign to return to the capital city. As soon as this was said, a eunuch barged in. This eunuch was holding onto an insignia as he looked at Pei Ziyin, who was seated at the head of the table. True sovereign, please receive the imperial edict. Seeing another eunuch enter, Pei Ziyin paused. He then stretched out his hand and flicked the corner of his robes. He then laughed. 1 imperial edict a day. Today, there are 5 of them. The emperor is really in a hurry. He didn't even kneel down to receive the imperial edict. This eunuch had arrived in such a domineering manner. Looking at the situation, Pei Ziyin felt awkward. Gao Guang noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right. He then hurriedly stood up and smiled. It's because of King Lu's failure that the emperor wishes for true sovereign to return. AI, His Majesty's heart is on the people of the world. We shall do our best to help him. That's right. His Majesty is worried about the people of the world. When true sovereign left the camp, there was no one to lead the army. That's why we were defeated. Now that the demon soldiers are running amok, the country is in chaos and the people are suffering. Even after sending several generals, they were still unable to suppress them. His Majesty is enraged and has already thrown out several purple jade cups. The eunuch was quick to change the topic. At this point, he didn't put on any airs as he laughed. Guanghui County has been conquered, and Huyong County has been plundered. General Hu Yuan has died in battle. There are 31 officials who have been punished by the imperial court, not to mention the number of casualties. The eunuch then spoke. The demons are wreaking havoc everywhere. His Majesty is extremely worried. I beg, true sovereign, to forgive this servant's anxiousness. For the sake of the people of the world, I beg, true sovereign, to come out and exterminate the demons. It's just a small matter. It's just a few counties. Pei Ziyan laughed as he looked at the map. You speak as if the sky is falling down. Gao Guang and the eunuch paused as they laughed bitterly, not knowing what to say. The entire hall was silent. At this point, He Qing sent someone to serve the dishes. She gave him a look and made a hand signal. This meant that everything had been prepared. Pei Ziyan raised his cup and drank a mouthful of wine. He then laughed. However, the failure to suppress King Lu has indeed brought disaster to the country and the people. Although I'm a Taoist, I have to do my best. Hearing Pei Ziyun say this, Gao Guang was elated. True sovereign, when do we set off? His Majesty is impatient. True sovereign, please don't make His Majesty wait too long. Of course, Pei Ziyun replied as he turned around and ordered, prepare the boats. I shall set off today. Gao Guang and the eunuch were surprised as they smiled and replied, yes, yes, yes. Pei Ziyun thought for some time before saying, however, I don't have anyone I can use. How about this? Men, summon the guards of the Canton Princess. They shall all follow me. Pei Ziyun then laughed. Since that's the case, everyone can drink till they're drunk. Chapter 479. Gao Guang, who was on the ox cart, opened the window and looked out. The dark and gloomy misty rain fell from the sea, and the dark seawater could be seen from afar. A gust of cold wind blew over, and he was no longer tipsy. He then said to the people behind him, Little Guangzi, inform them that when the true sovereign is on his way, he will control his family. Little Guangzi paused and replied, True sovereign has taken the Canton Princess's guards away. How are we going to control the Canton Princess? I'm afraid we won't be able to. Gao Guang laughed. That's not difficult. Just get them to stay hidden. Little Guangzi paused as he thought about the people on the island. He paused for a moment before replying, Yes, I understand. He then turned to leave. Come back. Gao Guang suddenly changed his mind. Xiao Guangzi stood still and looked at him with a questioning gaze, not saying a word. Gao Guang's face darkened as he thought for a while and waved his hand. You must be courteous to the Canton Princess. You must not harm your body. No matter what, this is the Canton Princess, the Grand Princess' only daughter. If anything goes wrong, we will not be able to bear the consequences. Little Guangzi understood. The royal family had a sense of propriety. Anything that involved the royal family or the Grand Princess had to be ordered. Otherwise, if something were to happen to the Canton Princess, and if the Grand Princess was fine, the emperor would hate them to the core. He could easily find fault and crush the eunuchs who were servants of the royal family. Seeing that there was nothing left to say, he retreated. After an hour, Pei Ziyun led the Canton Princess's guards and arrived at the Imperial Envoy's ship. The Imperial Envoy's ship was huge, and there were many soldiers standing at attention. The Canton Princess's guards were all very capable as well. Gao Guang was shocked. He thought that he would need some time to make the necessary arrangements. Now that he saw Pei Ziyun, his expression changed. True sovereign, we're leaving now. Of course, speed is the most important thing in war. Pei Ziyun then turned to look at Gao Guang. Since the emperor is pressing us, and eunuch has nothing urgent to do, we shall leave now. Pei Ziyun then looked at Gao Guang. Gao Guang felt a chill down his spine and replied, Yes, we shall leave now. As the order was given, the ship set sail. Gao Guang felt uneasy as he looked at the island of gold. The true sovereign probably doesn't know about the arrangements yet. As long as the person in hiding is prepared, it won't be difficult to control him. City Lord's mansion. Garden. The Canton princess played the zither, and the sound of the zither rang out. Butterflies danced in the air, and swallows circled around. It was the sound of nature, but there was a hint of worry on her face. She sighed in her heart. Her husband could only accompany her for so long. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel sentimental. The tune he played immediately changed and became somewhat sentimental. Just by listening to the zither, the maid's heart seemed to be affected by the sound of the zither, and she couldn't help but feel sad. The Canton princess was still playing the zither when she looked at the maid who had accompanied her since she was young. She then laughed. "Why are you crying? Do you miss the princess's mansion?" I don't know why the sound of the princess's zither just now was so sorrowful. Just listening to it made me feel sad. It reminded me of my sisters in the mansion, and I also thought of my parents. As he spoke, a voice broke the silence. "Princess, what is it?" The Canton princess didn't have time to ask any further questions. Ching brought a few armored guards and walked in. She stopped about 10 meters away and ordered, "Wait here." Even as she walked in, she carried a dagger with her. The sound of metal clanging against metal could be heard. When the maid saw this, her face turned pale. The Canton princess stood up and asked, "What's the matter?" Ching then spoke to the maid. "Leave us. I have something to say to the Canton princess." The maid hesitated before looking at the Canton princess. The Canton princess had long known that Ching was the one in charge of the island and was the trusted aide of her husband. She nodded her head and dismissed the maid. Ching stepped forward and bowed. "Canton princess, something has happened. Please follow me." When the Canton princess heard this, she was shocked. What happened? Could it be pirates? I don't know. This is an order from our master. Once our master boards the ship, we will bring the Canton princess away from the island. As she spoke, Ching then continued. "We heard that someone wanted to kidnap the Canton princess. Hence, we have to prepare for a rainy day." These words caused the Canton princess to regain her senses. She then replied, "Is that so? Looks like something has really happened. Can I bring Xiao Huan along with me?" "Of course you can. Canton princess, you can bring your maids along." Ching then continued, "Actually, there are maids and maids on the ship as well. We just have to take care of each other. But you have to be quick." Ching said. The Canton princess nodded her head and brought her maids along. In a short while, the entire garden was empty. Amidst the sound of the rain, Ching's face turned ashen. She then turned around and ordered someone, "I have to escort the Canton princess to the ship. There will be people who will jump out of the island. I'll leave everything to you." One of the villagers laughed. "Don't worry. Our master has given us 50 sets of armor and crossbows. These are the best weapons of the army. We also have a Taoist helping us. Whoever dares to jump out, we will kill them. There won't be any accidents." Ching nodded her head. "The imperial court's target is my wife. Hence, we have to kill everyone who jumps out. You continue to maintain order. Don't worry, the imperial court will not touch you." The mountain warrior then replied, "Even if the imperial court touches me, I will die. This is our duty." Ching nodded her head before she turned around and left. Pingshuo County, Seeking Cloud Monastery Wei was giving orders to his men. His green robes were already wet from the rain, and his hair was pressed tightly against his face. His pale white face was calm and composed. Pei Qianshi looked at Yu Yanjun and said, "Miss Yu, could it be that the situation has worsened to such an extent that we have no choice but to leave?" "Yes, the sect leaders specially contacted me. The imperial court is not in a good place, and asked me to bring my wife and the rest along. This time, we have to disguise ourselves and leave." Renwei had already finished giving orders. He then said, "There are already people watching the Pei Mansion. Luckily, there are Taoists around the Pei Mansion. Hence, the guards didn't dare to approach. This gave us a chance to escape. The Seeking Cloud Monastery isn't safe either. Please leave quickly. Will the rest of the family be all right?" Pei Qianshi hesitated. Yu Yanjun then said, "No, the imperial court is targeting you and Sewer. As long as you leave, these distant relatives will not be able to threaten the sect leader. Nothing will happen to them. Of course, the prerequisite was that nothing had happened to Pei Ziyun and that he was able to hold on. If not, his entire family would be exterminated. There was nothing they wouldn't do. That's good, that's good. Pei Qianshi nodded her head and said to Yu Yunjun, I will have to trouble miss you. Please pass a message to my son that he should focus on himself. He is the lifeblood of the Pei family, and the Pei family depends on him. As his mother, I am old and do not worry too much. Besides, if anything happens to Yun this old woman will not be able to live. Pei Qianshi sighed as she thought of her husband. Years ago, her husband was captured by the imperial court as well. Wasn't this similar? As she spoke, Yi Su helped her up the carriage with Liao Qingyi. Senior Yu, I will wait outside for news. If there's anything, send a message. Yi Su bit her lips as she looked at Yu Yunjun paused before nodding. All right. Snail Village, Pei Mansion, the cold wind blew, and the sound of a rooster crowing could be heard from afar. Everything fell back into darkness. Not too far away, 200 men were approaching. There were a dozen Taoists among them. They had already reached the entrance of the village and were only 100 steps away from the Pei Mansion. There was a guard at the entrance, but the gate was already wide open. The village chief was shivering uncontrollably and pointed to a place in the middle of the village. The Pei Mansion is over there. One of the eunuchs looked at the map of the village and ordered, You will lead the way. If anything goes wrong, I will skin you alive and destroy your village. When the old village chief heard this, he fell to the ground and begged, Your Excellency, please don't worry. I will lead the right way. The eunuch looked at him with disdain. Shut up. If you make any more noise, you will be executed. He then turned to the chief patrol officer and spoke in a shrill voice. I know you bastards have always been unscrupulous. But listen up, this is not an ordinary house. This is the residence of a true sovereign. The emperor's order was to invite you into the capital as a guest. You are only allowed to invite people and not do anything else. If you seek death, don't blame me. As he spoke, he waved his hands, Arrest them. A large number of soldiers kicked open the gate and charged into Pei Mansion. In a blink of an eye, they had barged into Pei Mansion, causing the entire place to be in chaos. Someone stepped forward in fear. Who are you? This is true Sovereign Pei's mansion. How dare you be so impudent? Arrest them. Before the man could finish speaking, he heard an order, and several soldiers stepped forward to arrest him. Quick, invite Madam and old Madam in. The eunuch walked into the main hall and didn't go in himself. The soldiers didn't beat him up, but only arrested him. Soon, more than 10 people were inside, including Bai Sanchu. Where old Madam Pei and Yi Su are, the soldiers searched around, but didn't find anyone. The eunuch asked in shock. His Excellency said that he went to Seeking Cloud Monastery and is staying there. Bai Sanchu replied, her voice trembling. What? The eunuch was enraged. Men, where are our spies? Why didn't they report anything? The eunuch asked angrily. A Taoist official replied, Eunuch, an hour ago, our spies reported that old Madam and Yi Su were having a meal in the mansion. The eunuch was shocked, and his face fell. Men, send someone to Seeking Cloud Monastery. Yes. The chief patrol officer bowed and acknowledged. Seeking Cloud Monastery wasn't far away. After some time, the chief patrol officer walked in, drenched. Although it was spring, his face was still red. He bowed to the eunuch. Eunuch, there's no one in Seeking Cloud Monastery. But I've looked outside, and there are traces of an ox cart. Seems like I'm wrong. Eunuch, start the torture. As he spoke, he looked around the mansion. The eunuch's face turned ashen. Bastard, now that old Madam and Madam are gone, what's the point of torturing them? The eunuch was different from the chief patrol officer. He understood that if Pei Ziyun was an ordinary person and only had the rank of an official but no power, it wouldn't matter if he crossed the line. If Pei Ziyun was dead, it wouldn't matter if he crossed the line. However, Pei Ziyun was a true sovereign, and had great powers. If the imperial court were to reconcile with Pei Ziyun, even if it was just a temporary truce, if he crossed a line, he would have to kill Pei Ziyun. Tong Lin had consumed poison to commit suicide, his wife and daughter had hanged themselves, and his relatives had been detained. He then shouted, "Immediately order everyone to seal off the roads. Also, report this to the imperial court." Chapter 480. Free Cloud Mountain. Mountain Gate. There was a lake at the foot of the mountain, and the reeds were thick. The mountain wasn't very tall, and was only a few hundred meters tall. Within the shade of the trees, the towering Taoist temple and tower could be seen clearly. Some distance away, a Taoist official was dressed in white robes. He looked extremely displeased. Pei Qianshi has disappeared? Even Yi Su has disappeared? Yes. The messenger's face was solemn as he revealed a bitter smile. What else? Pei Qianshi and Yi Su have gone to Free Cloud sect. The imperial envoy has ordered us to go to them immediately. We have to capture them. When the Taoist official heard this, he cursed under his breath. Despicable. We were the last to make a move. Now we have to go against Free Cloud sect. Your Excellency, we have no choice but to do this now. We won't be able to report back. Why don't we mobilize the mysterious spell sect and peaceful sky sect? Our chances of success will be much higher. The person asked softly. When the Taoist official heard this, he paused for a moment before shaking his head. It's fine if we go to them directly. We can still find excuses to protect the old madam. If we mobilize the mysterious spell sect, we will have to go against them. If we spoil this, we won't be able to gain anything. Your Excellency, what should we do now? Surround the entrance of Free Cloud sect immediately, but only mobilize the Yamen runners and the armored soldiers, as well as the mysterious spell sect and peaceful sky sect. The Taoist official spoke as he took a deep breath. He then led his men up the mountain. Free Cloud sect followed the Taoist official as he led the Yamen runners up the mountain. As the bell rang, a large group of Taoists came out from their rooms. You're not allowed to enter. At the entrance of the mountain, several Taoists shouted angrily to the Yamen runners, their faces flushed red. This is where true Master Pei's sect is located. You dare to barge in and offend the true master. Can you afford to be punished? The Taoist official wasn't angry and just laughed coldly. Get out of the way. True Master Pei is a true master who was conferred the title of True Master by the imperial court. The Yamen has a duty to protect his parents and wife. The county magistrate has reported his disappearance and suspects that it was Elder Yu who brought them there. This is against the rules, and we have to investigate. Once we see that the true master's parents and wife are safe, we will leave immediately. The Taoist official of the Yamen. Who dares to step forward? Just as the Yamen runner was about to push the Taoist away, a voice rang out. When the Taoist heard this voice, he was elated. He hurriedly stepped aside. Zhao Ning, you're finally here. These Tao officers are here, saying that they want to search our entire Free Cloud sect and are looking for Elder Yu. Oh, Zhao Ning glanced at the Tao officer and the bailiff before asking, May I know why you're here at Free Cloud sect? Naturally, it's because of Elder Yu taking the true Lord's family away. The Tao official stepped forward and said, I suspect that your Elder Yu is plotting against the true Lord's family. The true Lord is the leader of the sect. Who dares to disrespect him? What is the meaning of this? Elder Yu is the sect leader's master. How could he harm the sect leader? A large group of Taoists had already gathered in front of the mountain. They were all filled with righteous indignation. Zhao Ning's face was solemn as he gestured with his hands. The Taoists immediately quieted down and listened. What are you doing? Elder Yu, please come out and meet us. The perfected Lord's mother and wife have gone missing. The imperial court is worried and has no choice but to investigate. If we meet them and inform them of their whereabouts, we will be relieved. Zhao Ning laughed coldly. You're here to look for the sect leader's master? She brought along her disciples and left. As for the true Lord's wife and mother, they left as well. The true lord left behind an order, saying that the old madam has been feeling down lately and is going out for a walk. You may all leave now. If you don't believe me, the true lord's handwritten letter is here. Would you like to take a look at it? Zhao Ning laughed as he spoke. When the Dao official heard this, his entire body trembled. He didn't expect Pei Ziyun to have calculated to such an extent. His heart palpitated in fear, but he didn't show it on his face. He hesitated for some time before smiling. So that's how it is. We've been overly suspicious. Elder, could you let me take a look at the true lord's handwritten letter? Take it, Zhao Ning said as he tossed a handwritten letter over to the Dao official. The Dao official opened the letter and his face fell. This handwritten letter was Pei Ziyun's handwriting. Zhao Ning then spoke. There's indeed no one in the sect. Look, the sect is only this big. You can arrange for someone to take a look. When the Dao official heard this, he laughed. Since the true Lord has arranged this, there's no reason for us not to trust him. That's why we're relieved. But we're just following orders and have no choice. Please forgive us. As he spoke, he allowed the divine constable to lead a group of people into the sect to take a look. The entire sect only had about 100 people. After searching for some time, they didn't find anything suspicious. Then we'll have to trouble you. Disperse. The Dao official ordered as the Yamen runner retreated. They walked down the stairs for about 100 meters before a Daoist walked up to them. Could it be that we've leaked the news ourselves? Are there any secret tunnels or secret rooms in the sect? Besides, we could have attacked them earlier. Free Cloud sect wouldn't dare to make a move. We also have the support of the Mysterious Arts sect and Peace sect. Taking them all down wouldn't be a problem. The Dao official cleared his throat. The possibility of Pei, Qianshi, and Yi Su being here is very small. You're a true lord. How could you not have considered this? Besides, Free Cloud sect is here to hold Pei Ziyun's master hostage. Now that Pei Ziyun has made it clear that Free Cloud sect is under our control, we can't make a move. We're still using the excuse of secretly protecting the true lord's wife and daughter. Even if we were to bring them to the true lord, what can he say about us? But if we were to shed all pretense of cordiality? At this point, the Dao official stopped speaking and thought to himself, once there's a change in the situation, what do you think the imperial court would do? How would the high official handle this? The Dao official wasn't a normal person and immediately understood. He felt cold sweat running down his back as he thought, Your Excellency is wise. If it weren't for Your Excellency, I'm afraid we would have made a mistake. It's good that you know what's good for you. The matters of the imperial court cannot be solved by violence. You have to use your brains. Years ago, when I graduated from the Academy of Dao Discipline, He spoke for some time before he paused. Your Excellency, how are we going to explain this to the imperial envoy? Explain? We've already obtained the true lord's handwritten letter. How are we going to explain this? Whatever happens after this has nothing to do with us. We didn't make a mistake. With the true lord's handwritten letter, we won't be held responsible. Nobody can blame us. The Dao official laughed coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, who would want to get involved? At the mountain gates, Zhao Ning watched as these people left and heaved a sigh of relief. He was furious. I didn't expect these people to really want to make a move. However, the core disciples of the sect have already moved overseas. As long as the sect leader is here, how would you dare to make a move? He looked into the distance before he turned around and walked in. To see dozens of boats were sailing as birds flew in the sky. The sky was getting darker, indicating that a storm was coming. The waves on the surface of the sea were turbulent. At this point, a serving girl dressed in green walked to a corner of the boat where no one was around. Seeing that no one was around, she took out a jade pendant. What are you doing? All of a sudden, a voice came from behind her. The serving girl was shocked and tried to hide the jade pendant behind her back. Before she could do anything, she felt a pain in her hand. He Ching Ching had grabbed onto the jade pendant in her hand. Xian Light Jade Pendant. It's a communication device. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Who gave it to you? He Ching Ching asked. The serving girl's face turned pale but she resisted the urge to speak. He Ching laughed coldly. Under the 3 trees, there's nothing you can't ask for. Unless you want to commit suicide right from the start. Even I don't dare to say that I can withstand the torture. You're just a serving girl, and you dare to have a backbone? Take her down. Just as she was speaking, 2 mountain men grabbed onto the serving girl and dragged her to the cabin. The serving girl couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "I am the princess's personal serving girl. You can't do this to me. Take her down and torture her. Just do it." He Ching laughed. Before long, screams of pain could be heard coming from the cabin. After some time, the mountain men came out. She confessed. She said that a Tao official had given her the jade pendant. All she had to do was to expose it to the sun. She didn't have to do anything. He Ching looked cold, despicable. I didn't expect that the imperial court would use such a treasure to deal with our master. How evil. Miss, what should we do with the serving girl? He Ching's face was cold as she looked at the serving girl and said, "Gather everyone on the ship and hang her in front of everyone. Take away all accessories and accessories. Our route cannot be leaked." Yes. After some time, everyone on the ship was gathered. Other than the 2 pregnant madams who were forbidden from boarding the ship, everyone else was present. He Ching waved her hands. "Bring her up." Once the order was given, the mountain men ignored her cries and dragged the serving girl up onto the deck. You all know what happened, right? He Ching laughed and looked around. All of you came from different places. Some of you even came from the princess's mansion. You all have connections. I've always been polite to all of you. But this is the Pain Mansion. The master is the god. Whoever dares to betray the master shall be sent to the gates of hell. He Ching ordered coldly. Hang her in front of everyone. No. When the mountain men received the order, they dragged the serving girl forward and wrapped the rope around her neck. The serving girl struggled with all her might. "No, I belong to the imperial court. You cannot do this." However, 2 mountain men lifted her up and hung her up. They then kicked the stool that the serving girl was sitting on. At this point, the serving girl lost her footing and was hanging on the rope, struggling with all her might. Woo-woo. The serving girl started moaning in pain. It was getting harder and harder for her to breathe. She instinctively tried to pull on the rope around her neck, but it was getting tighter and tighter. Her tongue was sticking out of her neck, and her eyes were wide open. Her entire body was twisting and turning. Her legs were kicking around in the air in a desperate attempt to find something to step on. After several minutes, her struggles had subsided. Both her legs were spasming slightly. Her entire body was stiff as she floated along with the wind. Everyone's faces were ashen. Some of them even fainted. Only the Canton princess's servant managed to maintain her composure. "Miss Ching, what's going on? What did she do to deserve to be hanged?" She mentioned the imperial court just now. He Ching then took out the dazzling light pendant and said, "Everyone, there are traitors in the imperial court who want to harm the master. Hence, the master has ordered everyone to go out to sea. Don't worry, there's plenty of food and water. We've also found a deserted island to stop at. Although there aren't many people there, there's water, bananas, and goats. It shouldn't be a problem for us to survive for a few months." However, she used the dazzling light pendant to guide the traitors and lock onto the enemy's location. Hence, I shall send her to the gates of hell. At this point, the mountain men walked forward and checked on the serving girl. They then wrapped her up in a canvas and threw her into the sea. "Everyone, in order to prevent the traitors from meddling in the imperial court, please follow my instructions. Do you understand?" "Understood." Everyone looked at each other and replied. Their voices were so loud that even they were shocked. Chapter 481. Golden Island. Here it could not be said to be bustling, but there were 20 or 30 ships, large and small, with their masts standing tall. Though the day was dark and gloomy, the stone quay was still bustling with people, mingling with the noise of people. There was only one street in the pier. There were inns, shops, restaurants, and tea houses. At the end of the street, there was a guest room on the second floor of the inn. Although it was considered the best room in the inn, it was still small and filthy. "Your Excellency, please bear with it," the innkeeper said softly. The middle-aged man understood the innkeeper's intention. The bigger innkeepers would attract attention. The smaller innkeepers would not attract much attention. He waved his hands. No problem. He still had that much patience. Gradually, as time passed, the streets became quieter. However, there were still people in the gambling dens, brothels, and bars. The innkeeper said softly, "Your Excellency, it's time." The middle-aged man understood that if there was no one around, he would be conspicuous. He acknowledged the order, and the innkeeper immediately left to pass on the order. After a while, a few sounds could be heard. In a few moments, more than 50 people left the boat. Under the cover of the dark clouds, they headed towards the mayor's mansion. The mayor's mansion was built with elegant green walls. Along with the rise and fall of the land, it was decorated with pavilions and terraces, forming a garden. If it were an outsider, they would not be able to find it. "What a beautiful garden!" the middle-aged man exclaimed. Before he made his move, he had already investigated the situation. Although he was full of admiration, he did not hesitate to head towards a building. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of a wall. "Get ready." In the darkness, the middle-aged man ordered. All of a sudden, his hair stood on end. A bright light exploded in front of him. Flash technique. Then, he heard an order: shoot. This hoarse and cold command broke the silence. What followed was a sharp whistling sound. A rain of arrows flew in, and in a split second, blood splattered everywhere. "There's a Dao technique. It's a crossbow." The people who came over were all elites. Immediately, someone shouted out. Some of them lay down, some of them dodged to the side. Beside the middle-aged man's ear, an arrow pierced through the air. "It's an ambush retreat." The middle-aged man immediately gave the order. Under the attack, this group of people displayed their high military skills and quickly retreated. "Shoot again." The other party remained unmoved. The second wave of arrows rained down, and the middle-aged man watched as the shopkeeper collapsed. A crossbow bolt pierced through his head, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Even the elites couldn't help but fall into chaos under the second attack. "Light the fire." The tightly shut door suddenly opened. As the door opened, lights quickly lit up one by one. The middle-aged man quickly looked around and saw that half of his people were dead. As the heavy doors opened, armored soldiers surged out from within. None of them had the slightest bit of expression on their faces. The person in the middle had a gloomy expression as he shouted, "Dao arts!" Boom! The soldiers that had pounced forward immediately glowed with a faint light, and an intimidating aura pressed against the middle-aged man's heart. The middle-aged man was shocked. Not only had half of him died, but in order to avoid detection, he hadn't even put on his armor. How was he supposed to fight? He immediately shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. We are from the imperial court." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard an order from the front: "Shoot again." The third wave of arrows rained down mercilessly under the illumination of the lantern light. A series of pu sound could be heard as 7 or 8 of the remaining 20 men fell to the ground. Following this, the middle-aged man shouted, "Leave no one alive. Kill them all." "Yes." The armored soldiers clanked as they charged forward. Someone exclaimed, "Your Excellency, what do we do?" "Get into formation." The middle-aged man shouted out, but it was too late. The armored soldiers had already charged forward, and both sides clashed against each other, killing each other. In terms of martial arts, the men that the middle-aged man had brought along were even more elite. However, the villagers on the island were all wearing armor and had Dao arts supporting them. They weren't even on the same level. Screams rang out incessantly, and the remaining 10 or so men were all killed in the blink of an eye. Only 2 men remained by the middle-aged man's side. All of a sudden, the 2 of them turned around and fled, abandoning the middle-aged man. However, they had only taken a few steps when 2 screams rang out. They had been shot dead. The middle-aged man's hair was disheveled, and his body was riddled with wounds. He shouted out in anger, "How dare you? I am an official of the imperial court. If you kill me, you will be committing treason. The imperial court will not let you off. However, these soldiers didn't seem to care at all. Two of them who were adept at using blades took a step forward at the same time as they struck out with their blades. One blade pierced through the middle-aged man's waist, from his waist all the way to his abdomen. The other blade sliced through his arm and pierced through his body. The two blades collided within the middle-aged man's body, causing a dull sound to ring out. The middle-aged man's eyes were wide open as he opened his mouth to speak. However, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the corpse for a moment before it fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open as he died. Clean up the corpses and throw them all into the sea. If there's a problem with the ship, we'll commandeer it immediately. If there's anyone else on the ship, kill them all. The leader of the soldiers spoke coldly. Ocean, Imperial Envoy ship. Eunuch, actually we should delay for a while and wait for everything to be set up. However, there's no one to command us now, and we're in a rush. We don't even know what the situation on the island is like. The eunuch who had the golden token spoke out softly. Amidst the gray clouds, the wind was blowing and the waves were raging. Even the ship was rocking violently. Gao Guang didn't seem to mind as he looked out the window and sipped on his tea. He then turned around and said, "We have to do things one by one, and there's a priority. What's the most important thing now? The true sovereign has successfully reached the capital city. That's the most important thing. As for the situation on the island, it's not that important. If we succeed, we'll be happy. If we fail, it doesn't matter. Besides, although we're in a rush, Yao Jifu came from the army and is capable and capable. He's leading elite troops. How could there be any mistakes?" When a eunuch heard this, he could only nod in agreement. He then rubbed his head and said, "AI, the direction we're heading in seems wrong." Gao Guang paused, and his face fell. He looked at a Taoist official, who retrieved a compass and looked at it. "Eunuch, something's wrong. We've suddenly changed directions. What's going on?" Gao Guang knew that something was amiss, and couldn't care less about his status. He then shouted, "Quick, quick, go to the captain's quarters." As he spoke, he brought his men to the captain's quarters. Before long, he walked towards the true sovereign's quarters with a gloomy face. He saw Pei Ziyin sitting in the living room, with several free cloud sect Taoists behind him. They were all talking. Gao Guang barged in. His face was ashen. "True sovereign, why did you change directions? This isn't the way to the capital city." Pei Ziyin sat down and took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. He then laughed coldly. "Since King Lu has failed, I shall head straight to Jin Prefecture. Once I've taken care of King Lu, it won't be too late to head to the capital city." Gao Guang screamed, "You're defying my orders." Before he could finish speaking, he heard a pa sound as Pei Ziyin slapped him across the face. Gao Guang fell to the ground. His face swelled up, and a palm print appeared on his face. "How dare you?" The eunuch behind Gao Guang shouted out as two soldiers unsheathed their swords. Pei Ziyin stretched out his hand, and a piu-piu sound could be heard. The eunuch and the two soldiers had a hole in their foreheads as they fell to the ground. They were killed instantly. How is this possible? I'm the Imperial Envoy. I'm a legitimate Imperial Envoy. Gao Guang's head was buzzing as he thought about this. He waited for the warm blood to drip onto the ground before he regained his senses. He then saw Pei Ziyin staring at him. "I wish to quell the rebellion in Jin Prefecture first. Are you against it?" Looking at the killing intent in Pei Ziyin's eyes, Gao Guang understood that if he continued to speak, he would die. At that point, a sense of humiliation welled up in his heart as the veins on his neck popped out. He wanted to stand up, but when he saw the cold look in Pei Ziyin's eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine as goosebumps rose all over his body. He lowered his head and mumbled, "Yes, if you are, then go and do your job." Pei Ziyin spoke plainly, not afraid that Gao Guang would leave the ship and gather the soldiers to fight back. It was just a mere 100 people, and he could kill them all in the blink of an eye. A Taoist stepped forward and handed him a towel. Pei Ziyin wiped the blood off his face. He had killed a eunuch. Although the eunuch's rank was not as high as Gao Guang's, he was still a eunuch following orders. Killing him would result in a backlash. Indeed, strength cannot compare to divine abilities. I've racked my brains to cultivate the 5th level of the stellar transposition technique, and could only withstand the backlash of a 5th rank official. But now that I've passed the tribulations, the amount of energy I can withstand has increased tremendously. If I can take another step forward and complete the cast iron bronze cauldron, I will have nothing to fear. Capital City, Black Tortoise Palace, huh? Shouts could be heard, with the Taoist officer at the head, the generals at the core, and the soldiers linked up to form 7 large arrays. Every large array had 7 smaller arrays, and they followed the command medallion. It was like a real dragon, locking down everything within the array. The 7 dragons' absolute array is indeed different. The Taoist monarch stood in front of the palace, his eyes gleaming brightly as he looked at everything in front of him. Someone beside him laughed. Can the Taoist monarch see anything different? Wind absolute, thunder absolute, earth absolute, water absolute, fire absolute, spirit absolute, chi absolute. Amazing! Feng Tidian clapped his hands and praised. As expected of the Taoist monarch, to be able to see through the intricacies of this array. This array combines the 7 Taoist monarchs, and even has the support of the army. This is the best array the imperial court uses to deal with Taoists. The power of the Earth Immortals has existed for a long time, and the imperial court naturally has a way to deal with them. If not, wouldn't the victors all be Earth Immortals? This array is the one recorded in the Immortal Chronicles. It has been passed down from generation to generation, and is even more powerful than before. The so-called 7 arrays were just a lie. When they were combined into one, the imperial chi alone was enough to destroy all Taoists. There were even soldiers and generals within it, and it was truly terrifying. The Taoist monarch understood this as he looked at the array from afar. Once one enters this array, anyone who isn't a Taoist who has been baptized by the 5th or 6th spring lightning would lose all their powers, and they would be slaughtered like a chicken. This is a great way to deal with us Taoists. Even if one reached the iron cast bronze realm, they wouldn't be able to use up all their powers, but they wouldn't be able to receive support from the outside world. They would only be able to use up their own powers, and if they weren't mature enough, they would still be in danger of dying. Back then, a few of my disciples must have perished under this array. Cough, cough. Taoist monarch, please don't be angry. This array wasn't built for you. Feng Min laughed. Taoist monarch, it's been 2,000 years. The past is gone, and the past is gone. Please let go of your emotions. Chapter 482. The Tao monarch laughed. Shall we go out and have some wine? It's been 1,000 years since I've last seen it, but the taste of good food and wine is still the same. Since the Tao monarch has invited me, how would I dare to disobey? Feng Min agreed and followed the Tao monarch out of the imperial city. After walking for a while, they saw a restaurant with red lanterns hanging on the walls. As soon as they entered, the waiter came out to welcome them. 2 guests. Would you like a private table? Let's go upstairs. Feng Min replied as the waiter led them upstairs. Indeed, there was a table by the window. Feng Min then instructed, bring 5 of your specialties and a pot of spring wine. The waiter then retreated. Feng Min then laughed. Spring wine is a tribute wine. Only these few restaurants have the means to obtain it. Tao monarch, please have taste. As she spoke, a Tao official walked in. He was dressed in a 9th-ranked official robe and hurried to Feng Min's side. He then whispered something to Feng Min. Feng Min's face fell. But what happened? The Tao monarch laughed as he looked at Feng Min's pale face. I won't hide it from you. I just received news that you've changed your route. You're going to Jin Prefecture to suppress King Lu before heading to the capital city. Feng Min spoke as she looked at the Tao monarch suspiciously. You're a Tao monarch. How would you know? You're really audacious. You dare to suspect me? The Tao monarch laughed. I've signed a contract with the great ancestor. Why would I betray him? If I do, I'll be reduced to ashes immediately. The Tao monarch then frowned. Perhaps there's an internal problem. If Pei Ziyin had planted a spy, he might be able to find out. Impossible. Feng Min frowned. Those who were summoned are all sealed within the imperial city. No one is allowed to leave. Tao arts cannot be released from the imperial city as well. Furthermore, this selection is for loyal and trustworthy people. There's no way that secrets would be leaked. When the Tao monarch heard this, he didn't deny it. He then sighed and shook his head. You're a Taoist, and I'm a Tao monarch. Hence, there's a connection between us. I've already used my sex fate energy to confuse him so that he wouldn't notice. He was deceived by me, but he has already passed the thunder tribulation. This can only happen once, not twice. Moreover, deceiving is relative. I can't detect his thoughts, but the possibility of him leaking the secret is very high. Seeing that Feng Min still didn't believe him, the Tao Lord continued. Furthermore, when one's cultivation reaches Pei Ziyun's level, it's natural for him to have a sudden impulse. Even if I use Tao arts to confuse him, it would be difficult to stop him from doing so. Perhaps it's just his instinct to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Since that's the case, I suggest we take advantage of the situation and kill King Lu. After that, we can summon Pei Ziyun to the capital city. As long as he agrees, we can deal with him as fast as lightning. Feng Min nodded and asked, what if I still refuse at that time? That means he already knows the inside story. However, even if this plan doesn't work, he's still young. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for him to reach such heights in just 1 or 2 years. We still have time to scheme or kill him. Of course, we're just the schemers. The real decision lies with the emperor. The Tao Lord spoke as the waiter served the dishes. The two of them then stopped talking. The Tao Lord then pointed at the pork belly and laughed. We already had this dish many years ago, and it's still here now. It hasn't changed much. I'm going to enjoy it now. The Tao Lord was relaxed, but Feng Min wasn't in the mood to do so. She pulled out a silver ingot. Take good care of him. The waiter received it and looked at it. It was a piece of high-grade official silver, which was worth 5 taels of silver. He smiled and bowed. Sir, I shall go and get the change. The rest is for you. Feng Min then said, serve 2 more dishes. Even if she served 2 more dishes, it wouldn't even take half of it. The waiter smiled and said, thank you for the tip. I shall serve the dishes now. The waiter then left, and the room fell silent. Feng Min then bowed. Regardless of the reason, we can only do the second thing. However, I can't make the decision on this matter. I shall return to see the emperor. Enjoy your meal, Tao Lord. Feng Min then disappeared from the staircase. She didn't invite the Tao Lord to see the emperor. No matter how tense the situation was, she wouldn't allow the emperor to meet the Tao Lord. This was for the emperor's safety. Seeing Feng Min leave in a hurry, the Tao Lord lost his smile and looked at the gloomy sky. He sighed, this isn't just a whim. If there's no traitor in your heart, then your mind will be sharp and you won't be bewitched. This is the Tao of sincerity. The Tao of sincerity can foresee the future. When a country is about to prosper, there will be prosperity. When a country is about to perish, there will be demons. When one sees a turtle, one's body moves. When fortune and misfortune come, those who are kind will foresee it, and those who are unkind will foresee it. Hence, sincerity is like that of a god. This was a saying in the Tao sect. Although the Tao Lord didn't know about it, there was a similar saying in Taoism. He thought, how many heroes are not pure in their hearts and are bewitched by fate? Only by being sincere can one transcend. This junior of mine is really vigilant. He isn't bewitched by fate. To kill this person, the difficulty has increased. The imperial palace Feng Min straightened her clothes and inhaled a breath of cold air. She then went to the imperial palace to inform the emperor. Moments later, she received a decree. Feng Min is to meet the emperor in the imperial study room. Feng Min was nervous as she walked towards the imperial study room. A eunuch then said, The Emperor has instructed me to summon you in once you've arrived. There's no need to ask any further questions. Feng Min entered and saw Emperor Qi Tai seated and discussing matters with the other officials. She hurriedly bowed to him. Emperor Qi Tai waved his hand and said, "Just wait here." He then continued, "Moving the commoners is the right thing to do. But as for the problem of their resettlement, one of the officials who was seated muttered, the Emperor has thought things through. Food is the most important thing. The Jin, Chun, and Qin prefectures have been through chaos and chaos. Last year, the autumn harvest was basically a failure. We can't hope to plant crops in the spring, but we can still plant some. There's still 1,200,000 dawn of grain in the storage. We can hand over 200,000 dawn of grain. That's not all. The big families have stored grain as well. The officials can supervise them. Although there will definitely be people involved in this process, it's still worth it to ensure that hundreds of thousands of people don't starve. Even if there's relief, there has to be punishment. Your Majesty, at this juncture, these people have falsely claimed the relief rations and are hoarding them. We have to kill a bunch of them. We cannot be lenient." When the Emperor heard this, he frowned and sighed. "What you've said makes sense. Go and prepare a report for me." "Yes." The two officials knew that the Emperor had a secret to say and retreated. "Your Majesty." Feng Min's face was solemn as he bowed once again. The Emperor was seated on the throne and looked at him. "Minister Feng, you've rushed all the way here. Did something happen?" "Your Majesty, although true sovereign Pei has received the imperial edict, he did not enter the capital city. Instead, he went straight to Jin and Qin. He said that it's an urgent matter, and that he wishes to help your Majesty kill the demon soldiers before returning to the capital city." "What?" The Emperor's face fell. He was enraged, and his face turned green. Pei Ziyun dares to defy the imperial edict? How dare he? How dare he? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.